All right. What is up, everybody? Welcome. Very, very excited about tonight's stream. First off, it's been a little while since I've gone back through Silent Hill 1 for like a proper story playthrough. Not since I think we did the marathon as a team, our weekend-long marathon. And we've got a very special guest joining us tonight. We have Fungo.
Hello there. Hi, everyone.
The
Mr.
actual
Fungo here.
The actual Mr. Fungo.
The Fungo.
Senior Fungo, actually.
Senor Fungo.
Can I start with a little story about Fungo?
Sure. Hell yeah.
You know when I first got like pretty much reached out to everybody on the team, before we ever did our first full 5-man team, like before we officially started Team Silent, I invited Fungo to that stream, to that first stream, and I guess just scheduling didn't work out back then. So it's kind of crazy that we've come all this far, and now he's a part of our stream.
It all comes around. Yep.
I had no idea.
That was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago.
Nice. Well,
I had no idea. I missed out.
Fungo's finally joined the dark side of the Force. I mean, what would Twitch be in comparison to YouTube? Maybe the light side, actually. The way things have kind of switched over there.
Yeah. Right.
Either way, it's glad to see you.
YouTube, I can tell you a lot of stories about YouTube, but let's not probably go there.
Yeah. We're living in the Twitch reality now.
Yeah. But it is great.
Let's just say that I went to Twitch and I haven't regretted it. Not looking back.
Yep. I kind of did the same deal.
But you did it early, way earlier.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I was gonna do Twitch first back when it was JTV, but then my internet wouldn't work, so I was like, oh well, let me go to YouTube. Oh, the HD collection. Let me make a video on that, and then we kind of took off from there. Then I went back to Twitch, so back in 2014. So yeah, I was still a little bit early on it.
Yeah, and you've got a little bit of history there with Twin Perfect as well. Some of your game footage from that HD collection review, right?
Yeah, we used a little bit.
Yeah.
Were you upset about that?
Not really, because I just wanted it.
Couldn't be more mad about it.
Did we not credit you? I think that's what happened.
You did, yeah. Because I was just like, I sent a message. I was like, that's my footage. Can you guys link to or can you put an annotation in to link to my thing? And you guys were like, okay, yeah, sure. I was like, okay, that was it.
I think you talked to me too, probably.
Was it you? I just messaged the account, so.
I was the one who usually responded to all the messages.
Yeah. Yeah, because I wasn't nasty about it. It just kind of caught me off guard. And I was like, they get my video and put their audio over it.
I remember you were an itty bitty little YouTuber back then.
I was nobody back then. Like I did these stupid, well, no, I didn't even do the MK3 videos. I just did nothing. That was nothing. And then,
so you're most known for that HD collection though.
And that video came out. Well, no, hold on. Okay, so what inspired that is there was another HD collection that came out a few months before, the the Mortal Kombat HD collection, and it was broken. Like the online was broken, and it was like one of the first videos I ever did, and all of a sudden like the view count was skyrocketing. So I'm thinking, maybe I got something here. And then then Silent Hill HD collection came out, and that just just exploded.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, yeah, but yeah, that was pretty much where it all started for me, pretty much.
Yeah. And I remember back around the same time that happened, Razorfist was looking for promotion. I don't know if you know who that is. He was just an itty bitty little YouTuber back then too, and
yeah, I know who Razorfist is.
And he didn't need Twin Perfect's promotion at all. He did just fine without it. It's crazy just seeing someone grow so fast.
Yeah, right.
And subs, and you're just leaving you in the dust.
It can be overwhelming for sure. Nothing that you can predict at all.
Yeah,
no,
and
it's all just it's all just you know, many different variables. That
And I'm sure you
control.
guys know like way better than a lot of people, like, because I know I've only really been streaming and doing, you know, sort of like regular kind of videos and content creation stuff since like 2014, early 2015. So you guys have been at it for much longer. You've kind of seen the trends and people, you know, kind of come and go. But as said, it's great to kind of see everything sort of come full circle. All these people together here on Twitch, and all the same time,
Yeah.
and
Yep.
ready to go through the game that kind of started it all. A
Silent Hill
series,
1.
a series very, very near and dear to all of us, and we're gonna go through the game that kicked it off.
So Fungo, when was the first time you played Silent Hill 1?
The first time I played Silent Hill 1 was when it released back in 1999. Here's a funny story though. I didn't you know, we were all broke kids back then, right? So
Yep.
I didn't have the money to afford it, but my dad always rented me games from the video rental store. I don't know if you remember Game Crazy
Yes.
or
I do.
Blockbuster.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. Staples.
I had him rent that game, and I had him re-rent it for like years. So that video rental store got plenty of money from that, because that was about the only thing I can get him to agree to is renting the game. Until one day I saved up enough money and actually went and bought it. I bought it for full price, and not long after, it went down to a greatest hits title, and I could have saved $30. And to me, that was a big hit.
Yeah.
Being a broke child
Yeah, that makes all the difference.
without a job.
It does. That's how I felt about, even we were talking about the HD collection. I was still kind of broke at the time, so I mean, I know in full price, but like that was still a lot of money to spend on a dud. So
I rented it from a video rental store long enough to, you know, purchase it by the time it became a greatest hits title. That's crazy. My bird is doing obnoxious things right now. Can you hear me?
yeah, we
Oh,
can
yeah.
hear.
Is Ravenheart still is going to be showing up?
Yeah, I'm here.
Should be.
Oh, okay. Oops.
He's recovering from sing time.
I'm probably not going to be as vocal as I normally am because I'm kind of like
Recovery.
Did you drink last night?
I did some hardcore karaoke Twitch things.
Oh yeah, I saw Twitch sings. That's what you're doing. I had no idea what you're doing.
Game music's a bit on the loud side. I will turn that down a bit. Thank you. I'm still kind of messing with stuff here. I was going to try to put the window capture on to Discord to see if I could have the little icons show up so we know who's talking and when. And of course, it's like not cooperating one bit.
I was gonna say hi, chat. Hi, everyone in the chat.
Hi.
Hi, chat.
Welcome to this.
By the way, just want to go ahead and address Techie. I don't think will be with us today. Is his birthday?
Yes,
So
today's Techie's birthday.
he is out celebrating birthday. So
Make sure you guys go to Twitter and send him a
hell yeah.
birthday, happy
Send
birthday.
Techie some
stuff like
birthday
that.
love.
Happy birthday! In case you're watching the VOD.
Feels birthday, man.
So yeah, after that that wonderful intro, of course it's a little we're always a little bit awkward on our setup, like because of the way I've got the screen capture and the audio through Discord.
And you don't do this all too often, so
Yeah, it's usually, you know, around once or twice a month, so usually just for the sake of getting through the game, but still, you guys know that intro. You should know that music and everything by heart. Hear it in your deepest, darkest dreams. But yeah, I still really love that the intro. Just
yeah,
leading
that
up to this
intro
game.
does hit me in the nostalgia zone. If
And
that's
it
a
really
thing.
lays out what the entire series is all about in that first little blurb in the beginning. You know,
Yeah.
the fear of the blood,
And what-
great fear of the flesh.
What they did that was kind of unique and original at the time was they actually not only was it a compilation of scenes through the game like a prologue, it is an actual prologue. Like it actually has new scenes that actually contribute to the story prior to the
Exactly.
events of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's unique, and I don't see too many games that do that. And it
And
was very original.
it's interesting. It always makes me wonder if those scenes were created strictly for the intent of using for the intro, like, or if they had maybe these other longer segments, you know, that were originally more part of the game that just wound up being cut. And they were
And
like,
they
well,
they
we
did
still have all this stuff rendered. We should make use of it and just throw it in the intro.
they did kind of do that in 2, where there's a lot of stuff in the prologue that isn't in the game.
Yeah, there's like Eddie sitting by the van and Laura kicking him, and
I think it's just stuff that they didn't use that they ended
Right.
up cutting. So it could be the same reason for Silent Hill 1.
for the
But
most part,
it's kind of crazy. You get to see Sybil getting the call to go to
Mhm.
Silent Hill,
Mhm.
racing her motorcycle around Harry's car, and then all of a sudden she's crashed on the side of the road, and that doesn't really make sense in the concept of things.
yeah,
She never
Yeah,
mentions a crash.
She comes from the town over hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, it's 265 miles away to be exact. That's like 2 states over.
Yeah.
yeah. If you take into account that Silent Hill is like more or less supposed to be in Maine,
Yeah, Silent Hill's in Maine, Brahms is in Pennsylvania.
yeah, it's in
The next town
it's in
over.
Canada.
It's in Canada. Even better.
Brahms, Canada.
Cheryl, where could you be? It's strange. It's quiet. Too quiet. This place is like a ghost town. Cheryl. I love it.
But I don't see too many games that focus so much on atmosphere anymore, like Silent Hill did.
Yeah,
You got that right.
it's and the thing that's sad is like there are still games that kind of try to do this style and do this more focus on atmosphere, but I've noticed it's become a lot more of the smaller kind of indie developers. It's an indie thing.
Like,
there's not really a lot of bigger, you know, like AAA developers who are trying to cater to this style of horror anymore.
I do want to make a shout out to a small indie game that I felt really hit the Silent Hill atmosphere, like hit home with that. You guys ever play Lost in Vivo via
Yeah,
stream
yeah.
or
I was just
anything
gonna
like
say
that?
Lost in Vivo.
Yeah, I haven't played
I,
it, but I've seen it. Yeah, for sure.
I talked to the creator. Actually, I wrote him this big, long thank you letter for actually getting it right. And I talked to the creator. His name is Kira. That's what he goes by, and he pretty much made that game all by himself. He even made a lot of the music. So he said he actually told me, well, I watched the real Silent Hill experience, and that's, I kind of like watching a lot of that stuff, and that's how I learned.
Yeah.
It's crazy that in some way I was I influenced that game.
Yeah, exactly. Like the videos, and it's interesting the way that so much of that culture has changed, you know, where it's not necessarily everybody being inspired or directly influenced by playing the games themselves. Sometimes it takes somebody playing it and kind of breaking it down in a really good way, or kind of making you think about it in ways that you didn't really think about it before, that winds up making it sort of stick out more to you and become, you know, more interesting, more influential in the things that other people go on to create.
Yeah. And Trina Wolfie in the chat said they made the leaderboard for it, so that's interesting.
Oh,
There
for
is a
Lost in
leaderboard, I
Vivo.
think, in Lost in Vivo. Yeah, because people speedrun that game.
Right,
It's a very
yeah.
big speedrunner game.
They'll speedrun everything.
Yeah, that's-
Everyone speedruns everything now. It really caught on. Remember back in the day, that was more of a niche thing.
oh
It
yeah,
was.
it's exploded. It's massive now, and honestly, like it seems like such a simple concept. I'm surprised it's not something that's been bigger for longer, but it is really surprising how much it's changed over the years. It definitely
Yeah.
makes me look at like every video game I play differently now. I'm always like, oh,
100%.
what's this little thing that happens? Maybe that could be speed tech, you know, like every little glitch or weird little problem or, you know, mechanic that's a little bit wonky in a game.
And I know a lot of developers think there's probably no money in this kind of stuff anymore, but I really think if they went back to it and focused on the atmosphere like they did back then, I think that it would sell a lot better than they expect. Because a lot of the gamers now, they're in their 30s, 20s, 30s, you know, and we crave something kind of, you know, similar to what we grew up with.
Yeah, there's a really strong sense of nostalgia to it, and
But they're still trying to make games for, you know, like younger people, you know, in mind. Not saying they're just exclusively for them, but they do keep
Yeah.
them in mind.
sure.
Yeah, but the funny thing is like we were young when we first played these games. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
We
Yeah,
I
were,
was
but
like,
now,
early
now they would be
teens.
too hard, I think, for a lot of the younger generations.
I think it's like well, we're kind of conditioned to think that.
We're
But I-
conditioned to autosaves. That's one problem.
Yeah.
We're conditioned to auto saves and just games that are easier.
'Cause,
Just in general.
Now, when I go back and play an old game, I'm actually I forget that I have to save sometimes, and I have to start the game over.
I've noticed something. I'm going through the Fatal Frame series for the first time ever on my channel, and I'm on Fatal Frame 3 now, and I'm already on the second night of Fatal Frame 3, and I haven't died once yet. And on the first
Wow.
two games, by that point, I had already died a few times.
Yeah, Fatal
So-
Frame 3 is really easy, and you know that
yeah.
that was during the time there was a trend of making games easier and more
Easier.
accessible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. So,
And that hasn't
that's part of
stopped.
it, too.
You
It
know?
hasn't. No.
Where are you
Mm-mm.
going?
Especially with like Resident Evil 2 remakes, like dynamic difficulty thing that they have going on. If I'm calling it the right thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Like
what it is. It's a
even though you
dynamic
choose your
difficulty.
difficulty at the beginning, it's like, why even give me the choice if you're going to make that decision for me?
Yeah, they changed things. Yep.
Yeah.
So,
It goes by many different terms, but that's what it is. It's a dynamic difficulty. So
Yeah, difficulty adjustment first came along in the Resident Evil series in 4.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
but it was never really prominent. Even Resident Evil 7 had it, but it was so in the background that you never
Passive.
even really noticed.
And we discovered Silent Hill 4 has that too. And you can trigger it even if you just quit the game. You just go quit continue.
yep.
Yeah, that happened to me with the remake of Resident Evil 2, is that every time I quit the game, it would actually dock me points in the difficulty, or it would actually drop me
Mhm.
in the dynamic difficulty just for quitting the game out. So I would quit the game because I'm recording stuff, and then go back into the game, and then quit, and then go back in, and then, you know, it's put me on like the easiest difficulty because I'm recording stuff and I didn't know it.
Are we gonna go back around and see Cheryl?
Yeah, don't mind me. The whole point of this game is to find Cheryl. While
Where's
we're
Cheryl?
sitting in,
I don't know. Let's check this car here. How
Where's
about
Cheryl?
this store?
while we're looking
is
around
she up
here.
in the tree? Maybe go look in the tree. She's up in there somewhere.
We'll take a quick glance around. There she is. So that's Silent Hill 1, everybody.
Wait, how did you do this?
it's-
I didn't even know about this. Is this
So-
a common thing everyone knows about, or
It's
or
a
did
glitch.
you-
It's a glitch that's been in the game, but I forget. It's been known for a pretty long time. But
Well, you can go home now.
yeah,
Game's
that's
over. Have a good
We're-
night, everybody.
We're done now.
Nice
Who
talking
we-
to you, Fungo.
Who
we
we
found her.
hosting?
But yeah, normally during that segment where you're supposed to immediately follow Cheryl into the alleyway, if you go and try and explore the town and kind of go the opposite direction, you get a message that comes up like, Harry just says, I'd better follow Cheryl, and it kind of forces you to turn back around and follow the way that she went. If you open the menu on the same frame that text is supposed to come up, you can actually move past it. So that's what I did.
Oh, that's what you did. Okay.
So I was kind
I
of
just
mashing
learned
the
about the-
menu,
I just learned about the romper glitch from you. From
Yeah,
your
yeah.
Streamlight.
and I probably won't show that during the playthrough because it skips a lot of stuff. But it's interesting to see, like, from a speed run standpoint, speed point.
This completely
point.
breaks the game's story too, which is the greatest part of it.
Yeah,
It's
'cause-
like, okay, you found Cheryl, you can go home now.
yep,
You're done.
there she is. That's it.
Also, it breaks the game's story in that, like, you know, she's supposed to be, the second she enters Silent Hill, Cheryl's soul is half the soul of Alessa's, right? And so they join into one once
Yeah,
they
Alessa-
come in contact.
Alessa's already
So really,
manipulating that
Cheryl
half
is-
of her.
Cheryl is a projection made by Alessa and not real. So he's actually being led by Alessa.
I think go
which is
into,
pretty interesting.
I'm eating
So
my
she
bagel.
manifests herself as a projection of Cheryl just to lead Harry to where, where she wants him to go.
Yeah.
I like
I'm
the
eating
name
my
of the
bagel, but
cafe.
I just wanna butt in and say that this would be a good category extension for Silent Hill 1.
Yes.
Find Cheryl.
Oh yeah, just Cheryl percent.
Yep.
Where
Yeah.
you just do that one glitch the first 20 seconds of the game as fast as possible.
Exactly.
And
Very
then just
optimal
run-
40-second category.
Oh yeah, that would be great. That'd be super fun.
I was gonna mention I like the name of the cafe. It's actually a reference to a movie. I can't think of the movie off the top of my head. It's
I can't either, but I know which one you're talking. I know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
Cafe
that
5 to
reference.
2.
yeah.
I think I have actually I should pull it up. I have a list here of all the references written down from my own list. I didn't
Yeah.
grab it from anywhere.
I used to
By
have a
the
bunch of
way-
notes and stuff like that to pull up, so by all means, if you've got it. We'll
By,
sure.
by the way, hi Maxie.
Hi, Maxie.
Hi, Maxie.
Maxie's here.
Hold on, I'm still eating my bagel. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. This is live. We're good. We'll be here for a while.
Good old Queen Burger.
Mm-hmm. Not Burger King, but Queen Burger.
Queen Burger. And there's also a Konami Burger.
Why not?
Gotta have a lot of burger places. That's how you know this takes place in America.
That's how you know it's American. Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna kind of like run around and explore a little bit in the town here before just
Yeah, that's what this is all about. We're gonna look at
getting
everything.
back to it.
So
Konami
have,
Burger used to be a lot better in the 90s and early 2000s, but their quality has really gone down over the
Yeah.
past few years.
it's very mechanic.
Ever since
and-
they got bought out by Happy Burger.
Yeah, it's very mechanic and tokeny now.
Boston Market, which we see in one of the early like demo releases for this, like in the trade demo. This actually did say Boston Market, like they.
Yeah, I did see that in the magazine screenshots. Remember when magazines exist?
Yeah,
Yeah, remember those things?
It did say in the actual article though. It said though they're probably going to change it before they release the game, and they did.
and sure enough, they did. And it's funny they
Yeah.
actually reused the Boston Market for Shattered Memories. It's in that first little area of stores where you can choose between like the VHS, videotape store and the like pawn shop or thrift store. One of those little places that you can't go into is the Boston Market.
Okay, the Cafe 5 to 2 is actually a reference from the movie Natural Born Killers,
Natural Born
That's it.
Killers.
because they have the same very same cafe.
That's awesome. Yeah,
all these shops are a reference to movies or books.
that's a
Silent Hill 1 is littered with pop culture references.
prescriptions. Ice cream bar.
You can tell they love movies and books. You can
Oh, yeah.
definitely tell. I have let's see here. Like we did just run by the theater. That theater is from a movie called Demons that takes place in a movie theater.
Nice. And the theater itself has those really great movie posters on it. For Shoot
Yeah.
and for what's the other one? Something Dan?
Crusher Dan.
Crusher Dan. That's it. And it's literally just Raiders of the Lost Ark and Die Hard 2.
It's Die Hard with Bruce Willis with like a wig on or something.
Yeah, they drew a little bit of hair on him so that you can't tell that it's Bruce Willis immediately.
And strangely enough, they got a lot of inspiration from this for this game and even Silent Hill 2 from what is that Nicolas Cage movie something Air Con Air.
Con Air?
Yeah, they got some inspiration from Con Air, strangely enough.
I know they did for Silent Hill 2. That was where like Mary's
Let me look it up.
Mary and Laura's dress, like their clothing design came from.
Yeah, I think actually that might be one of the only ones. Also, the little girl, yeah, Laura.
Let me throw on.
They got her wardrobe from Con Air too.
Yeah. Let me throw on this. There we go. More sale. Isapin? Isapin for sale.
It's a pin.
I'm so glad they have the self-view mode in this game. It makes
The self-view
looking
is
at
awesome.
stuff so much better.
Also, speedrunning, you can definitely see where you're going.
Well, you know that
If you don't know,
if
you can memorize it. but-
it works for practice, but because that's like a new game plus setting,
Oh,
you can't actually use that for like new game categories.
I've been using that for the my 10-star rank speedrun that I've been trying
Oh,
to
yeah.
get. I got
It's
a
fine on 10-star
9.5 yesterday. Yesterday I got 9.5. You know what I got docked on? I was 6 minutes too late.
Oh, just on time? Usually anytime I go for like 10-star on Silent Hill 1, I get fucked over by accuracy. Shot accuracy screws me so often in that game.
I got fucked over on time. I've been doing good with shot accuracy and getting equal number. You have to actually have an equal number of fighting kills and shooting kills. It has to be
Mhm.
equal. That's crazy. That's the hardest part, in my opinion, is the keeping track of all the enemies you kill.
So I've wandered back into the street where we started here after looking at a few little interesting stops around the town. But yeah, here's that text where it normally turns you around. I'd better follow Cheryl. Where
So you can't go back to that area. You're kind of trapped.
oh no, you can. Like I'm back where I'm supposed to be now. Like the alleyway where you follow Cheryl is right over here.
But you kind of have to circle around.
Oh, you can wander right back into it. Like once you go into the
kind of sucked in.
yeah, there's like a line there that kind of triggers the text to happen and turn Harry around.
Well, that's a pretty cool glitch, though.
Yeah, it's just kind of fun for like exploring the town before you really progress the game. It's cool to see that they have the whole town like rendered in for you to run around and look at, even though you don't access the entire town until later. So they didn't just like cut the town down specifically for this intro segment. It's the whole town. It's all there rendering as you run through it. It's pretty impressive for PlayStation 1, like super impressive.
Yeah, it is. Like, this is an open world. I mean, it is. It just doesn't have all the side quests and stuff, but it is an open world.
Yeah, can you imagine
I like when
Silent
people-
Hill with side quests?
Yeah, right. Jesus, what a thought.
Yeah,
Oh
it kinda,
god.
yeah, it did happen.
Yeah.
While we look at a
Oh,
horrible
boy.
mess on the ground.
I always like that mess. I don't know. It's so shocking, and it
Yeah.
looks so. Not only that, but you can see how there's like a cracked part of the building there, and it's kind of like it looks like there was a lot of force in what happened there.
Yeah.
So at least okay, Silent Hill is unique in that it leaves a lot more to the imagination than other games. Other games like to kind of show you, but this one, it's just like, look at this. Just imagine how this happened.
Mhm.
Well, it's
Yeah.
kind of
And
more
that-
show don't tell. It doesn't really explain it. It just shows.
That's what I mean about
Uh-oh.
atmosphere. That's how you build atmosphere, is have things in the environment without explanation and let your imagination kind of.
1 second, my controller actually
wow.
stopped working.
Oh, I thought we were sitting around to explore. To look
I mean,
at
we
it.
were.
Uh-oh.
We are. But also,
You know, we probably could have sat here forever without knowing that too, by the way. So
oh, that's okay.
we probably could have just sat here.
I'll fully sell
Maybe
myself out.
the movie version of Pyramid Head like ripped the skin off someone and right there and took the skin.
Oh, so that's where they got the idea from.
Yikes.
Well, maybe that's where Gonz got his idea. He probably imagined that someone was skinned here. And no, I'm not kidding. That probably is what happened.
Did he actually play the game?
Yeah, he did. He was a big fan of Silent Hill.
What happened?
It's interpretive. It was his interpretation of the game, and he just kind of got it wrong.
Yeah, just a tad. I mean, uh-oh, what happened?
Press the PS button. God.
I think he did a really good job with the spirit of Silent Hill. He got pretty close. Like some of
Hey.
the cinematography looks like Silent Hill in a lot of areas.
Oh yeah, and they recreated the camera shot that we're about
Oh,
to
yeah.
see.
Yeah,
This
this camera shot here was really well done in the movie, and
Yeah.
and everyone gave him all the credit for it, of course.
Yeah.
Still,
The people who haven't played Silent Hill.
yeah. But this shot right here, again,
This is what told me this was going to be a different game
yeah.
when I
it's
first saw this.
there wasn't a whole lot that really kind of went for this level of like cinematic.
It really creates this level of unease. Like you feel really like disoriented. Like this shot too.
Yeah.
Like, you feel really disoriented.
It
like,
feels a
what
bit
am
like
I wandering
something's kind of up on the walls, like watching you. Like
Yeah, it also has that kind of paranoia effect.
where you kind of feel like you're viewing this from the eyes
And
of something
you
watching
could
Harry
theorize,
now.
you could theorize that it's the town watching you as you make your way in.
I mean, it really kind of is. Maybe we
And
as the player are the town, and that's why we're guiding the character through what they're experiencing.
And it's even weirder because I think at this point, when this game came out, Resident Evil 2 was the latest RE game that was out, and RE2 is just fixed camera angles, so you just didn't really see anything like that in Resident Evil.
Yeah, you think about that, or like the closest thing I can think of at the time would be like Parasite Eve.
Yeah, pretty much.
Better than nothing, I guess. I love the combination of things here too. You get this lighter, which you use, which is like never used again. You get a lighter item for like a puzzle later, but it's not a light source.
Yeah.
But really
You know what's
interesting.
interesting too? It's okay. It was snowing a second ago, and now it's raining. And also, if you look closely,
that is very unusual.
If you look closely around, like when you get a little bit closer to the body on the gurney, you see like bugs start to fly around, buzz around the lighter. It's a really cool, like it's a lot of detail for a PS1 game.
Yeah,
yeah, and if you actually have like a higher resolution mod to look at the detail with, you can see a lot of unique things that you can't even see on the PlayStation version of the game.
Yeah.
Like there's so much detail that you can actually miss it because the hardware couldn't show it to you.
And I do like going through the emulator, like emulating it and making it super nice resolutions and textures.
Yeah.
But I also do enjoy going back and kind of playing it.
Like what someone pointed out on stream yesterday when I was streaming Silent Hill 1 on a PlayStation Classic was that the water that actually drips through the grating. You can see the water kind of trickling through underneath the grating, the metal grating you're running on later in the game. And you can't see that in the PlayStation version. You can't.
Not as clearly. There's a few spots where you can still kind of see like a little bit of the effect, but definitely not as clear as it normally is. But as said, just this little segment here where you're going from like the snow and the fog to the darkness and the rain, and then again we've got this like sound that's building up.
And they used. Did you know that they used Tomb Raider's rendering techniques and engine? So using the what is it? I don't know, that it's hard to understand. You have to watch a video on it, but it kind of renders the environment around you in like blocks and little triangles.
Yeah.
That's why you got the texture warping. As you get closer to a texture, it tends to warp.
I mean, I always figured that was kind of common in a lot of PlayStation 1 games.
Yeah, but it's actually using Tomb Raider's engine.
That's cool. I didn't know that it was that engine specifically.
Yeah. I didn't know that either. It's really cool to learn.
Broken wheelchair.
Also, you already know this, but they use that engine. They masked a lot of the draw distance problems with this dithering, heavy dithering. And when you remove that dithering in like a emulator or something, you can really see the problem and why they did it, because you can see the pop-in.
Yeah, you can see the edges of everything as you're running along.
And the fog just ends suddenly.
Yeah, there's those little bugs.
I like that detail right there. And also, it kind of gives you an idea that it hasn't been dead long, like whatever that is. It hasn't completely rotted away, because the bugs don't, they don't stick around long after the corpse is decomposed.
It's a great little effect here. Yeah, it's a great little effect here too, where the bugs follow you.
Oh, they do follow you because of the flame.
Since you've got the source of light. It's an effect that they use again in Silent Hill 2.
In Silent Hill 2, yeah.
Yup.
But it's really, really easy to miss because it's such a minor detail, and again, just kind of the original
See,
graphics and everything.
Now you see why I love Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill series in general, because every time I go back through the game, I end up learning something new.
Yeah,
Can't
exactly.
say you know 100%
Yeah.
everything.
Exactly,
thing.
same. That's why I love doing these kind of things. That's a lot of kind of where our team like came together as well, like getting together and doing these group playthroughs. It's all these little bits of knowledge that you know kind of come together. And as much as I've played these games and talked to people and learned about them, yeah, every time I play them, I'm walking away learning something new. Just recently, I
terms
learned
of-
about Silent Hill 3 animations that I didn't know were in the game since the game came out.
I probably don't know about them.
Heather will squat down if you unequip any weapons.
Oh, I know about that.
If you unequip
really
all your
cool.
weapons and stand still for a full 10 minutes, she gets tired and squats down. Yeah, I never
Yeah,
knew
it's
that.
realism. I mean, honestly, who could stand for 10 minutes straight, right?
Yeah, right.
No, you get tired, and of course, you know, squatting down. It just adds that extra layer of realism. It's much more believable because of that. It's called immersion.
I love that it's it's like a Japanese like hooligan squat.
It
know.
is a Japanese squat because probably a Japanese person mocapped it.
Yeah, more than likely.
Oh, you
Actually,
you don't
kinda
think that
like,
was
it kinda looks more like the Slav squat?
you don't think that
actually.
was Heather Morris?
Was I dreaming?
Well, you want to learn something about Silent Hill 3?
How do you feel?
Sure.
I know there's dialogue going on though, but
we could
Like I've been
save it
run
for
over by a
after.
truck.
I don't know if you know this,
I'm
but
already a guest.
Jeremy Blaustein told me himself that he mocapped the falling animation for the Insane Cancer.
You tell me.
Oh wow.
Really?
So that heavy backwards falling,
That was him?
Just a tourist.
all the animations for the Insane Cancer were
Came
him
here for a
mocap.
That's great. I would love to see footage of that, like Jeremy flailing backward onto a mat in a
I don't know
mocap
what
suit.
happened.
I also learned that Jeremy
I'd like to
Blaustein
find
filled.
out myself.
There was a lot of disagreements between Jeremy Blaustein and Guy Seehee. There was a lot of, you know, contention there between them.
Yeah.
Have you seen a little girl?
And there were points of where Jeremy
Just turned
Blaustein had to
7
fill his
last
shoes
month.
in the
Short,
mocap process
black
for
hair.
Silent Hill 2.
Interesting.
My daughter.
Just things that like Guy was refusing to do
The
or
only person I
wouldn't
see
show up
is
Just,
for.
you know, Yeah. Also, there was a lot of
Is everybody?
contention between him and the actress
Tell you if I
for
do, believe me.
Mary.
Monica Taylor Horton.
Monica, yeah, and Monica's like you know, is one of those hard to work with actresses
That's all
that
I
you know have a lot of stipulations and
Really?
one of those type of actresses.
I didn't
kinda-
hear anything about
your
that.
name?
Like,
I kind of did because when
Harry.
Guy Seehee started doing the things
Harry
like on
Mason.
Facebook where he was meeting up with her and Dave
Civil
Shoffley, he said something along the lines of how
police officer
things
for
were
Grams the
different
next time
now
over.
versus the tension back then. Like he made a comment, like a very
Yeah, the comment he
comment
made,
about it.
he said she's a real piece of work, and everyone kind of went, "Whoa."
Yeah,
Yikes.
but then
that's
they
not so
kind
bad.
of
But
but then they kind of came together and they started like signing the copies and they were taking
Where do
pictures
you think
together.
you're going?
And I guess
My
they kind of
daughter.
got
I've gotta
things got
find her.
better over time.
Yeah, I
No
mean,
way.
time always heals all, right?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
Yeah,
Tom
it
Hewlett
does.
loves me now.
In that case, I need
Well,
to
I mean, it really does
uh,
heal.
Cheryl's my little girl.
Well, maybe in some cases.
I can't just leave her out there by herself.
We
would,
won't go
would
there.
you say that's fairly
You
true?
got a gun?
Fairly
What?
true. Oh yeah. I mean, generally, yeah.
What?
Also,
Did he say
civil
something behind
worst
my
cop
back?
ever.
Take this. And hope
We
it
talking
doesn't
about
happen
generally
again.
true, like what? Time heals all wounds.
Now listen to me.
Oh, why? What happened?
Is that what you're
What
talking
for?
about?
No,
No.
oh no,
Yeah.
nothing
Know
like
who
that.
you're
Okay.
shooting.
Like
Okay,
I just have my
And don't do
occasional
it
like
unless you
Twitter
have to.
interaction with Tom, which is always kind of fun.
I don't
Is
even.
there something between you and Tom that just didn't go down right, or?
Got it?
So there was a little bit of, I would say, backlash
Yeah.
on one of his tweets.
I don't respond to any of his tweets,
Your
just
best
to
is
make it
staying
clear.
Because
so
he's
I
like
don't-
he'll still
back
tweet
to
out
the
stuff
house
about
as
Silent
quick as I
Hill and
can.
things like that every once in a while. And I don't know if you saw that one, Fungo, but he made a comment about Silent Hill Origins having this. There's like this promotional art, this stuff that there was for Origins, where it's like a it's like a flying monster. It's some Ito artwork. It's like a flying monster with a horn, and he's like shooting a bullet out of the horn into Pyramid Head. Have you ever seen that one?
I think so. Yes.
So Tom put a thing out, like a comment on Twitter where he was like, that artwork is where we got the inspiration to use Pyramid Head kind of however we want, that other stories can utilize the character.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, I guess, didn't really like that. There was
Well,
it's kind of a
the
weak
thing.
it's kind of a weak justification.
Is that the end of the story?
That's pretty much the end of the story. I I made some comments and stuff on that and then I also commented talking about Book of Memories. He was talking about being able to freely use stuff in Book of Memories. I made a comment about how not good Book of Memories is in so many words. And I mean, he replied, he was like, hey, if anybody says Book of Memories is their favorite Silent Hill game, they're lying. So
Wow.
at least he's
Well,
kind of
here's
a
the thing,
sport about it.
He was kind of see, the reason why Konami liked Tom so much was because it sucked up to him. He pretty much did whatever they wanted, and what Konami wants isn't necessarily the right thing. And Konami knew that Pyramid Head was such an iconic figure for Silent Hill, and Konami wanted Pyramid Head to be in more games,
Yeah.
despite fan outrage about it. So it was kind of him trying to justify why Pyramid Head is okay, even though it's not, for Konami.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like.
That's what it is. He was, he got that. He was mostly like a PR, and in all aspects. Konami really made a lot of the. He guided him, told him what he should be doing.
That's where I kind of caution people to on things, because I know I've said just stuff over the years, but at the end of the day, he's just saying what his bosses want him to say. He's the messenger. So
He's the patsy.
Yeah.
And we shot the messenger.
He's the one. Yeah, pretty much.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
And but that's the thing though, like he's fairly inconsistent, and like he says, oh, nothing goes beyond me, and then he says, oh wait, I'm not even the guy at the top.
Yeah.
It kind of goes bounces back and forth, and it's hard to tell what is true, what is not.
And I imagine it changes so much. It when you're actually active on a project that big with that many people and that many layers of who's in charge of who, like I imagine every little instance of something that's going to come through, like it's not all going to go through proper channels, and it's not all going to be okayed the same way. So I imagine that kind of stuff has got to get super complicated.
Yeah, this whole thing, this dilemma that went on between Tom and the Silent Hill community, that everyone's at fault in some way, and Tom is more so at fault for being a little too vocal about his opinions.
Yeah, and I mean, some of it is mildly understandable. Like when you look at some of the interviews and things that he did when he was promoting stuff like Downpour and Book of Memories. He was saying like Konami basically gave him practically zero, marketing budget to work with on that.
Literally had no budget to work with.
It was basically just him and it was basically just him and Devin go out to events and talk about the games as much as you can. And when you've got that little kind of effort put behind it, you're going to get some really awkward things said during interviews and stuff that's not going to sound good after the fact.
I have to admit, I was really offended when he said that the Silent Hill combat was shit, and I never thought that. When he said the monsters aren't scary once you get over the initial WTF on them.
Yeah, a lot of those kind of ideas.
Like I was like, oh boy, this is the biggest fan of Silent Hill.
Yep. No hyperbole.
Hey, and I even said, this is a quote from the real Silent Hill experience. It's like, hey, I love everything about these games and its flaws, no matter how bad you perceive them to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's interesting because like so many of the flaws have worked out in the game's favor, like many times for many of the games, where like Jeremy Blaustein did a recent interview where he was talking about some of the casting process and stuff like that for Silent Hill 2. And, you know, like, it's been such a thing among fans for so many years now, where it's like Angela being voiced by Donna Burke is like an intentional choice. They wanted her to sound more mature because of like this life of abuse that she led. They didn't want her to sound appropriate to her age. And then Jeremy says in an interview, you know, she was the most talented person we had contracted with Konami, and she got the part. Like, they weren't thinking about it that hard. She was just the best actress. But it's something that worked out so much more because it fit the character in a way beyond what they were even expecting.
Interesting. Acidic Reaver did bring up in the chat that Tom works at WayForward, and I have to admit that his work, he's like one of the creative directors there.
Yeah.
His work over there is fantastic. And that just proves
Bloodstained
that
and
he has some
Shantae.
talent. He just, you know, he had to get with the right projects.
Yeah, and I imagine it must be so difficult trying to abide by a lot of Konami's
And working with Konami
guidelines.
Because
Yeah.
Even I don't know how Kojima
and
dealt
at the
with it for as long as he did.
the thing is, at that time, nobody really knew the inner workings of Konami itself.
But it's
So
always been bad.
But
It's been bad for a long time. A lot of people have talked about that now.
and no one really knew back then. So we
No.
just see these public figureheads,
'cause
and
again,
we just think, oh, they're the ones.
Yeah, because
They have
again,
all
as
control.
a kid, like as a kid, I was 11. You know, when Silent Hill 1 came out, I was playing Contra and like Castlevania and so many of these Konami series. Konami had kind of consistently become that mark of quality that you came to expect in those kind of early gaming generations.
Yeah, when you'd see the Konami logo on something, you expected quality.
It's like, this is going to be a good game. It's going to have good controls, and you know, it's going to
changed. But
I always
it's hard to think about them being kind of so crooked, so bad, so far back.
And we used, like he said, we used to look at that logo as pristine, as a mark of pristine quality. And I always go back to fall of 2001. In that time frame, Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid 2 came out within like 2 months of each other. Like they were on top of the world at one point, and it's kind of hard to fathom where they've gone. So you don't immediately.
Well, they pretty much stopped making video games now.
Yeah, they don't make any. They don't. They're done.
There's such like a multi-industry conglomerate now that they don't have to do anything with video games anymore, and they're still making money hand over foot. They're doing just fine.
Yeah, because their pachinko market, which is more so gambling.
I mean, but they have full, like, it's not even just pachinko. Pachinko is one very small fraction of what they do with gambling machines.
Yeah.
If you go to Las Vegas,
I mean,
if you go to Las Vegas, 40% of the machines are Konami. Like, just the slot machines and video poker machines. Like,
actually, here's the thing. Yeah, I worked at a casino here locally. I worked at a casino, and I noticed almost all the machines there were Konami.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So they have a huge like international gambling machine market that they're still doing. Within Japan, they've got insurance companies and health spas and all sorts of different things that they manage and own. So, as I said, the gaming market has just kind of become a lesser aspect of the company.
Well, here's
overall.
the thing, especially nowadays, you can't make as much money from video games as you can, you know, what they're doing currently. They're making more money doing what they're doing than they would off video games.
Games are less of a risk. It's less of a risk.
And if you want to believe it, statistically, games are on an all-time low. Actually, the gaming market is crashing. It's coming down. It's going down. So there will be a day where like there's going to be only indie developers making games.
That's right. So game developers,
I think
developers
trend
out
is
there, study, damn it. Stephen King.
All right, let's talk about the stuff inside this room so we can move on.
Yeah, we'll leave the cafe shortly. We gotta talk a little bit about Silent Hill 1, but as I said, we're all super Silent Hill nerds, so this is gonna go off the rails in a lot of different topics, I'm sure. Nothing out of the usual for our playthroughs, right?
Can I say something first and foremost before we talk about this poster?
Please.
This game is, I would say, a love letter to Stephen King. It pretty much is.
Oh yeah,
in every regard.
Stephen King and David Lynch.
and it pretty much proves it that like one of the first things you see is this poster, which is an iconic highlight a point of Stephen King's career.
Yeah.
Yeah. And do you know the story behind it? If anyone wants to mention.
Yeah.
The
So
story.
please go ahead and tell the story. But this is always an interesting one because that is Stephen King himself. That is actually
All right.
him.
Yeah, that is Stephen King, and it's an actual picture that they took from Stephen King.
Yep.
From a one of his last newspapers that he wrote for his college. I think it was a college.
Uh-huh.
Let me see if I have it written down so that I can get this right. I don't want to go off memory if I don't have to. Yeah, here it is. This poster, it's crediting the author. Of course, it's obviously saying, hey, this is a love letter to Stephen King. And let's see here. Let me read it. While attending the University of Maine, he spent 3 years as a columnist at the Maine campus and wanted to go out with a bang by picturing himself with a shotgun and the words "study damn it" as the front page of the newspaper. But this wasn't well received. It turned out to be an over-the-top joke. It was just a dark joke. And it was a statement on the importance of learning. Basically, just study damn it, right?
Yeah. It's because I mean, when you think back to the time of like the kind of education marketing for like the 60s and 70s when Stephen King would have done this, that was when you'd have like all the things that like give a hoot, read a book, you know, like that they make fun of in like The Simpsons and stuff like that, where it's you know, like cartoon characters telling you to read and stuff like that. So the idea that Stephen King would kind of give a dark twist to that, where it's just a guy, it's just him looking grizzled.
It wasn't well received. In fact, they pulled a lot of the newspaper because of that cover, because people didn't receive it very well. So they had to round him up and throw him in the garbage.
And it's so like kind of low res, it's hard to tell if you can't tell what it is in the game. It's Stephen King holding a shotgun, pointing it towards the viewer.
But it shows how much this team knows about Stephen King, because even most people don't know about this.
It's a really obscure reference for them to pull.
Very obscure.
So it shows just how much time and effort they spent. You know, they were deep fans of all of the things that Stephen King and David Lynch, all the influences that you see throughout the games.
I know for a fact that the biggest fan is Owaku, but I know Keiichiro Toyama probably liked him too. But Owaku's the reader. He's the one who read a lot.
It's funny because like talking with Ito a bit through like Twitter, I've managed to ask some questions, and he's super active on Twitter where he'll respond to a lot of things.
Yeah, he does, to the detriment of a lot of the facts that in the real Silent Hill experience.
Well, hey, you know, most of it still holds up. But what's interesting...
Well, Mary was in the trunk, after all.
As it turns out. And you even had Guy...
in the back seat.
You even had Guy talking about that at some length in your interview, an SH2 playthrough with him. One of my...
And he mentioned that too, yeah.
Yeah, one of my favorite playthroughs that you've done, getting Guy and Dave to join you and shed so
By the way,
much
guys,
insight.
if you don't know, might as well mention, yes, I had Guy Sihi on a live stream, but the live stream was on Hitbox.
Yeah.
I wish it was on Twitch. It would have built my followers, but no, it was on Hitbox. That went away. I did manage to grab the archive version of the stream.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, definitely.
Actually, after this stream, I'm going to make it public. So if you want to go to my channel,
that would be
you
awesome.
can watch the original archive VOD of the stream.
It's
and
really good stream. I highly recommend it.
We'll definitely retweet it and everything with the team Twitter and things like that, and really put it out there if we can.
Yeah.
So yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I highly recommend it. You did a couple of streams like that. You did that with Guy Sihi and Dave Shoffley, who joined partway through, and then
and I didn't know what to talk about with him, but also he was really tired. He was just getting off work.
He seems to be kind of there and chilling, but even
you know,
that...
it's really funny. I rewatched the stream and I noticed that he fell asleep at some points.
Hey, so it's a lot of work, you know. He's working hard out there.
Yeah, he worked hard, and he was just getting off work, and I bet it was well past his bedtime.
But that was cool that he was able to join you even for a little bit. And as I said, still a lot of interesting information. Getting the specifics on how he made the vomit sound so gross, using the cup of water, and stuff is great.
puke.
All right, I am making those videos public now. Go ahead and watch them whenever. Not after the stream, of course. Don't watch
Yeah.
it now.
Unless you have three monitors.
I
Then
mean,
you kinda
yeah,
could.
it's pretty standard.
Well, that would
now.
be a lot of
People
voices.
watching
I think
everything.
They can't handle how many voices now.
Yeah, right.
So, a couple more things here in the diner, and then we'll move on. I promise. But it's a pretty standard Nub Silent Hill playthrough when we spend 4 hours and don't even leave the diner. But we've got the study, damn it, the love letter to Stephen King posters right there. We've got our medieval madness pinball machine, which is just kind of interesting. Maybe someone like
I
that
have a little something
specific
to say
one
about the.
Oh,
the pinball machine is that is an actual replica of medieval madness.
mm-hmm.
But as for its inclusion, there's no real reason. Nobody knows why. But some say like the wiki, and we know how accurate the wiki is.
Oh yeah.
Some say the pinball machine it's from Children of the Corn, but no,
It's
the pinball
not. machine
machine in that movie is Medusa.
Yeah,
So
it's
I
a
don't
different
know where
machine.
they got that idea. But I did actually read Children of the Corn, the book, to see if it was referenced in the book, and no, it's not even referenced in the book. So I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, there's a couple different things where people said that it was mentioned. They said that it was one of the machines that you can see in the arcade in Maximum Overdrive, which is also not true. There's another similar kind of pinball machine of the era, but it's not specifically Medieval Madness.
So yeah, there you go. And Portishead.
Portishead can't go past the diner without talking about Portishead.
Like there's a lot of love for Portishead. It's mostly Akira Yamaoka. That was a big fan. There's also references to other musicians, which I think we'll bring up in the school. But then there's one that a lot of people don't know about, which we'll bring up when we get to there. I'll bring it up.
There's a couple great ones. If it's the park bench.
What's that?
There's the park bench music reference. There's the teacher list.
I didn't.
What's going on?
Oh well, then we're in for a treat.
Well, you're gonna have to bring it up.
What? Oh, we're definitely gonna show that one later. Hell yeah, that's my favorite one.
And then I've got a little bit of story about talking to Ito on Twitter about the music reference that's in the school.
So anyone knows what's going on with that radio?
I don't know, but I'm getting my eyes.
I know that's a common joke you guys get.
Out.
Radio.
And then they replace radio with something else. Huh, blank. What's going on with that blank?
With that mustard bottle.
What's going on with that stream?
There was a stream here. It's gone now.
That's actually Ravenheart's offline screen.
It sure
on his
is.
screen.
It is.
It is. Oh my god.
So
Yeah,
there it is.
Someone photoshopped it for me.
Yeah, there's we've got our fun, clever things. I actually just made a new thing. I'm going to show it. I probably won't have a whole lot of reasons to show it. I mean, hopefully, right? But I because I've been having some the occasional technical problem where it's like I don't want to just go to a straight be right back screen. I was like, I should have a technical difficulty screen. Bam.
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
So that's what.
They should have that sound effect of him falling flat on the ground. I love that sound effect. It really makes the joke. It's like you just hear that thud, and it's just so hilarious.
All right. So that's more or less it for the diner. Our first enemy encounter. There's a lot of other little details there, but
I was gonna say there's a lot in that diner. So
I love picking up the items on the bar and getting that reverse shot, so you see the glimpse of the air screamer outside the window. It's very reminiscent.
Yep.
Again, I played this after Resident Evil 2 back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very reminiscent of the liquor when it goes past the window.
Yep.
Love it.
That's very cool.
Love it.
This was actually, if you guys really want to know, this came out after Silent Hill 2. So who copied who? Or if it was copied, I don't know. It was a very common trope back then.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. This came out after Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
So it is
common.
kind of it's a cinematic horror trope, but it's something that specifically in that scenario, it's very reminiscent between the two series. And obviously they pulled reference from each other. I would say this Resident Evil and
Yeah,
Silent Hill did
sure,
over the
yeah.
years.
Can I expand on that a little? You know, it's kind of
Yeah,
funny.
go for it. I'm just gonna run around the
It-
town and pick up some keys since we kind of explored
Hell
earlier.
yeah.
Let's go get those keys.
Get those
My
damn
favorite part.
keys.
Well, it's kind of funny that people, like so many people, said Silent Hill basically ripped off Resident Evil, the formula of Resident Evil. But if you think about it, it really like it took the formula and it flipped it on its head as well, because Silent Hill is a fully 3D rendered game, and the whole game fits on one disc. Even the soundtrack, this whole game fits on one disc.
And it's
And
actually
Resident
only
Evil 2.
300 meg or something like that, so it doesn't even use the whole disc.
Yeah.
And they don't
Yeah,
even use
and-
everything they've got. There's sound files
Yeah.
and stuff that are unused. Like when Harry talks to himself in the Kaufman side quest. He's like, man, that guy was pissed. It's only in the trade demo.
And just and such a rush too. Yeah, that dialogue actually I think was supposed to be programmed to play, if you met all the requirements for it.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I can't verify this, but I think maybe it does play in the PAL version.
No,
the
it
game.
doesn't. It
Doesn't?
Yeah,
Okay.
not in the PAL. It's only in the trade demo.
Well, I know there were some other glitches that they ended up fixing for the PAL version. Like the newspaper was a glitch. You're supposed to meet the requirements for the newspaper to show
Yeah.
up about the boiler explosion.
A lot of that I imagine happened like because when you look at the release order, the North American version came out first, then the PAL version came out, and then the Japanese version.
Yeah.
So as like that couple of weeks or months between each release, they were going back and changing elements of the game, and some of it's kind of minor. They tweak some text, like some dialogue. Like when we looked at the mess on the ground at the beginning in the alley, in the PAL version, Harry says Jesus, like he's
Yeah.
exclaims differently, instead of just kind of being like, what is this?
And then there's actually dialogue that says something about how this must be about the fire that burnt down so I forget what he says exactly, but he comments on the newspaper article.
Yeah,
but
after reading it, like there's
but it never plays in the game. I don't know why.
There's a streamer on Twitch who's been around for some years who's done a lot of deep diving on the various differences between the versions, named Orofine, who he found a lot of really interesting stuff with like the difference in sound files and text changes and very minor camera angle changes and stuff.
Yeah, I'm really enamored by the cut content stuff that they found, like the unused enemies.
Yeah, a bunch of unused enemies.
Some of the enemies, I kind of like. It makes me feel bad. I wish they were in the game. Like the one that kind of looks like the dogs. That thing is frightening.
Yeah, and that's another one. I'm gonna bring up. We should have like a counter in the corner of the stream. How many times I mention Masahiro Ito's Twitter? But he commented on that too, where somebody brought up a lot of those unused creatures and things, and he was like, yeah, those were just animation tests. They were never intended to be in the game.
By the way, I looked up and we were talking about the file size of the disc, and a standard, I think, CD was 650 megabytes.
So that's half of a disc.
Silent Hill was, I think, is like barely, what I'm looking at is correct, it was like barely a third, is 240 megabytes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so
that's
what I
impressive
found right
with
here.
how much there is in the game, with all the audio and all the different areas and everything.
It
like
kind of
how open
fluctuates
it
from
feels.
from like 260 to 290 from what I'm seeing, but yeah, it's like not even 300 megabytes.
So
So
I was
yeah,
kind of,
that's kind of wild.
I was going to continue my point about Resident Evil. The crazy thing is that it kind of came full circle now here in modern times, where people are like they swear up and down that like without PT there'd be no RE7. Like it's kind of funny that like so many years ago people said without Resident Evil there'd be no Silent Hill. And now it's like.
And I was going to actually continue my thought based on that thought, was that it's a different interpretation of survival horror too. Resident Evil is a completely different formula of survival horror. This is a different interpretation of it.
Definitely.
So, a lot of people like to say they're similar, but they're not. They're very different concepts indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For one is based more on psychological aspects. The other one is more in your face B horror movie kind of inspiration.
It's very
This one's
like
based on
sci-fi
Kubrick.
as well, with a lot of its kind of crazy chemical.
Yeah, because
and...
Keiichiro Toyama really likes the occult sci-fi stuff.
Darn.
Which he actually did work a little bit on Silent Hill 2, I learned. He was involved in Silent Hill 2 for like half the game, probably.
Interesting.
So he kind of helped Owaku. You know, him and Owaku worked together, I think, to make that game. And then when he was done, he left and went to Sony to work on the Gravity Rush series.
Yep.
He also made Blood Curse before that. Siren Blood Curse.
Yep.
Also called New Translation.
Is that really
reimagining?
New Translation? Is that the actual?
That's what they call it in Japan. Yeah.
Interesting.
An English title. Sometimes they do that.
I love Siren. It's just super hard. It's a very frustratingly hard game.
But
it makes
Blood
me feel
Curse
stupid.
is actually easy. Blood Curse is much easier.
I never played it. I've only played the original Siren on PS2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Siren 2 is easier too. Like the second one that never came out in the US.
Yeah, I haven't played that either.
It controls a lot better than the first one too, so it's much more fun to play.
So here's kind of going back to the game here, where while we were sitting and talking and kind of going over some other stuff, just to kind of give a breakdown of like how this intro section normally goes. You're kind of trapped in the town without really a way to progress. And it's always interesting watching people play through this for like, that's one of the wonders of Twitch is you get to watch people who've never played this game play it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I love it.
And some people I notice will kind of wander through the intended way, whereas some people will kind of wander around the town and just find the keys way before they find the house that they're supposed to go through. It's an interesting little setup for like a first puzzle. It encourages you to run around and explore and find stuff in the town. You're kind of making these like logical connections of you find the note about the doghouse, you go and examine the doghouse. It says it's on Levin Street, you check your map, you go and find Levin Street. So it's giving you like that very direct kind of idea of what to do with the puzzle. But then also thematically, when you're looking at like each of the keys, you're starting to get an idea of kind of how they theme the puzzles and stuff, where you've got the key of the lion, the key of the woodman, which is supposed to be like the Tin Man. It's an armored guy.
It doesn't look like a woodman.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be
Unless
like
he cuts down trees.
That's what I think it's supposed to be, is like a mistranslation of like a woodsman. A person who has an axe and cuts down trees, and it's supposed to be the Tin Man with his axe and the Scarecrow. So yeah, we've got our 3 Wizard of Oz references, and we get a lot of that sort of like fairy tale children's book, sort of theming from puzzle to puzzle. And I really like the way they use that. They tap into those sort of like what would be on Alessa's mind, that if the town were to just take these aspects and make something out of them, what are these sort of thoughts and elements that would be in this child's mind? So I really love
everything is based on like children's books, or like the Grimm story. What are they called? Stories, Grimm or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. There's so many variations on it. There's a show.
Red Riding Hood, was it?
Yeah.
Like those stories that included that story.
It's Grimm's fairy tales. There's like a show now called The Brothers Grimm.
Yeah, I got it mixed up.
And I always do the same thing, where it's like, yeah, the Grimm fairy tales.
Because a lot of people didn't know it, and since this is one of the most obscure stories told in a video game, because you're just as in the dark as Harry Mason. Harry Mason is more so the player avatar, and most people they have to think about what's going on behind the scenes, because what you're told by Dahlia isn't necessarily what may be happening.
Yeah.
So you got to think beyond that. You got to actually look past what she's saying and actually try to piece together the story yourself to actually understand it. So it's a really difficult game to understand. It took me many years to actually get it.
Yeah, same. It was a long time, many years of playing the games. Honestly, it wasn't until probably Silent Hill 3 where I started going back and replaying the games a lot and really trying to sort of see how they piece together.
Hey, Wild Accusations. Just greeting the chat.
Oh yeah.
Still watch the Silent Hill HD collection video, and it still makes me laugh. Awesome. Love the Dark Souls and Bloodborne deep dives on your YouTube page. Yeah, I did have a little bout of Bloodborne Dark Souls lore. I was actually the first person to actually uncover the fact that Yosefka in Bloodborne is an imposter, and that's what really made those videos really blow up. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's another series that's like very similar to Silent Hill in its attention to detail.
I was gonna say that, but you said it. So
sorry, I didn't mean to.
So
steal your
I would
words.
recommend everyone here, if you love Silent Hill and you like that depth and that attention to detail, and you like to uncover and unravel the story, kind of it's like a puzzle in a puzzle. If you like that kind of stuff, then I would definitely recommend picking up and playing Bloodborne. I would love to see a sequel.
I've heard that same sentiment before as well, with the storyline and things of that nature.
Yeah,
it's
excellent.
Not anything like Silent Hill, but I would say it's a survival horror. Honestly, Bloodborne, it's just a different interpretation.
It's a different kind.
Horror.
It's more.
A lot of people.
Action,
it blows a lot
I
of
guess.
people. Like it blows a lot of people's minds when I tell them that Dead Rising is a survival horror game. The very first one, anyway. And people go, "What?
Yeah.
How is it a survival horror?"
Where's Ecdysis to comment in chat? One of our good friends, Ecdysis, very prolific Dead Rising speedrunner.
I'm a big fan of Dead Rising.
Knows a ton about those games.
I'm going to be playing a lot of Dead Rising in stream. So if you like Dead Rising, follow me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, by all means. And
Silent Hill.
And yeah, Fungo, if you see anybody else in chat shouting you out, feel free. I mean, you're here. You are getting on Twitch with us. So if you see anything in chat, by all means, feel free.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to interact with the chat here. So if you guys have any questions, I will answer.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best to multitask right now. I'm just trying to release the video that I said I was going to release right now.
Yeah.
But and then keeping up with you guys.
Sure. But yeah, they know us, so don't worry about that. But you're here, so they know us quite well. They've already said everything they're going to say to us. You're the new blood here on Twitch.
just in case there is anybody who's kind of joining in and just now figuring stuff out. We're very lucky to have Fungo here joining us. For those of you who do not know, Fungo has been a prolific member, very active member of the Silent Hill fan community for ages. Your YouTube stuff alone goes back like almost 13 years. And I know you've been active on like a lot of forums and stuff well outside of that. So you've done, of course, all your work with Twin Perfect and the Real Silent Hill Experience, which is probably how most people know you. But you've also done a lot of contributions. You've been maintaining the SilentHillMedia.net website, which has been a great source for a lot of those audio files and screenshots and high-quality videos and stuff from each of the games, all the cutscenes and tons and tons of just assets and things from the games. It is the media of Silent Hill. It is SilentHillMedia.net.
And people have been waiting patiently day for me to finish the Silent Hill 4 section.
I know. I still refresh it. It's the first thing I do every morning. Is I go
right now. All the strike throughs on the side. Yeah.
It's one of those games that is kind of not fun to play at a certain point, and you know why. So
nobody knows that better than Mr. Enigma here. Like,
yeah.
If you need
once
somebody...
you have to start backtracking, that's when you want to start complaining about the game every step of the way.
Me and Silent Hill 4 have a little history, so It was like the first game I ever speed ran, and I used to have world record on it, and I did it at AGDQ 2.5 years ago, and I just can't escape it. Even now, I have this downpour world record. It's like Silent Hill 4 is still there, but yeah, we all know what part of that game where it turns into something else.
Yeah.
I'm very aware of it.
So, coming back to some of our references, we mentioned Portishead and stuff back in the diner, and kind of how that was most likely put there as a reference to Yamaoka, Akira Yamaoka, more than anybody else, who his music and the style of his sound design, like you can get a lot of that sense of inspiration, where he definitely pulled a lot of the way that he utilizes certain sounds and elements of trip hop and down tempo to shape a lot of the feeling of his songs and a lot of his stuff.
He was
throughout the
deeply
series.
inspired by Nine Inch Nails, and it really shows.
Yeah,
he doesn't
9 Inch
have any. I
Nails.
don't think there's any reference to it, but you can tell in his ambience.
Yeah, so for a long time I figured, just kind of out of the basic assumption, ritual of the holy assumption, that all of the music references would most likely come from Yamaoka being the sound guy. However, I got to talk to Ito a little bit on Twitter about this, because he was just talking about random stuff, and he brought up a thing on Twitter where he was reminiscing on designing the Otherworld Midwich for Silent Hill 1. When he was modeling this, he posted an album by Aphex Twin, and he was like, this is what I was listening to the most while I was modeling the school. Like, that album is something that kind of inspired him, and
of course, as a result, sorry to interrupt.
No,
Chris Cunningham's music videos were a big source of inspiration because of that.
Yeah.
And he makes music videos for Aphex Twin, so
exactly. So there's a lot of interesting connections there, and
lots of connections.
And I started to kind of think, well, maybe the Sonic Youth reference would have been something from Ito's side, as something that he was like kind of listening to alongside Aphex Twin and 9 Inch Nails and all these other things. And he said that it was most likely Keiichiro Toyama who put in this reference, who was apparently the big Sonic Youth fan.
And then Kay Gordon ended up being an actual character reference later in Silent Hill 3.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
and Origins.
And we find out, yes, it is a female character, just like the real Kay Gordon.
The real Kim Gordon of Sonic Youth. I said, cool little references and connections, So we got our clues here. I played this game so many times before I really figured out how to piece this puzzle together. Like, I kind of just went and wandered around and solved things without ever solving this kind of the intended way. I don't know about you guys.
I think a lot of us can relate to that.
So we've got these 3 pieces of paper written in blood.
This is my first time ever playing a game that was deep on the riddles. I didn't know what they meant. They had anything to do with any puzzles. It was just, I just guessed a lot of the time.
Yeah, this was some pretty complex stuff for the time. I can remember there was so many different levels to puzzle games that I really enjoyed around the time that this game came out. And there was Resident Evil stuff, which is relatively easy. It's mostly just a matter of finding the thing that you need and getting it to where it needs to go.
And it was long after I already figured these puzzles out that I understood what these meant.
Yeah, same. Because it is kind of
it's oh, that's what that meant.
Exactly. it didn't click for me until many playthroughs through. Because Resident Evil, kind of that basic level, puzzle setup. Silent Hill, things get a little more advanced, where you've got slightly more abstract notes and things. And then beyond that, I think of games like Myst and Riven, where it's even more abstract and obscure, and there's so much information. You basically would always play. I was the kid who always played these games with a notepad next to me and wrote down everything, you know, because I never knew what I was gonna need.
I always like to think that the first section of the game where you're just kind of roaming around town is kind of like the first test of patience, whereas when you get to the school, that's like the real test of, hey, are you really up for this game?
Yeah, this
Because
is
it's not only a hard area to traverse through, but it's also filled with puzzles and strange writings like this one where you just kind of don't really understand it and you've really got to think for a while.
I myself have experienced this, and a lot of people have who I've talked to that played this game when they talk about playing it their first time. Almost everybody I talk to, and again myself included, quit this game at the school at some point, usually on a first attempt or like a first playthrough. It was definitely
probably did. I just can't remember.
I hear that a lot too.
Sometimes I feel like I'm the only person who figured out the piano puzzle when I was a kid on my own. I feel like I'm the only person.
I was gonna say that's just like the dilemma with Dark Souls. Everyone quits at the Asylum Demon.
Yeah, like it's your first really big test of you
go, whoa,
can you handle what this game
I think
has?
I bit off more than I can chew. I'll put this game down and come back to it.
Yeah,
that's what it's like.
Because that's how it was for me playing this as a kid. I made it here to the school after several hours of wandering around the town, finding the keys and figuring all that much out. And then the school was just so intense with the darkness and the monsters and the loud music and the confusing pianos that was as far as I made it. I didn't go back and replay Silent Hill 1 and finish it until like 2 years later after I'd already gone and played through Silent Hill 2.
That's right, Meow Yen. This is the Dark Souls of horror.
Nailed it.
Everything's the Dark Souls of something.
Yeah, I was gonna say we were talking about those common phrases earlier. That's similar. That's one of those ones that's up there with like, this is a weird looking Silent Hill.
We've heard that one before.
Maybe Dark Souls is the Silent Hill of action RPG. Ever think about that?
Ooh,
I mean,
there you go.
That does make more sense chronologically. So yeah, this puzzle.
By the way,
there's a puzzle here. 10 o'clock alchemy laboratory. Gold in an old man's palm. The future hidden in his fist. Exchange for sage's water. So we get all these little hints towards like several different puzzles that need to be solved to kind of progress through the school. And the thing that never clicked with me was the times. I never knew what the time at the top meant. You know, darkness that brings the choking heat, flames render the silence. You know, once you play through the game so much and kind of figure out what's going on, you realize what each of these references. You know, a place with song and sound, 12 o'clock. A silver guidepost is untapped and lost tongues. Awakening at the ordained order. So it's like references to the piano puzzle and the silver piece that you're going to get. Reference to the acid and pouring it on the statue of the old man's palm.
There's a few references to alchemy too. Beyond this.
Yeah, there's a lot of alchemical references in this one, especially because this is the one that has all the like
the occult stuff,
Haggith doors and everything at the end, where that's all from. Isn't that all related to alchemy? It comes from.
I don't remember exactly where it comes from.
The greater book of alchemical demonum,
I know those
or whatever.
Those symbols are actual symbols.
Yeah, they are real things, and that's what I'm saying. I think it's related to. I think they're related to alchemy, if I remember correctly.
And I like how they come on. They actually come on the screen right before Cheryl on the TVs in the mall.
Yeah, yeah.
They like flash on the screen. You do see like the Marco Samael pop up, I think, in those images too.
Mm-hmm.
Which we have learned later is also called the Talisman of Metatron, which proves that Dahlia was misleading you with the negative connotation of the name.
Yep.
You don't find that out till the third game. The Seal of Metatron is what it actually is.
And that is the positive way. That's the actual name that the cult uses. But the Mark of Samael, perhaps maybe that's what the outsiders call it, and it's a negative connotation.
Yeah.
It's like, you know.
Because there are people within the town that are not part of the cult that are still aware of it. You have people like Kaufman. So you've got these people who are like kind of aware of what the cult is and know some of what there doing, maybe very little, but you'd have.
What about? There's a lot of people. What about all the children in the school right now?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah,
I'm baiting a joke, and it didn't work.
exactly. I saw what he was doing. I'm a comedian, I know.
So the hands are stopped at 10 o'clock. This is the whole connection you're supposed to make with those notes. Is like, this is the order, like the sequence of actions that you have to do. You've got the first you have to use the acid on the old man's palm, which is the 10 o'clock reference on that note, and so on and so forth. So it's just kind of one of those elements to solving these puzzles and kind of getting through the school that I never made that connection. I just kind of ran around until I found which door was open, and I was like, hey, what is this chemical for? What is this statue hand? With never making the actual time connection.
Yeah, something we haven't talked about
Boys.
is yeah, while you're fighting all of these gray children, something we haven't really talked about is how this game handles combat and how it's a lot different from Resident Evil, because in Resident Evil,
Oh,
you
it's
just
way
kind
better.
of you just kind of have to make a a kind of a tactical decision on where you want to stand and where you
Yeah.
want to position yourself,
Like it-
whereas in Silent Hill you can move backwards and forwards while shooting.
Yeah, being able to move while aiming and shooting, and
That
I
was
said
already an evolution from Resident Evil.
simple stuff like
Mhm.
being able to strafe and like quick turn and run away from situations. Like, yeah, it as rudimentary as it kind of seems now, and it's definitely like these controls definitely did not age the best, but they are still 100% functional for the game. It's one of the things that has always kind of fit the game, and they just improve on the basic mechanics and stuff from game to game to game. Like 2 uses pretty much all the same things that a lot of people tend to complain about, but it just cleans it up and does it better. And then 3 kind of cleans it up and does it a little better. And then 4 says, screw this, and ruins it.
Yeah, it sure does.
I really hate that 4 is lacking the
Why,
the tank
why
controls.
didn't they just like take and reskin 3, and why didn't they take that engine and just make it, make it the same exact gameplay? It would have been fine. Well,
'Cause it had to be
Sad.
different. It had to be different.
It had to be different. Yeah.
well, you got to give them credit for being different. at least.
The project goal of Room 302 from the very beginning was be different.
Be different. So, but Konami was like, also we need to have sales like Halo. So
Yeah,
make
but
that
also we need to sell it.
And also, we need this out immediately, so we're gonna put it out a year after Silent Hill 3. Like, we need it out now. So
Yeah, they were pushing for sales. Obviously, they didn't want to wait.
they didn't, and they did not.
It's also kind of like Resident Evil 3 released so close after RE2. It
Yeah,
didn't
same thing.
have as much acclaim at the time. It became a cult classic, of course, and it probably became the most infamous and popular speed game in the series.
Yeah,
But
and it is.
yeah, at the time, RE3 was too similar too soon.
Oh, definitely.
And that's the thing. Like, RE3 did use it's basically RE2, but with Jill and Nemesis. So it uses a lot of the same stuff, a lot of the same assets as 2. And you're right. I didn't think about that. That game did come out like really close to 2. And I think a lot of people were still really taking 2 in at the time because
2 years after,
yeah, like
it kind of
attention.
got overshadowed a little bit.
I actually think it was like shorter than that. Like
It was only a year after, a little over a year.
yeah, like 3 came out really close to 2, relatively.
Well, what day did 2 come out?
I'm looking that up. It came out in 98. I know that. Let me see.
No, 2 came out in 2001. I know that.
Resident Evil
3
2.
came out. Oh,
No,
we're
no,
talking
no.
about Resident
Yeah,
Evil.
we're
Resident
talking about
Evil,
Resident Evil. Yeah.
Yeah, they did rush Resident Evil out. yeah.
Raven mentioned how closely Resident Evil 3 came out to 2, so I didn't really think about that. So I was just thinking out loud.
Oh.
But yeah, that's another good comparison. I didn't think about that.
His hand.
I think Silent Hill 3 was even though it was kind of the same, pretty much same engine and everything. It was different enough
Yeah. It
compared
was.
to 2, 1 and
I thought 3 was plenty different, and it definitely had a different take on the story. As a matter of fact, it is, if you think about it, which it took me a while to really come to this conclusion, but it is pretty much a remake of the first game in a lot of aspects and regard. Like, you got characters that are, it does do a lot of symbolism with like mirroring and doppelgangers and stuff like that. And the reason is because it's pretty much a parallel to the first game in a lot of regard. You got characters like Kaufman, which is a parallel to Vincent, or the other way around. Vincent is basically like the Kaufman character.
Yeah.
And then you got Dahlia and Claudia, and then you got, you know, stuff like that. There's a lot of parallels.
And at the end of the game, they reuse a lot of the rooms and environments from 1, but they're upgraded in the PS2 generation visuals. So there's a lot of that there too. And I thought that was really cool about 3, was you could see all those areas in higher resolution with more detail, like the classrooms and Alessa's bedroom and things like that.
And a lot of people were hating on Silent Hill 3 because of the fact that they just reused a large part of the town and it doesn't change too much. And that it's more linear than 2 because you don't got to explore around too much. You can't really explore as much as you did in 2. But it's no less, it's no less linear than 2 was, honestly. So I never really, also people complain that it was short. Back in the day, they complained that Silent Hill 3 was too short, but really, in all honesty, it's about the same length as 2. It depends on how you play it.
Yeah, just a lot of it depends on how you go through the game. Like 3 can wind up being one of my longest games to play through if I'm taking the time and actually reading everything, because there's so much to that game. Like, compared to Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2, Heather comments on everything. So you're just like, you want to go through the environment and just look at everything. You tend to take it.
And I really love that that dialogue, explanation on objects, because it really gives you a lot of insight into the character without it being invasive and truly immersing you.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just, what the fuck? What was that? What the fuck? Every 5 minutes, like most games nowadays.
Yeah, these days, because attention spans, like I was saying, like attention spans are so short these days. And back in the day, like going back to the RE2-3 thing, I think people were still taking RE2 in when RE3 came out, and that's why, like what Raven said, RE3 took a long time to kind of sit with people because it came out so quick. And I think Silent Hill 4 has kind of done the same thing. Like, I remember when Silent Hill 4 came out, a lot of people did not really
that
take
game
to it.
got
like,
a lot of hate.
It got a lot of flack, but over time, like, you don't really see a lot of that anymore. Like, a lot of that has to do with what came out after it, but
I feel like that's
really.
I feel like
that's
the
a lot
biggest
of it,
thing.
but a lot of people are just like, I liked Silent Hill 4 when it came out, but not enough to argue people that didn't like it. I was like, I totally get why you didn't like it. So I'm not gonna get into that. But nowadays,
I didn't like it when it came.
But nowadays, it just seems like people are at least just more warm to it. It's definitely the weak of at least in my opinion, the weakest of the original 4. But people are a lot more warm to it for nowadays because of a lot of factors.
Any of you Silent Hill fans want to tell me where Silent Hill Hospital is?
I'm sure there is a hospital called that somewhere.
You think we can find Silent Hill Hospital?
I'm gonna Google it.
Google Maps.
So, getting back to pop culture references, have we mentioned yet that this entire school was basically designed from Kindergarten Cop?
I don't think we have. No.
I mean, we got to mention it.
Posters were pretty much taken.
I feel like the Kindergarten Cop thing, it's a good bit of information. First of all, because it's accurate.
It was their basis for what a school in America looks like.
I would say, anytime I bring up Silent Hill and like kind of Silent Hill facts, like fun facts with people, the 2 most common that come up are Centralia, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I got that one 3 times already.
Earlier today, I was watching one of my friends play Silent Hill 3 for the first time, and I had to correct somebody on the Centralia.
Of course, there's always somebody. So that's always the first one, is like Centralia, and then oh my god, I just completely blanked on it. The
There's
kindergarten,
a lot of misconceptions.
The kindergarten cop thing. Those are like the 2 most common ones. So I need more people to know about the Kindergarten Cop thing so that they can overtake the amount of people who talk about the Centralia thing, and maybe eventually no one will talk about Centralia, Pennsylvania, and Silent Hill in the same sentence,
because I
unless
still
they
see
specifically
top-
mention.
I still see top
movie.
10 things you didn't know about Silent Hill
Yeah.
videos that mention Centralia.
Yeah, there's one that came out like pretty recently, like just a couple of weeks ago, and that was the like #1 comment. If you go and look at the comments on that YouTube video, is all the people posting and saying Centralia had nothing to do with it. It was from the movie. So at least people out there know now. Like, but for a long time, and still it's pretty common. One of the most common misconceptions.
It's right alongside the like top 10 videos where it's like Burger King foot lettuce.
Number 5, Burger King foot lettuce. God, yeah, it's basically someone with that voice. Like, did you know Silent Hill was based on a real place burning in your mom's butthole?
Oh boy.
Speaking of fun Silent Hill misinformation,
So what was the misconception about
Centralia?
No, about the movie Kindergarten Cop.
Oh, I mean, there's no misconception on that. It's just that it's a weird fact that is also true. It's that it's
okay.
Like if you were to ask any kind of random person who only slightly knows about Silent Hill stuff, those are the two things that are most likely to come up: is Kindergarten Cop or Centralia.
Also, I have something to talk about with the nurses. I thought was interesting when we get to the hospital part, because it turns out it's not a tumor. Just wanted to make that joke.
It's a good
bad
it's a
joke.
good-
But
it's
No,
a
no,
good
no.
joke. I mean, it's okay.
We're
That's
all
what we're here
about-
for.
We're all about the bad jokes. We're Harry Mason, damn it. We need some dad jokes.
I think we just saw the Harry Mason back jump right there, the little bunny
Oh
hop
yeah,
backwards.
there's look at the agility. Like this is a man who could balance across a beam, no problem.
I use that back jump a lot to get out of grabs.
It's
That's
a
yeah.
perfect arc.
But it doesn't save me from the lizard. Sometimes it doesn't.
Wow.
Oh, that
Still
lizard!
gets me.
The split head lizard is such a pain in the ass. Have you ever done any challenge runs and stuff like knife only or like anything like that?
Here comes.
No,
Smush
I
percent.
should, but I am gonna get bored eventually.
Here comes whoosh percent.
Whoosh percent.
Whoosh
oh
percent, the
Lord.
best
Yeah.
category ever invented for Silent Hill speedrunning. For those unfamiliar, in this game you can get a katana as a new game plus weapon, and the
Oh,
katana.
everyone knows my video about the katana, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's seen that video.
So you can swing the katana and it'll move Harry forward and make Harry fly. And literally, we've done categories of
What?
We've done categories of speedrunning this game where you use only the katana. You don't use any other.
You just fly through the game.
You
with
don't.
the
You're
katana.
not allowed to use any other movement. You can't move Harry
There-
normally.
There you go, Meow Yen. Need to go to the mall? Take your katana.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you don't pick up the katana, you're missing your one and only rare opportunity to fly.
Exactly. And it's an opportunity worth taking. And as said, the category is super hard but super fun, just for kind of how stupid it is. Because it's essentially just beating the whole game without normal movement. You can't walk normally, you can't quick turn, you can't strafe, you can't hop. All you can do is swing your katana to go forward. So
Well, I mean, it's fun except for
a couple of instances are less
boss.
fun. A couple of instances are less fun. Trying to deal with the split head lizard with just the katana is scary as fuck. Because it's always a one hit kill, so
That is scary. I don't know if I could do it. Too scary. Also, speaking of scary, I do want to mention the fact that if you turn off the music in the options, this game is not scary anymore.
yeah, the audio, the music,
The music makes a big difference.
That would be an interesting experiment because I don't think I've ever done that when I streamed Silent Hill 1. That would be
Well,
interesting.
back at when I used to play this religiously, like every day, I would turn off the music just so I can get through it without the tension and just to have fun.
Yeah.
Mhm. That was always a lot of people when, like, kids talking about this game on the playground type of days. That's what I remember a lot of my friends saying is like, oh, you got to turn off the sound for this game because it's way too intense. Somebody want to talk about Fungo? I mean, you've got the bird chiming in already.
Well, the bird's getting fed.
So if you would like to read through this and maybe give a little explanation on this interesting piano puzzle.
Okay, and really quickly before we get into this, I do want to share the link to the event that I was talking about, the live playthrough,
Oh, yeah,
unedited,
yeah.
with Guy CE
Yeah.
and Dave. I'm gonna put that link up in the chat, and if you guys want to follow it, it's gonna premiere tomorrow, and I may be a part of it, so I can watch it with everyone and kind of comment over it.
Yeah,
But
that would be great.
If you've never seen it in the past, that I'm definitely recommend you follow and check it out tomorrow. Have it set to premiere around, I think 3 tomorrow, 3 Central.
Yeah,
Nice.
when I hung out with Guy in Atlanta a few months ago, he actually mentioned this, so he still remembers it very fondly. So definitely, definitely check that out.
I haven't talked with him in a while, but we really, kind of good friends for a while, and
Yeah,
just stopped talking.
I got to meet him in Atlanta when he was down here.
How long ago was that?
Back in March. It was about 4 months ago.
Oh, not too long ago. So how's he doing?
Pretty recent. He's doing great. He's full of energy, man.
he does have a lot of energy.
He does, but it's
I did meet him in
energy.
person not long after the stream. I met him in, I think, Chicago.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool meeting him. We actually had pizza. We sat there and ate pizza.
That's what we did. Yeah, he was at a pizza place. Yeah,
he does that a lot with his meetups, where it's
Yeah.
pizza places or bowling alleys.
It was a good time.
Because that's what fans want from Silent Hill.
I hate bowling.
For the opportunity to eat some pizza and bowl with, James Sunderland, of course, that would be
right.
a very
the
surreal
dream.
experience. I've never gotten to meet them. Like the only people out of the development team or people involved directly with the game that I've got to meet are the band. I'm one of the convention directors for an anime convention in San Antonio called San Japan. And several years back, we booked the Silent Hill band to come and perform at the convention. So it was Akira Yamaoka, Mary Elizabeth McLean. They had their tour drummer. It wasn't Joe Ramersa. It was Israel Uloa, who still tours with them. And their bassist, who I always forget his name. He's a young Japanese guy who had just joined for the sake of that performance at San Japan, and he still tours with them too. They signed one of my guitars. Super nice people.
Neato.
That's always good when they're super nice. Always a good thing.
You never know when you're meeting idols.
I know you don't. You never know. You don't know.
Well, the last person you want to meet is Edward Norton.
Oh,
really?
Uh-oh.
Do you have like an Edward Norton story or?
Oh no, I never met him.
Oh,
but
okay.
Stories.
The way you said it made it sound like very, like you were reminiscing
Yeah.
on
He's
this
one of
this
those
bad
actors
time. Like
that-
fuck Edward Norton.
He's pretty much been blacklisted from the industry. I did see him in a movie like Birdman he was in.
Yeah.
But no one wants to work with him.
Wow.
No one likes him. Not even he doesn't like being approached by fans. That's just a common thing.
Some people are like that, I guess.
He'll drop kick you. No, that's just a rumor.
Well, speaking of Birdman,
Birdman. Here we go.
let's learn about some birds,
Ravenheart,
man.
You're a Birdman.
Wait, what?
You're a Birdman.
So we've got our
What do you want from me?
So we've got our tale of birds without a voice. Anyone would
And
like?
this is great because that title is obviously a reference. You got to give them their voice by playing the notes on the piano.
Yeah, I love that the title itself is part of the puzzle to be solved.
And like all other puzzles, I went back and figured it out after what it meant.
Yep, I solved it purely by accident, like messing around.
You're just hitting keys and then click click. Oh, that must be a good key. And then ding dong ding click click. Oh, that's another good key. So maybe I have to click all the keys,
Yep.
But for a good long time, I just sat there playing the notes on the keyboard. And when I first played it, and I was making music with it, it felt pretty good.
Yeah, I do the same thing from time to time with playthroughs of this. I like to do that on Shattered Memories as well. There's a little musical toy box, a little.
Memories.
Yep, they do a similar thing.
Okay, so first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward, white wings flailing. So right there, they give you a color indicator for a reason, because color's important. Why is the color important? And then you notice in the next line, they don't mention color. So you're supposed to kind of infer what color we're looking for just by the bird that they're mentioning,
Mhm.
which is really hard for people, especially younger people like
Yeah.
the age we were when we played this.
I said I was 11.
Because inference is a thing that we learn as we get older. Some people never learn it. So that's just, it's a very complicated puzzle. So a pelican is white and it eager for the reward. It's the first one, but we don't know if they're going Japanese right to left, or are we going left to right on the keyboard. We don't know, and that was always a point of confusion for me, because I don't know what's first, the right or left.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's pretty common with Silent Hill puzzles. I feel like they give you enough information to overthink, so that you can kind of start getting really wrong conclusions by kind of thinking or focusing on certain elements too much. I can remember trying to solve this as a kid, as a little 11-year-old who was a music nerd. Like I've been a musician pretty much my whole life, so I was very familiar with music and playing piano at the time that I played this game as well. So I used to think, I can remember trying to figure this out and thinking that the capital letters were the notes I was supposed to be hitting. So like F for first, E for eager, and like D for dove, like going through all the notes on the piano.
Oh my God, is that true? I mean, does it actually go by the notes?
No, it doesn't.
Keys?
Not at all. But it's enough for my brain.
Where you can overthink, yeah.
Yeah,
But
for
you
my
can
brain, I was
overthink
overthinking
this
it.
because they do capitalize those sometimes.
Yeah, and I was like,
So-
why are the names of the birds all capitalized? And then I start trying to think about
Yeah.
like, is it significant? And
But
it's
then you
not.
run into letters like P, and then you go, oh, there's
Yeah,
no
I'm
P
like,
on the
well, maybe
keyboard.
that's supposed to be something else, or maybe that's the ones that are bloody. Like,
It's not. It's like a mist riddle, but not as mist like.
Yeah.
Mist is one of those puzzle. They have those puzzles that you have to overthink, otherwise you won't figure it out.
Yeah, you really have to find like the right stretch of logic that they're looking for you to figure out.
You can actually play a song on this piano that I know how to play. You can play the little main theme to Eyes Wide Shut. I like to mess with
Oh
that.
my God, yes. It's just two notes. Dun, 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 dun. It's that. I love that main theme. By the way, I didn't read that other part, but we can't go back now. Okay, a
We
raven
can.
flies in.
We can go back. We can start all over. We can look away and then look back at the board. I imagine
Okay.
that's what Harry does whenever
All
you
right.
like.
Then came a silent dove flying beyond the pelican, so you know that because it's as far as he could. So you know the next note that you're gonna have to play is what is it? Dove colored. Everyone knows a dove is white, so it's the next white note as far as you can go. So you play the first one, and then the one as far as on the keyboard that you can go. So next, a raven flies in, and we can infer a raven is black, flying higher than the dove, and we can infer that the key is above that one. So it's the
Above
black
the
key
dove.
above the dove, just to show that he can. A swan glides in, which we know is white, to find a peaceful spot next to another bird. So it doesn't actually tell you where the swan glides in here. Then you read on.
it's just a peaceful spot next to another bird. So there's
Finally comes out a crow, black, coming quickly to a stop, yawning and then napping. So we can infer that it's the first black key from the right after that. So we would assume you have to kind of figure out where the peaceful spot is.
yeah.
Who will show the way? Who will be the key? Who will lead to the silver reward?
I want it. I want that silver reward.
So basically, it does leave it open enough that you have to figure out where the peaceful spot is. Sometimes I go to a peaceful spot in my mind.
Hey, look, there's Jesus hanging out up there.
Literally.
Yeah, it's Jesus.
We get to see him later in the Balkan. Okay, so now we've got each paragraph kind of giving us our corresponding color of key and more or less its position.
And you know what's crazy is if I ever forget the solution to this, say I haven't played Silent Hill in a year or something and I come back to it,
Mhm.
is I always go to that riddle just for a quick and easy reference now that I understand it.
Yeah. Especially once you know it, it's just enough to kind of put the rest into place. So does this mean anything? We check the piano. This is another one of those elements of like they give you enough information to make you overthink. And I feel like the blood on the keys, they make it so distinct. It's like, oh, like these very clearly look like they were pressed down with some pressure. Like, do these keys have any sort of
say that?
And it doesn't relate to the solution at all.
Actually, that was my first thought when I actually tried to solve this puzzle.
Yeah.
Is like, do the darker blood spots mean anything?
Yeah, that was the initial thing that I went to, and then I said, my music centric brain at the time went to maybe it's the notes.
So I would say the main problem with this riddle is it doesn't give enough for you to go on based on where do we start, from the left or the right, or to the right?
Yeah.
So do we start from the right or left? Most people would start from the left because, well, in America,
it's a typical kind of
left to right.
reading left to right. If you're progressing up the keyboard,
But
playing
I
piano,
think they
you're kind
kept
of going
it the
from left to right.
Japanese right to left, and so you gotta go from right to left in this case.
No, with this one, it is all left to right.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. So going from left to right, first flew the greedy pelican, eager for the reward.
So play all the keys.
White wings flailing. So that eager reward means he's stopping quickly. Like he's eager. He's getting there.
From the left.
From the left.
Okay.
So everything's coming from the left. So once you play each key and you get, okay, this one doesn't make a sound. This one doesn't make a sound. So these are our birds without a voice. So that one does.
You can learn which ones are the birds just by which one doesn't actually make a sound. Those are the birds.
So
can I interject for a second? Talking about the whole left to right thing. You notice how in later Silent Hill games in their puzzles, they always put a little line in there, include a little line that kind of like denotes that it is left to right.
Yeah, it's,
like,
I was thinking about the coin puzzle.
Yeah.
The coin puzzle in SH2.
They learned later that they had to be a little bit more clear because not everyone starts from the left.
Yeah, that it's a cultural thing.
And also in Silent Hill 3 with the books, there's a little line in the hard version that
it mentions you're ordering the Shakespeare books from left to right.
Oh yeah, I love that Shakespeare puzzle, don't you, Raven? I know you love.
Did you see
it's the best?
Did you see that Jeremy? Did you see that Jeremy Blaustein publicly apologized for that on Twitter?
No,
he publicly apologized.
Yeah,
after all these years. He was like, I'm sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry about the Shakespeare puzzle, guys.
I guess I understand. Not everyone has read Shakespeare. Because it's kind of even on easy, on easy, it skips it. So just play it on easy. There you go.
Yeah, you just got to look at the numbers on the back of the books.
Heather herself said she didn't. Heather herself said she didn't read two of them.
Yeah, two of them.
Even the main character doesn't know anything about Shakespeare. So it breaks my mind that she can solve it.
So I guess you can make the assumption that she has the books now. So she just sits down there in the library and reads like 3 full Shakespeare books to complete her knowledge to solve the puzzle, right?
She sat there and read it for hours.
She sat there for hours and read all of the books.
Actually, that'd be days because that's long.
It's a lot of Shakespeare. It's a lot of Shakespeare.
And she was like, forget what I was doing. I'm just in my own mind right now reading Shakespeare, and this is my happy place.
Lazy Tiger had a funny little part in his web comic about that. Pretty fun.
Yeah, shoutouts.
That was an actual joke. Someone.
Oh yeah, shoutouts to Lazy Tiger. He has a great web comic called Survival Horror in Short Skirts. It's a really great crossover comic, fan comic of Silent Hill and Resident Evil. And I said, if you're a fan of survival horror, it's a lot of little in jokes and stuff like that.
That puzzle's so hard that I don't even think Shakespeare could solve it.
Possibly not.
Yeah, especially now, right? Anyway.
Yeah, see, I got kind of lucky because when that game came out, it was like, gosh, a year and a half after I'd graduated high school, and in my senior English class, the second half of the year was all Shakespeare. So I was kind of sort of familiar with it a little bit, but still not really enough to be able to like figure that whole thing out.
So the wiki had it wrong until like earlier this year, like recently, right?
Yeah,
really, that surprises me.
Until I fixed it. I was streaming it one night and I was like, well, I don't want to. I was just really tired, so I was like, let me just find something to read, and I read it. And I was like, they've got the code wrong. This is wrong. I had to go fix it.
There's a reason why sexual frustration became a running joke, and it's because
Yeah.
of the wiki.
There's a lot of
There's a-
running
there's a
jokes
lot of
because of
running
that wiki.
jokes. Yep.
It's somewhat cleaned up now. Like, it's better than it used to be, but there's still a lot of weird misinformation and nonsense on there.
Well, they get confused between what's theorizing and what's actual fact.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue.
And
love
we're not
how,
going to go on about the meltdown. We're not talking about that.
No.
meltdown.
We've I've got a whole. I don't even know if I still have that command. I think I may have not remade it since I wiped my computer. I used to have a whole command.
And it
linking-
wasn't just about that. It goes from foreskin to like American politics.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's everywhere.
It goes all over the place, and it's like, okay,
Every conspiracy
Obviously,
theory.
you have shit on your chest that you need to get off, and you decided to put it on the wiki.
Somebody had some
And,
personal issues to vent.
Yeah.
And Nub actually got visited on his stream one night by
Oh, no way.
by that gentleman, right?
Yeah, Alex Shepard
How did that go?
was there for a story
Oh.
playthrough.
Was it Alex Shepard that
Maxie
did it? Because
remembers that.
Yeah, I had to deal with that.
Because Alex Shepard actually administrates like many other wikis.
Oh,
like
yeah,
World of
yeah.
Rose Wiki.
He's still very
Um,
active. He's still out there, man. You never know.
Well, that's an honor.
Lurking
for
around
me.
corners.
It was a long time ago. I think it was like at least 2 or 3 years ago. But
About 2 years ago.
Yeah,
Now.
it was
yeah.
totally stopped by, and I've
Yeah,
never seen.
was he looking for Josh by any chance?
I don't know. He was looking for something. I don't think it was Josh,
I
but
think
I've
he
never
is.
seen. I've never seen Maxie that fired up.
He was definitely looking for some attention and
Definitely.
spewing a lot of nonsense during story playthroughs, which was
Well, he's
hilarious.
Like Alan Moore.
It was fun. It was fun.
So he's like a
Well,
crazy
we
guy.
often get stuff like that during these playthroughs. We'll get people in the chat that are trying to derail conversations or like that they want to argue, you know. But
Let's go ahead and solve this puzzle
Sure. And one thing I wanted to bring
That's a
up here,
good idea.
since
because
we,
I'm sick of staring at this.
since we talked so much about getting the actual solution, I'm just going to plug it in here and a little bit of extra information for people looking to speedrun this. Since I know Fungo, you've been picking up some speedrunning and stuff on these games.
Yeah, I'm getting better. I mean, I'm relatively fresh in the speed run, area, so I'm new.
So the analog stick moves your cursor faster in this game than the D-pad. So for every
I didn't know that.
So for every puzzle where you're moving the cursor around, like on this, and like in the in Nowhere at the end when you're pushing all the buttons on the door and making the pattern, you can do all that faster using the analog stick.
If I recall correctly, it saves like 11 or 12 seconds over the whole course of the run,
Yeah, it's not
which
insignificant.
is like a lot for this game now.
It's a huge amount for this game now. This has gotten really, really optimized by a lot of people actively running it and grinding the fuck out of it.
Yeah.
Aaron and Punchy and
Aaron and Punchy for sure.
but a lot of people have been really plugging away at this game for a long time now. Plywood, I said there's too many people. There's a ton of people. Shout out to the Silent Hill entire speedrunning community.
And I never, I was gonna say something about, I never really mentioned it, but I did come from YouTube. I don't know if people know that in the chat. What happened?
Did my game freeze?
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
No,
there-
no, that's normal. It always pauses like that.
I just don't remember it hanging for that long.
And my YouTube has like 117,000 subscribers, and you wouldn't think it, but based on how many views my last few videos have been getting, but I decided to switch over to Twitch, and I haven't regretted that decision. I think I do very well on Twitch.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
gonna.
I feel like the format for Twitch is so much better too, because when you look at like so to get in a little bit more about like you and a lot of the videos and stuff that you do with your channel, you did get kind of a lot of backlash and stuff from like your Resident Evil videos and stuff like that. Really unwarranted stuff too, like the level of it that people
Well, I was
were...
being very objective in those videos too, and I think people hated that. They wished I would actually was subjective.
Yeah, but it's one of
with my
those.
opinions.
But it's one of those things where it's so different when you look at like the Twitch side of things, because since it's all live, you can kind of respond to people's commentary immediately. Like, you don't have to wait for someone to get angry and leave a comment and, you know, all of that stuff after the fact when the video's already out and you've said your piece. You can kind of explain as you go, like, why you're saying, you know, why you're explaining something and why your opinion is the way that it is. Like, I personally was not a big fan of The Evil Within, and I had a lot of people during my stream of my first playthrough of that were just like, why are you shitting on this game? How can you hate on this game? And I'm just like, watch my playthrough. Like, everything I'm complaining about is happening in real time. Like, as I
so you actually have your live commentary as
I play it
that,
for the first time.
That's better than an offline video, actually.
Yeah, I said I feel like it lets you hold discussion more immediately so that people can kind of understand.
The first Evil Within is what you're talking about.
Yeah, the first one. I've still yet to play the second one.
Even though it was nothing but praise for me when I played the first Evil Within.
Yeah.
So that just comes to show it's really just what you get out of games.
Yeah, it's all opinions.
It too.
It's all opinions. It's definitely not something people need to get so worked up about, but it's interesting the way that it winds up.
I really like the concepts of the Evil Within one, that they kind of continued the trend of that concept I was talking about, and that the remake of Resident Evil 2 was lacking, was the fear, which doesn't have an official name, which is that fight or flight kind of unexpected scenarios, you know, that panic, which the Evil Within did have a lot of that. You know, and it did have a lot of like trial and error, and I for one appreciate games that implement trial and error, but not many people really like trial and error. That's why most games aren't anymore.
Right.
And games that were trial and error, where you learn through dying, like Dark Souls.
Yeah. And I will say
games that were like that have changed and are now, like Tomb Raider is one of them.
Yeah. And I will say that was an element of The Evil Within that I really did enjoy. I liked that there were so many different ways you could approach
it did
situations.
Have some slow down. It did have some issues overall.
I mostly didn't like it for the narrative, like the characters and the progression of the story. But mechanically, it's a very solid game. It's fun to play.
As far as the story goes, it's a lot more psychological than Resident Evil was. So it wasn't what you expected in storytelling, and it does actually coherently come together. It just, you have to really think deep about it.
Yeah,
the story does make sense.
I mean, I definitely understand it. It's one of those ones that I spent plenty of time after playing it, kind of researching it more and looking more into kind of the meaning of a lot of the more symbolic elements and stuff. And again, I'm a big Silent Hill nerd, so I kind of look and analyze at games that way anyway. But
yeah, I figured you did.
But it just came off as kind of being, I don't know,
there's the mark of Samael,
Matrixy, and a little corny. It was a little corny.
A little bit. The sequel did create some plot holes though, and I really thought the sequel was a lot worse.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know. What'd you think of the sequel?
See, I haven't played it yet. I've heard nothing but good things from most people. But
I can talk about it a little bit because I've played both of them a lot, and
so did I.
I like the first game better because I just feel like it's a little more simple. I don't really like the whole open world, like little town thing they did. I kind of felt tacked on and wasn't needed at all. The like going into the little like underground corridors and everything felt very boring and samey. And but you could really tell with the story of Evil Within 2 that they were trying to overcompensate for all the people who complained about the disjointed nature of the first game story.
It was so easy to understand. It was so basic.
But at the same time, it's like you're like you never knew his wife from the first game, so it kind of felt like you felt very unattached to her at all.
I felt like the dialogue and the actions of the characters were nonsense. And the dialogue was really bad, but the actions of a lot of the characters made no sense to me sometimes. Also, yeah, they didn't really establish the proper motivation. You know how Silent Hill 2 establishes that with, you know, his search with Mary. You know, they really have to, you know, they really did a good job with that, making you interested in finding Mary. But in this one, it's like, I don't even know what his wife looks like. I don't even know anything about her. Wasn't she a bad guy at the end of the DLC too? So it's like, why do I care?
It's not. it's hard to get
holes.
hooked. It's hard to let it immerse you, I guess, when you kind of have that detachment from
And
a lot
also,
of the
there's
characters.
the fact that they changed the personality of Sebastian. Like he's a different guy.
Oh, yeah.
completely.
Mhm.
Yeah, oh yeah. Like he's just like a
he doesn't even
determined,
look the
vengeful
same.
man. And in the first game, and like he's more like, what the fuck? I just want to get the fuck out of here. Like he just wants to get out. That's it. And somehow they force him back in, and it's all so contrived in the second one, I think. But I think there is a lot of legitimate criticisms for the first Evil Within because it's just too long. There's too much they tried to cram into it, and like some of like you go from scene to scene, and you feel like literally it's like two
Love
different
this room.
games at one point. Yeah, anyway,
I was gonna say this room always gets me. Hard to get around those children.
Oh yeah, and I don't know
Yeah.
if you saw at the start, but I'm playing on hard mode, so
I was
I'm
gonna
also-
ask. Yeah,
I'm
what
taking a lot of
difficulty?
damage from these guys. I'm getting
Getting
hit quite a
body-
bit.
Oh yeah, new game. I learned recently, and I just accepted it. I didn't really realize it was getting more difficult. It scales in difficulty every time you beat the game,
Yes.
and I never
Yep.
realized that. I just kind of went, "Oh, this seems harder." I thought it was just me, but then I realized, yeah, because they're throwing new enemies at you that weren't there before. Like for instance, I don't know if you guys know this, but later on in the sewers, you might actually see it. You can run straight past those clawfinger enemies,
Mhm.
and run straight past them and run right to the ladder and get up there and go to the carnival.
Yep.
And have fun. Okay. So, but if you kill those clawfingers, they're gonna spawn more clawfingers, and then they're gonna actually trap you in the corridor leading to the ladder, and they're gonna throw some enemies from behind creeping up on you and some from the front, and you're gonna get it if you kill those two clawfingers. Actually, it's only one clawfinger on a normal difficulty.
It varies actually because it's a little bit random what spawns right there. Because there's a couple different.
Hajime says 3 behind and 1 in the front.
So I said
Oh,
again,
no, it
it's-
was different. It varied. It actually was different my last.
yeah, and it's not just a difficulty thing. Like literally, just doing speedruns on easy, like for any percent. When you get to that hallway, it's always a mixture of it can be one clawfinger, sometimes there's two clawfingers, or sometimes there's a clawfinger and a scratcher. So there's a weird mix of things that can spawn there, and it's different. As I said, you'll get more on harder difficulties, but even on easy, it'll kind of mix up what shows up in that part of the sewer.
And speaking of clawfingers, I find it very interesting the PAL version of this game. In the Japanese version of clawfingers in the school instead of the stray children. Probably for copyright reason or censorship
Yeah,
reasons.
Yeah.
International
yeah, yeah.
censorship.
Because
They had
look too
so
much like
many-
children.
They had so many issues with the mumblers, like initially implementing him into this game, where they
Yeah,
have
they had
like
to
a
go through like 4 different variations to actually get approval.
because they've said in some old interviews where they were talking about there's like an ethics committee that they have to run things through with Konami, just to basically kind of make sure that things aren't too over the top for certain regions, and that's where a lot of that censorship came from, because they had the original mumblers that looked like kids, and then they reworked that into a more monster style, and they reworked that into the mumblers that we see in the game now, and then
The Book of Lost
even
Memories
for
kind of
PAL,
goes over that.
yeah, and then even for the PAL version and Japanese version, even that one that was fine for the US release wasn't fine for overseas, so it got changed yet again to just replace them with the claw fingers altogether.
And they do mention the fact that the original for the stray child is in the game still. It's just a shadowy, translucent.
Yeah.
It's the penguin sounding one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I always called it a penguin. I don't know if
squeaky-
penguins
the
really
squeaky-
sound like
the
that.
squeakies.
Squeaky babies.
Yeah, the
The
squeaky
squeaky
babies.
But if you look at it, it's basically like a toddler, about 3 years old, probably, with a tail. If you look closely at it.
I like,
you know,
Nub's,
I like
Nub's
this.
name for him.
This right here is very. This gets you psychologically here. The fact that you're actually going between floors here.
That threw me off so much when I played
Yeah.
this game, and I'm like, you're trying to figure out where you are, so you can like look at
You
your
look
map.
at your map and you go, "How did I get here?"
So you're like, okay, here's this, and you're just like going around, and you know, it's a survival horror game, so you're checking every door, right? As you do. And then suddenly you're just in this little hallway that's cut off from everything. You're like, wait, what? How? Wasn't I just here? And
And
check
you get
this, you're
confused
on the-
because you're like, I'm trapped now. I'm
yeah,
trapped.
and you're like, oh, this is a totally different floor. Now, how do I get back where I was? Yeah, this definitely threw me off quite a bit on a first playthrough.
I really love the parallel to the picture card door to the real world. Well, the dark, foggy Silent Hill in the office in that same exact spot where the picture card door is. There's a painting of that.
Of the door.
And
Yeah.
That's a really cool parallel that they put into the game, and I like how Harry comments on it. Poor taste.
Yeah, it doesn't seem
I
like
mean,
the
to
kind
be
of thing
fair,
appropriate for a school, but
Exactly. I was about to say I agree with him. It's
And do
definitely
you
not
know
appropriate.
what the meaning, what the whole deal is with the key picture card and the door, what the symbolism is behind all that?
I don't have anything on that, like specifically. If you
I don't
have any
either.
more information, I'm open to it, because I've never really found a super strong connection to what that's supposed to really be.
I have something that not a lot of people know. This part right here. Believe it or not, there's a right there on the wall, that writing reference, and there are a lot of similarities to the movie and the book written by Dean Koontz. Yeah, Dean Koontz, called Phantoms.
Yeah.
And this is
Ben
a reference
Affleck
to
was the
movie
bomb in
Phantoms.
Phantoms.
Yeah, he was really good in that. I also had that funny guy that was in like every movie back then. With the tentacles. I think that's where they got the tentacles too, because he turns into a tentacle monster at the end. Also, they fight a butterfly, like a really big moth butterfly, kind of like this game. That's one of the enemies. Okay, I want to mention that this Leonard Rhine Monster Lurks is unlocks a book that lets you gives you a strategy on how to fight the final boss of this area. But it's interesting how it's a reference in that it is the author's name and then the book title. And in Phantoms, they see something written on the wall. It's in lipstick. It says Timothy Flight and then the ancient enemy written under it in a similar manner. It's written on a mirror. It's written on a mirror, actually, and that's how they know to contact an author who happens to know about what's going on in a town that randomly gets dark and has it's empty. It seems like no one's there. It's a town very similar to Silent Hill, and you know how they get there? In a YJ Wrangler, in a red one.
Yeah.
And there's shots at the very beginning of the movie that are very similar to the introduction of Silent Hill 1. So you got them driving around,
the foggy, curvy mountainside road.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's a foggy, curvy mountainside road, and they're driving in a red Jeep.
That YJ Wrangler specifically.
And then when they get to the town, it's empty, and they go through it, and they discover that there are some dead bodies, and they meet Ben Affleck, and then it gets dark randomly. And there's shots very similar to in Silent Hill 1 of when it gets dark in an alley. There's an alley scene in the movie that's very similar. So there's a lot of similarities to that movie, Phantoms. You should watch it.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
It's not a bad movie. I mean, halfway through it kind of derails like all Dean Koontz, but
it's still absolutely worth a watch.
I feel mean, it has that same like that the town has kind of like this is an entity in itself type idea. Same kind of concept.
I feel like there's like a list of required viewing for if you like Silent Hill games, if you call yourself a Silent Hill fan, here's a list of things you should watch. I feel like Phantoms is 100% on that list. Jacob's Ladder, 100% on that list. What else would you include with that? I would say Blue Velvet, David Lynch, Blue Velvet.
Speaking of Jacob's Ladder, there's that remake coming out soon. That looks interesting.
Oh boy.
It sure is.
It's going to be different.
It's going to be very different. Ito commented on that on Twitter as well. Add one to the counter. Where Yeah, like he's not a fan. He's got a very special place. Like the original Jacob's Ladder is important to him, and he mentioned how big of an influence it was to so many people on Team Silent. So he's not thrilled with the way the trailer looks.
I wasn't either.
Yeah,
but...
there's the actual quote, Yoshio-kun, thank you. Makes me not want to go to the theater to see it.
Yeah, no, when I saw that trailer, who would want to go out of their way to? It didn't look interesting on its own merit, honestly. But
Yeah, I mean, it looks interesting.
You got to give the movie
to the.
But yeah, I'd say you got to understand that you know sometimes trailers just aren't up to par. The movie ends up being amazing. Sometimes.
That's true. Yeah.
Sometimes the trailers are the only good thing about a movie, like Us. But I'm not going to get into that. Like everything good that happened in that movie was in the trailer.
And
It's
that's
always-
how it shakes out sometimes too.
It's always frustrating with a lot of movies that do that and then change what's in the trailer, like so that it's different in the movie or it's not in the movie at all.
The Fabs makes me not want to sympathy with Jacob. That trailer.
Makes me not want to sympathy with Jacob.
It's terrible so much.
It's terrible so much.
Nothing
There you
inside.
go.
So of course, since we're making references to it here, love a lot of the stuff that you did with the real Silent Hill experience. You were telling me a little bit how a lot of the humor and like a lot of the comedy and stuff kind of came from your end with making that and helping to create it. And it's something that I've always really liked. A lot of your humor towards the series. There's a lot of jokes and stuff that you make in your videos that I still can't help but think about whenever I'm playing these games. Anytime I play Silent Hill 4 and I get to wheelchairs, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, that'll teach you to wheel. Like,
that'll teach you to wheel. Yeah. I'm just off the wall with my ideas, my humor. My sense of humor is just crazy. But yeah, my involvement in the real Silent Hill experience was it was pretty 50-50. I mean, we sat down, we wrote together. When I was a part of Twin Perfect, it was basically just me and Rossiter. It was a two-person team effort. A lot of people seem to think that Fuge was involved more than he was. I mean, he was mostly just an actor.
Yeah.
And helped the teleprompter. Helped us, keep up with the lines that we actually had a teleprompter.
yeah.
Most people didn't even notice. It's better than memorizing lines. Let me tell you, I wouldn't be able to memorize all that.
Can I ask? I know you were recently doing a little bit of behind the scenes stuff, so I don't know if you talked about this already, but another one of the moments that I always kind of cracks me up when you've got Fuge coming out from behind the couch and saying the other world.
The other world. Yeah.
Was the I love the delay when that happens, where you're sitting and waiting for it to happen. Did you come up with that? Did you write that in? Or was it like Fuge had struggled to like get up from behind the couch and that kind of natural
both our
comedic
idea
delay?
the whole time. I don't know who exactly came up with what, because it was always like, we were talking and who knows who brought it up first, but
Just kind of brainstorming while you
we always knew we didn't want to say the other world, and we didn't want to continue the idea that it's called the other world. That's not an official name. I know that Silent Hill 3 did capitalize it and put a space in it and made it sound official,
Sure.
but we thought it would also be a funny running joke if we just had Adam say the other world for us every time, or if we just said it wrong, like Augabal, like the Ukerberg.
Yeah.
Like we don't even say it. Like, so that was the whole. It's a long running joke where we just never say the word. And then when we have and then we wanted to. Since it's a running joke, we wanted moments that contributed to it or added a little bit to it, added more flair. So of course we had moments that were ridiculous.
Yeah.
And yeah, Triads in chat mentions, doesn't Harry say the other world in this game? He does. He says, you know, it's being invaded by the other world. Where
He
does
also says some kind of other world.
where does Harry himself get that term from? Either way, like,
I don't know. It's just him thinking out loud to himself, not really sure how to make sense of things. That's how I saw it. Because he doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to give. He's just trying to give hints to the player. But how does a game give hints to the player when the protagonist is just as in the dark as you are? So that was their way of kind of doing it. You know, making him think out loud with all his ideas of what it could be. So maybe it's another world. Maybe it's a nightmare. It's like a delusion. It's a delusion overtaking reality. What is it? I don't know. So, but yeah, it's also The Order.
Oh, I
is
need
another one of the that was a part of the running joke, and we did later discover that it was Jeremy Blaustein's great idea to make that an official title of the cult.
Oh yeah, giving them the name The Order.
Yeah, and that happened in Silent Hill 3, I believe.
Yep.
That memo, by the way, that memo changes in Silent Hill 4 because he forgot he already translated it. So he retranslated it and gave it different words. So that's how we got Hope Wish House.
I was always a little bit curious about that, if that was a change in translation thing, because there is a real life Hope House. It's a real thing. Is it Hope House that's the real one, or Wish House that's the real one? What is it in Silent Hill 3?
It was Hope House.
And
That's
then it
what
changes
was
to
in 3.
Wish House.
Yeah.
So Hope House is a real thing. It's it's based in like Russia and Ukraine, and it's an organization, like an actual funded organization, community effort to like to help orphans.
I don't think that was intentional.
Yeah, but it's there to like it's an orphanage more or less. Like they help rehome orphans and things like that. And I wondered if maybe Jeremy put out the initial translation, found out about the real world place, thought that they wouldn't want to be associated with a crazy cult orphanage, and then changed the name for 4. But I've never heard any information or anything to like back that up. Like Jeremy's never really mentioned it.
And when they have a name like The Order, you have all seen how cheesy a story can get when it's focused on a cult organization called The Order. So that's the problem with giving them a name. It makes them less mysterious and less like working in the background.
Yeah.
It doesn't contribute to that paranoia of where could they be, where are they, are they watching, or and Silent Hill 1 does contribute a lot to that to the imagination.
Absolutely. I think having them just sort of be this mysterious group that's a part of Silent Hill, but not everybody knows about them. They are mysterious.
Also,
they
also
work
the
in
fact
the background.
yeah, they work in the background, and then there's they contribute to that with memos in the police station where you kind of can infer that the cult and the police are kind of not getting along, and there's an investigation out on them and the drug trade and everything, and that you can infer that the officer Gucci was okay. So this is where Rosemary's Baby was a big influence, and I think that what they're doing is similar to that movie. Is they take some something that's a possession of someone's like a hat or a shirt or something. In that movie they could take a possession of someone's and do a ritual which causes them to kill themselves or die.
Ritual.
And Officer Gucci, yeah, that's a good one. Officer Gucci dies of a heart attack with no known cause. It seems out of the blue, and he was actively investigating them. And I think that was the cults, trying to impede their investigation by doing that same ritual from Rosemary's Baby. Then we find out in Silent Hill 3 how much of an influence that Rosemary's Baby was, because Silent Hill 3 is a love letter to that movie.
Yeah,
yeah.
So.
Very similar to this game. It's kind of a love letter to a lot of things. Rosemary's Baby is definitely one of the most prominent influences for that one. But you also
I was going to say I was wrong. The Monster Lurks is actually it has the same. It's actually this book. It's not the book that teaches you how to kill the lizard. It's the book that teaches you the story. This book right here, this memo, I keep stressing to everyone, is one of the most important memos in the game.
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of people, if you don't read, they don't realize if you don't read the text that's on the wall, mentioning Leonard Rhine, and the title of the book, The Monster Lurks, Harry does not acknowledge this. Like, he will not read it. There's a lot of interesting progression from like note to note and information to information in this game, where you have to make a logical progression or the information isn't there. So if Harry doesn't know about the book title, he doesn't care to read the book, which means he doesn't care to read something later, and so on and so forth.
This has the exact same purpose as in the movie Phantoms too, where they don't know what's going on. They have like nothing makes sense to them until they see the author's name, Leonard Flight, on the wall, and then the book, and then that's when they start to realize what's going on. The same purpose here. This memo pretty much tells you what's happening the whole game.
Yep, it's the biggest explaining factor out of everything that's so kind of abstract and a little more vague throughout the game. This is some of the most like direct information that you're given.
Yeah, so you have to kind of use inference and kind of you aren't shown anything really, Alessa, until after the lizard fight. So you don't, at this point in the game, this is nonsense. Reading this memo, you won't have any idea. But later, when you see kind of like a poltergeist of Alessa, like just disappear in front of Harry in a beautiful looking CG cutscene, and then you start seeing more and more imagery of Alessa, you can kind of piece it together, but you have to have a good memory to and a good ability to, what is it called, good reading comprehension and ability to infer.
Comprehension.
Comprehension. You got to have that. You got to be able to retain information from the past to apply it to now, which is why foreshadowing is such a big deal in Silent Hill. They foreshadow a lot.
Oh yeah, and
it's
it's
a big
usually
deal for horror in general.
Yeah, because it adds that element of sort of dread that what you're looking at is significant in some way, and you're trying to figure out how it's going to play out. So it's like Silent Hill 2. You start reading about the Red Devil, and you're seeing Pyramid Head suddenly in random places around the hotel or around the apartments, and as said, you start getting that sense of dread of like, oh, I'm gonna have to encounter this thing. But it's not so obvious when you're just kind of reading that little flash note. It all sort of builds up gradually. And this game,
I love those slow builds, but I don't like boring slow builds, like the good slow builds with a lot of foreshadowing. Because like I was watching Black Swan, wonderful movie, lots of foreshadowing in that movie, and they do a good job with it too. It's not even a horror. I wouldn't even consider it a horror movie, but it's really good. And they use foreshadowing very well. I think more recently, Get Out did a fantastic job with the foreshadowing, because after rewatching it the second time, I noticed a lot of stuff that actually tells you what's happening in the movie at the very beginning.
It's crazy. I really loved watching that movie. Let's read this note and then
read it.
And then we'll talk about Get Out.
Manifestation of delusions.
Very important.
It says right there, delusions are manifestations. And someone quoted earlier, it's like that quote from Harry. I refreshed the page and I lost it, but it was a quote from Harry that says, it's like nightmarish delusions come to life, or something like that. And that right there is the explanation for Silent Hill. And not many people really get what that means.
Yeah.
It's not an alternate parallel reality.
Props to Harry for figuring that out. Props to Harry for figuring that out after his first day in the town.
He figured that out, but no one would listen to him. Why would no one listen to him? Anyway, he figured that out quicker than I did. Poltergeists are among these negative emotions, like fear. Worry or stress manifest into external energy with physical effects. Oh, like a Stephen King book. Nightmares have, in some cases, been shown to trigger them. However, such phenomenon do not appear to happen to just anyone. Although it's not clear why adolescents, especially girls, are prone to such occurrences, which is because in every Stephen King book, it's a girl, psychic little girl.
Yeah, almost. Every once in a while,
there's The Shining.
There's The Shining
once in a while, but usually girls.
There's I'm a big Stephen King nerd, so I'm like looking at my shelf behind me. There's one that's, oh god, I can't remember the title. It's a shorter book. It's about an amusement park, but there's a little psychic boy in a wheelchair in that one, named Mike. Mike Ross. What is the name of that book? Oh well.
And I was gonna say, let's see, about that memo we just read. It pretty much tells you that we're dealing with someone's nightmarish delusions. But I also did come up with a new theory, kind of a lore bomb here for you if you never thought about it.
All right.
This is recent. In my recent playthroughs, I realized this, that when the town turns into the dark town with the metal grating and rust and all that stuff, it kind of makes sense putting, when I think about that memo, she's having a nightmare when that happens. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's when, because it says nightmares have shown in some cases, that, for this to happen, this happens when she's probably having a nightmare when she's sleeping. So whenever she sleeps, that's when the town changes.
Makes sense.
And then she's able to project herself when she's sleeping. She's able to project herself only when she's asleep. But when she's awake, the town goes back to normal.
That makes sense. It definitely fits in line with the
It makes sense.
nightmare theme of everything. So. And
the fact that there's a deeper story that didn't even make much sense to me until, like, I was always trying to figure this out. What is she doing? Is Alessa bad or is she good? That's there's a lot of contention behind, like, I mean, a lot of fans butt heads about this, especially with Origins.
I was just going to ask.
Origins is canon, right?
I was just going to ask, how do you feel about them altering the manifestation note and reusing it in Origins context?
I like how they cross it off and be like, no, it's this.
They're like, no, there's another page that Harry didn't read.
It doesn't fit in line with my story, so I have to change it.
Oh, well. Thanks, Sam Barlow. That wasn't even Sam Barlow, was it? That was it?
I was
yeah.
Sam Barlow.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it was.
He still writes games too. I saw him on the credits somewhere at E3. I don't remember which game it was, but he's still writing games. So what's the question?
Was there a question? I forgot.
No. Okay. So yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. Okay, so the point of contention is Alessa good or bad? Well, that is something we can talk about as we progress. That's what it was. Because Origins does say that she's an evil little girl, and that kind of sucks because that's so cliche. Silent Hill 1 was trying to do something different.
Yep.
Very different in terms of this psychic little girl being actually, in most Stephen King books, they're not bad. What they're doing is usually accidental.
Yeah, when you look at stuff like Carrie's one of the really big influences for this one, and for kind of
Carrie is a huge influence.
A lot of the themes around Alessa. There's a Carrie poster we're going to go look at a little bit later in the town. But yeah, it's one of those elements where it's similar to Carrie. She's under a lot of stress, but she has these latent psychic abilities that she's not really in control of.
She has an overbearing, overprotective, religious fanatic mom.
Yep. And giant lizard monsters. So back to giant lizard monsters.
Yeah.
Too bad Carrie didn't manifest a giant lizard monster. That would have been interesting.
That would have been a great scenario.
Instead, she kills the teacher, which is the only person that's nice to her. Why would she do that? Anyway.
She can't help it.
She can't help her emotions at that ripe, young, emotional teenager age there.
So yeah, we've got our book.
Teenage angst is what killed her teacher. All right, hearing this.
And teenage angst is how we're going to kill this lizard, as this book explains.
Exactly. Hearing this, the hunter armed with bow and arrows said, "I will kill the lizard." But upon meeting his opponent, he held back, taunting, "Who's afraid of a reptile?" Right? At this, the furious lizard hissed, "I'll swallow you up in a single bite." Then the huge creature attacked, jaws open wide. This was what the man wanted. Calmly drawing back his bow, he shot into the lizard's gaping mouth. Effortlessly, the arrow flew, piercing the defenseless maw. And the lizard fell down dead. I didn't know what maw meant for the longest time, but I could infer.
The gaping
I was like, "What's
maw?"
maw? I have never heard of maw when I first played this.
A big cavernous mouth-like opening.
But it makes sense. Yeah, so that pretty much tells you how to beat the boss of this. And if you can't hold on to that information for inference later, then you will find yourself in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible to kill that boss without fighting it like the intended way. You can kill it entirely with
Just take forever.
doing damage to its body, but it takes way longer.
Yeah, because it does actually chip it at its HP, little by little.
That's actually the safest way to do it when you're using just the katana.
Oh, really? You can fight him with the katana. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's just very dangerous.
But it's a death wish.
It's you have to be so precise with getting out of the way of the mouth.
This is from an old fairy tale. I remember reading it as a kid. So right there, he's, it's like,
It's familiar
this
to
is like a children's.
and
It's familiar to him, so it makes sense as to why it would be familiar to maybe a certain someone like Alessa, who is conjuring it.
so and
Maybe it's something she was reading.
and it so here's my kind of thoughts on that too. Like, that must be coming from Cheryl, right? That's going to be an influence of Cheryl on Alessa now that their souls are more or less recombined. So
yeah,
like Harry would have been
anything that
familiar,
Cheryl might have known. Yeah.
because Harry would have been familiar with this, and he might have told Cheryl. And once Cheryl was rejoined with Alessa, she could project this creature from this fairy tale that Harry would have potentially told Cheryl at some point.
And I assume that's probably where a lot of it came from, because from what I understand, Alessa didn't really get a whole lot. You get to see her room later on, and you see that she mostly entertained herself with her collection of moths and she drawings, and
Yeah.
she didn't really have a... But she
Yeah,
did have a bookshelf,
Yeah, she didn't have a
So-
lot.
so she did she did read a lot. It does infer that in her room, that she has a bookshelf, and that's why a lot of the stuff comes from children's books.
Yeah.
But you can understand why you fight. What is it? What's the moth called?
Float
Not
stinger.
the twin feeler. Float stinger. What a weird name.
Yeah.
It floats and
Uh,
stings, so
Yeah, you
So
can
it's a float
understand
stinger.
why.
I mean,
You can
I got
understand
it.
Why the floating stinger.
it's funny because there's so much criticism on like the naming structure for the enemies throughout the series, because when you get to like Downpour, you make fun of that with Downpour, scream, right? I mean, go back to the original game, air screamers. I mean, they scream and they're in the air.
Hi
So-
guys, if you're just tuning in, I am most known for my work on the Real Silent Hill experience, but I've been involved in the Silent Hill community for a very long time. In fact, NubZombie, didn't you say something about how you knew me way back when I was like in the community and not really?
Yeah. I said you've been super active in the community for a long time, so like I remember when you were posting some of your early YouTube stuff, and again, this is like 12, almost 13 years ago, where it was like some of those early Silent Hill 1. You showcased a couple of glitches. I think you showed like the amusement park glitch.
And these are all like a lot of people's first time seeing this stuff.
Yeah. That back at that time, like 12, 13 years ago, it was mind blowing to see all those kind of glitches and stuff at the time. And then you were also
I was also the first person to disprove the ambulance end
yeah.
by finding the original post and showing how stupid it makes sense, how stupid it sounds.
Yeah.
What happened was people took that rumor and propagated it and made it sound more and more legit. But the original post that started it all, it sounds like someone's just trolling.
Do you remember
And
like
that's what it was.
Do you remember like a decade ago when somebody made a fake ambulance ending video for YouTube, and
Yeah.
it just made it even worse?
And it only made it worse.
But yeah.
but-
As I said, I've known about you, and as I said, you've been an active part of the Silent Hill community for a long time. I remember you were doing a lot of music as well, and posting music and working with Broken Notes in the day. So you've been
I've
doing a lot.
I kind of the Real Silent Hill experience was kind of I wanted to move on and become a YouTuber that wasn't synonymous with Silent Hill. I wanted to kind of make content reviews on other things, other games too. So I kind of wanted to move away from Silent Hill. People took it as I was leaving it behind. But yeah, I mean, the game series was trailing off and turning into something else. And I wasn't really
Yeah.
interested in the direction it was headed. So I was like, I'll do a send-off. It was originally going to be just like a retrospective appreciation for the old games, just 30 minutes long, I think I said it was going to be. Oh, well, that changed. And many, many hours long. And
a well worth it change.
In-depth analysis and
Would you-
everything.
would you please
In fact,
open-
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm just talking out loud to this fucking lizard who's being a jerk.
Oh, please open your mouth and don't get eaten. You know, a lot of people you know, I guess because of the real Silent Hill experience, a lot of people understood the story of Silent Hill a lot better, thankfully.
For sure.
For that. Also, they understood why. I think a lot of people, I think everyone's in kind of a mutual agreement about Origins not really being canonical because it's a plot hole, and the whole story is a plot hole.
Yeah.
I feel like the majority of fans kind of count like the first 4 games as sort of one set of stories and information, and then everything after that is sort of its own
Yeah,
things.
like the first 4 games are its own universe, and everything after that is just a free for all.
Origins is so fan fiction to me. Like it's just it serves as fan fiction to
Hey,
me.
imagine if we would have gotten their original dark comedy Scrubs version of Origins.
Yeah.
That would have been even a better timeline to be living in. Fungo,
It
do
feels
you
pretty
know about
good,
that one?
What?
The
Yeah, I was wondering if he knew about that.
the original.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, the original Origins. That was Sam Barlow.
Oh yeah.
Who was talking about the original script and stuff for Origins, where it was very heavily based on Scrubs, like the TV show Scrubs, and it was supposed to be more of a dark
What?
comedy. And
Well, at least it would have been different, I guess.
but that was what they had started with in
Wow, nice.
Climax LA.
You're gifting.
Oh yeah, and Raven, thank you so much for the gift subs. Again, everybody, like all the subs, resubs, bits, I've seen all the support and stuff coming up in chat. I'm sorry, I'm not. Usually I take the time to like individually thank everybody for all the support. It gets a little hectic when we've got like 5 of us together.
Yeah, like a lot of
talking
people. Yeah.
about all these convoluted things and multiple topics. So just for the sake of trying to keep the stream like flowing a little bit smoother, alerts are disabled, but again, all the support is very much appreciated. And again, if you're here, if you're supporting me, please go support everybody here with me. Fungo for joining us, and again, being kind enough to be here with us for the stream and talk about all this cool stuff, all these games that we love so much. So exclamation point guest, definitely go and follow and support Fungo's channel here on Twitch, as well as his YouTube is linked there. If you just type exclamation point guest, there it is.
Follow me if you like
Go
classic
follow.
survival horror. I will not only be playing Silent Hill. I'll be 50. It'll be 50% Silent Hill, and I like to go and play other games. I do a lot of games that I missed and I couldn't play before. So like Haunting Ground is one of them.
We should get together and do like some Dark Souls gang squads or something.
Sounds good to me. Hell yeah. And yo,
let's just
Fungo,
not play Fear Effect.
Yeah. Fungo,
What is your problem with Fear Effect?
Fucking hate
God.
that game.
That Fear Effect is an all-time classic, and its sequel,
great.
Fear Effect 2 Retro Helix, is better in all ways.
What were you gonna say now, Raven?
You got to get Outbreak working. We got to get you on Outbreak so we can do some Outbreak, dude.
Yeah, I gotta
Yes.
do that too.
Yes, I've been meaning to play that again. Because back in the day when I did play it, I did not run into teammates that wanted to help, that wanted to actually collaborate with me. They just wanted to run off and do their own thing. That's one of those games that I feel like it's not Left 4 Dead, but people play it like it is. It works better if you all collaborate and work together.
Definitely.
It's much more fun that way too.
So here's our.
So that's it. We
Here's
get
our
to
other-
go to Kim Gordon's house.
Yeah, I'm excited.
We're off to see the wizard.
She's a good singer.
But yeah, I was gonna say it feels good to be kind of influence in a lot of ways with the real Silent Hill experience. It kind of influenced a lot of people's opinions. That was kind of the point, was that we kind of wanted to point out a lot of stuff that people were saying that was incorrect, and we wanted to disprove a lot of stuff so that people can see that a lot of the common misconceptions. Also,
Yeah.
we kind of wanted to show why these newer games are not canonical, as a lot of people are trying to fit them into the canon of the series, and it just doesn't make sense when you do.
Yeah. I mean, and a lot of that it goes right back to Konami. Like, Homecoming with their website information and their diaries from Alex Shepard that list all the events of the previous games. Hell, Book of Memories that just outright says, you know, every major event, every Silent Hill game was the direct cause of a Book of Memories. So
That's interesting.
like
Oh, I was actually such an influence. I guess I ended up in Book of Memories.
yes, you are. I think that's fair to
Yeah.
say. I think that's fair to say you're one of the most influential Silent Hill fans when Book of Memories just flat out mentions Twin Perfect. Like not directly. It's not a direct by name call out, but
Well,
it's the whole
What
note.
were they called? I forget.
The whole note. It's mentioning these two deities that are identical in appearance and without flaws. It's
Trying
just,
to make us into monsters.
it's just slightly different, you know, words.
That's how they look like monsters. We look like monsters. to
God,
Tom Hewlett.
I halfway want to just like stop the game for a moment and go pull that note up just so that I can read it
I think
word for
everyone
word.
reading it could tell right away if they've seen the real Silent experience. They probably read that and they went, I know for a fact what this is a reference to.
Exactly. As soon as I
Two
read it,
prophets,
two
that's
prophets.
it.
Yeah, two prophets identical in every way, and it's something about, you know, going against the old ways or something like that, or that you were preaching the old ways, and it was so stupid. Like
Oh,
it's
okay,
such
here
an
it is.
obvious call out. You got it?
Is this the bench right here?
This is the bench up here.
This is the thing I don't know much about.
This
so
is
I'm
our
curious.
other music reference. Well, first of all, we've got our Pepsi reference on this one.
Yeah, that was a pretty blatant one too.
Yeah, that Pepsi logo that's just stretched out. It straight up says Pepsi Cola on it. And then the
How did they
bench,
get away with that?
this one right here, Gangusta's Paradise.
Oh yeah, Gangsta's Paradise.
Good old
yeah,
Gangsta's Paradise. Somebody was a Coolio fan.
Like I knew what Gangster's Paradise is, but I didn't know it was a reference to anything really.
Yeah,
But I guess it is.
It's literally just that is the album cover for Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio.
Oh, it is the album cover.
It's the album cover for Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio. And it said it doesn't say Gangstas, it says Gangusta. Gangusta. Got that Japanese pronunciation spelling
English.
to it.
Yeah, Fabs in the chat says the Ben Shapiro. You're probably,
not getting
heard
the
me
chainsaw.
mention that.
We gotta get the chainsaw. We gotta get cut right chainsaws now.
Isn't that New Game Plus? I'm just doing a
Yeah, it's
regular
New
New
Game
Game.
Plus.
Because New Game Plus,
Cut
you
Right
get the
Chainsaws
gasoline.
Cut Right Chainsaws is a Chainsaw Massacre, Texas Chainsaw Massacre
Yes.
reference there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now we have
And Balkan Church, I don't know what that's a reference to.
the Balkan. I don't think the name the Balkan was a direct reference to something, was it? It might be. Like practically everything is.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It seems like everything is. That's the problem that I wanted to experience too, is that there's just too
Were
much
you
over
reading that, Belle?
theorizing. People are thinking too deeply about a lot of things. Not, you know, there's that theory that the simplest explanation is usually the correct one, but Silent Hill does break that rule sometimes.
A lot, I would
Occam's
say.
Razor.
Occam's razor, yeah, and Silent Hill, I can understand because there are some
You're talking
things
about
that
Cheryl.
yeah, there are some things, very very subtle things
You know
about
something.
Silent Hill.
I feel like it
But-
takes a lot of playing and reading into things, and again, like we were talking about reading comprehension, to piece together all the little rules of kind of how the cult works, how the power works, and it puts a lot more of the story elements into perspective.
And if
Because
you
they're definitely
understand
not
how-
straightforward.
Yeah, no, and if you understand how Silent Hill tells its story, you'd understand what is inference and what's not, and kind of throw away those theories that just don't hold water. If it doesn't hold water, then you know why even bother?
Yeah.
Because people like to make up stuff, and
Yeah, they do.
I've been in the Silent Hill community for a very long time. People make up stuff all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I don't know if they still do. But
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's
Okay.
a little bit less common now because there's so much information out there. with the internet, and there's so many different like
Yeah, back
videos
then the internet
and-
was still fairly fresh and new, and people didn't have a way of really spreading these big rumors.
Mhm.
I mean, it's always fun to speculate, but the important thing is to always say that you're speculating. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, you don't just try to pass off every speculation you make as fact. Like,
I think that's also another problem is people don't distinguish it as fact or is it theory.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think that's one of the biggest things that I do in the team is that
Bible.
I think I like to speculate the most out of everybody.
Bible.
Can we get some
So who's-
Bibles?
who's,
we get some Bibles in
who's-
chat.
Enigma has the Bible emoji.
Yeah.
Mhm. Sure.
Well,
do.
hey, guess what? I can use it because I'm a subscriber.
Yeah. Brr.
Don't forget Jesus Pixel Nipple.
Oh, of course. I could never forget Jesus Pixel Nipple. I just had to take a moment to reflect on Bible. Notice it is just unfortunately a normal Bible. It's neither walking nor talking.
Yeah, it's just Bible.
It's just Bible.
It's just a Bible.
And then
It's
here we
so
go. Here's
Short and blunt.
here's my punk band name inspiration. Jesus Pixel Nipple.
What a name.
Jesus's pixely nipples in all their
You
glory.
can actually see the big ass pixel that is his nipple.
Isn't it wonderful?
It literally is one big
One
pixel.
big pixel.
His nipple is a pixel. It's funny.
And the pixel is a nipple.
It's just a fun thing to say. Jesus Pixel Nipple. And I'm glad it exists.
Sounds like a band. Sounds like a band name.
That's what
I
I'm
should
saying.
make an
yeah.
emoji. An emoji that's just one big nipple pixel. It'd be the easiest emoji to make, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just that would be so. I mean, I've
Just
already got some emotes where people are like, "What the hell is that?" You know, like I've got
that
like
would be one of them.
I've got like nub
what is
ball.
this? This is a brown block. Like, what kind of emoji is this?
That's the Jesus Pixel Nipple. Maybe I'll put like a little halo over it or something. Excuse me, dog. I want to go to the gas station. No. No.
Super Tuesday.
Dog is eating your lunch.
That dog is the defender of the gas station.
Super Tuesday.
Yeah, he protects the entrance to the gas station. He's always a problem. It's like, I just want to get that gas can and move on.
Yeah.
No, it's not portraying nipples, displaying nipple. Get it right.
By the way, I subscribed to you in anticipation of that emoji we're talking about. So.
Yes, thank
He
you
sure did.
for the subscription. Thank you for the support. Yeah, I've got a good share of Silent Hill emotes. We've got Kissy Dahlia,
I will be using them a plenty.
Crying Lisa.
And are you an artist? Do you draw these or no?
No, most of the emotes and artwork for my channel is done by Trina Wolfie, one of my regulars, moderators. She's been around the channel since almost the very beginning. And then the other couple of emotes and artwork that I've got are done by another regular here in the channel, Colorful Meep. So both of those awesome people do all my emotes and artwork.
Yeah, I like that you actually have the Silent Hill characters, like Eddie one. The Eddie one gets used a lot in my streams.
Oh yeah, Nub Bean. I think it's Nub Eddie. It used to be Nub Bean.
Is that an actual?
The human
yeah,
being.
that is an actual picture that you cropped.
It's photoshopped a little bit to make his head more bean shaped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. it is.
One
It's
of-
like,
one of
wait.
my-
It's an
emotes.
inside joke from
Yeah.
your streams.
Well, because you know, whenever,
Why the butts,
whenever,
though? Why do you
whenever,
have so many butts?
because Twitch fucking loves butt emotes. Who doesn't love butts, right?
Who
Yeah,
has
right?
the Maria butt emote? Was
That's
that you?
me.
Nigma.
me.
Oh
I
man,
got
I need to
that.
get arms.
Yeah,
Arm
right?
emotes would be awesome,
Mm-hmm.
like yours. But I actually reached my maximum as an affiliate. You can only have like 5 emotes.
Yeah, and before a few months ago, you can only have one.
Yeah, they just recently changed
that.
it.
Yeah.
Because the affiliates are like, can I have more emotes, please?
Yeah, and they extended it recently.
Oh my god, the butts. The chain of butts. See, I mentioned butt, and that's what we get.
Mm-hmm.
We get lots of them.
It's
That's
pretty
what
typical,
happens.
yeah. I'm a fan of the butts. Got it.
Well, it's time to put a butt in my when I become a partner. I'm just gonna fill it up with butts and arms.
There you go. Gotta have one. Yeah,
You can make like a muscular butt.
I just got on the arm train. I just uploaded the army.
A butt with some big beefy arms.
Like this. So I wanted to mention here source of inspiration for Akira Yamaoka that is actually this drawbridge or this bridge is named after
the P-Orage.
Yeah. What's his name? Genesis P-Orage.
Let's see.
Who is the pioneer of industrial experimental electronic music.
Oh yeah.
Probably influenced Nine Inch Nails in some way. He's like the founder of that kind of music. Crazy stuff. And also he's mentioned he's actually there's a reference to Genesis. Yeah, there's a reference to Genesis on the boxes that say PTV, the drug PTV.
Yeah, and that was their
because that was his or their
album name.
Yeah, that was their either album. Was it an album name?
Yeah, I believe so.
I thought it was a TV show, like
or it was like
TV.
a
Psychic TV.
Psychic TV.
Yeah. Which sounds like a really awesome name for a TV show.
Right.
You know, I wonder if that channel's already taken.
But there we go. Bridge control
Rename
room.
myself to Psychic TV.
Had to go back just to show that little reference there, but yeah.
What was the reference? Oh, you went back.
I went back just to examine the Orage bridge control sign.
It doesn't show it. It doesn't show it on the map. So you actually have to go up to it and examine it. And
yeah,
see
it doesn't specify what it is. It doesn't show it. You just have to.
I think my bird is
look
thirsty.
At the sign.
My bird keeps saying I'm thirsty and is attacking my drink and trying to drink from it. So I'm gonna go get my bird some water.
That might be a good indicator.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Thirsty.
Yeah, before I get all my drinks knocked over and spilled on me. All right, be right back.
Ouch. This gang of air screamers right now. Oh,
they're always very unkind.
I mostly just want to try to look at Just Cats for a moment.
It's hard. This part of the game is hard to look at stuff because you just get inundated with enemies.
Yeah, especially on hard mode. And it's one of the things they actually made easier for the final retail release of this game, because on the trade demo, they made it so that when you're wandering around the town, you'll just get roving gangs of like air screamers that start attacking you, and some of them have like 5 times as much health as a normal air screamer. They're basically little boss fights.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But there we go.
Like there's actually still some of in the NTSC version. If you go over by the Green Lion, there's actually a group of air screamers that attack you, and one of them in the group literally has like triple the HP a normal one does.
Yeah, that they still have it in that one section, but it used to be like in the trade demo, it was a thing like they could just show up. So if you spent too much time sitting and looking around one area, a bunch of air screamers that are super tough could just suddenly show up. Crazy.
When was the last time you played the trade demo?
It has been some time, probably like 2 years or so. I haven't really gone through it in quite a while. I'd have to get it again.
Yeah, it's been a while. I was going to say, might be time to break that out again at some point.
Yeah, that would be a fun one to go through as a group and just kind of point out all the little subtle changes and differences they made before releasing it for retail.
There definitely are some changes that they've done.
Some of it's
major ones.
Some of it's kind of significant, like its entire voice dialogue that's not there anymore.
Yeah, it's weird. It's really weird.
Wait, I'm not here to fight.
I love this scene.
My name is Harry Mason. I'm in town on vacation.
This is also the scene that births the best inside speedrunning, Silent Hill speedrun community joke.
I'm Dr. Michael Kaufman. I work at this hospital.
So I expect everybody here in Team Silent to say the line along with
I
Kaufman.
think I know what you're talking about.
I was taking a nap in the staff room. When I woke up, it was like this. Everyone seems to have disappeared. and it's snowing out.
This time of year.
This time of year.
Something's gone seriously
There it
wrong.
is.
Did you see those monsters? Have you ever seen such?
So yeah, this time of year is kind of a running joke.
Heard of such things?
It's interesting to me, like, because it's
You and I
been
both know creatures like
such a
that
notable
exist.
line for Silent Hill fans for a long time, because that's the line that defines that
Have
it
you
is
seen a
snow.
little girl
It's snow
anywhere?
falling from the sky. It's not
I'm
ash,
looking for my
like a
dog.
lot of people thought after the movie.
She's only
Yeah.
So that line got brought up a lot as the counterpoint
She's
to
missing.
people thinking that it was
I'm
ash
sorry.
falling from the sky in the games. So for a long
Those
time,
monsters
that's
are
kind of what
highly
the
doubted.
line was known for in the
Funny
community.
story.
Sorry.
Homecoming. It is at.
Yeah.
Well, of course, because Homecoming is Silent Hill the movie, the game.
it was after the movie.
She
Yeah.
died 4 years ago. Now
But
it's
then
just me and
among
my
the
dog.
Silent Hill like speedrunning community, there's a bit of an inside joke that uses that same line.
Well, I'd
Because
better
it seems
be gone.
there's a lot of
I can't just sit around here doing nothing.
like emulation for speedrunning Silent Hill
So
1 is
long.
kind of a gray
Good luck
area.
out there.
And it's something that's allowed, but it's not quite as viewed as legit as running on hardware, because there's certain advantages and things you get to running on emulator over running this on any of its official versions. And there would always inevitably be, over the last couple of years, somebody who comes in and is like, hey, why are emulated runs, hidden or not as prominent as everything else, and make a big stink about allowing emulators or making emulators more prominent for Silent Hill 1 speedrunning. So whenever somebody would inevitably show up and start talking about emulators, we would always just kind of be like, oh boy, this time of year.
Here we go.
Here we go again.
But yeah, that is a common misconception. Is it's not snow, it's ash. I did see that in things you didn't know about Silent.
Yeah, that's another one of those common ones. Those
And then that makes me
misconceptions.
slap my forehead every time I hear that one.
Mhm.
Yep.
It's like, okay, yeah, I think there was like, where Christoph Gahn, the director,
Uh-huh.
where he got that idea makes sense, because there was like a coal mine fire thing, in referenced in the history of Silent Hill, and I think he took that a little too far. He saw Centralia was an actual town that had a coal mine fire. He probably Googled coal mine fire.
Oh no, it was so it was the co-writer. God, I can't.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I can't
what was
pull up
his name?
the. Yeah, what was his name?
Was his name Avery?
Roger
Yes,
Avery.
Roger Avery. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was Roger Avery had mentioned that where he grew up near Centralia,
Oh, so
and his
he
father was a
explained it.
miner, so that was something that like he'd always known about and wanted to integrate it into the way that he portrayed Silent Hill for Christoph Gans's script. So
so
that-
they actually decided that to
It-
do that.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
an intentional decision by Roger Avery, something that was a little more personal to him. And
So it didn't have anything to do with the coal mine fire that was mentioned in the Book of Lost Memories.
nope, I don't think they dug that deep.
I don't
You know,
know.
probably
I wouldn't expect them to dig that deep.
You know, it makes no sense how people say like, it's not snow, it's ash. It's like, okay, if there was an underground coal fire, how would the ash get above the ground and then fall down?
Because that's logic, and there's no logic in Silent Hill, right?
Look, I'm burning.
Oh,
That's
God.
fine.
Look, the clouds are on fire.
I'm burning.
And that was, I guess, Gans thought that was just so creepy. Just so creepy. Little, she's so scary.
Yep.
I don't know. But that line, it just, no, doesn't work.
Bird agrees.
I view the first Silent Hill movie as kind of like a big budget B movie.
Yeah, wild accusations. I guess I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, I want my note from Book of Memories.
Oh yeah. If you've got the exact note that mentions Twin Perfect, if you want to share the whole thing word for word.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. So, Fungo, would you like to do the honors? Your very own mark in the Silent Hill canon?
I guess I made a difference.
It was longer than I thought.
Oh man, but boy, did we piss him off. He did not like us.
Just a tad. Just a tad.
Ivory Testament. age of strife, they appeared among our order. Of course, he would say it like that.
Yeah.
Because he knows he watched
Yeah,
all
of
that
course.
stuff.
Of
He
course.
knew that we were
It's a
like
direct
against that
jab.
word. It's a direct jab there. Preaching the word of God, two prophets, identical in every way and flawless in appearance. Oh, because their words are flawless. We can't be wrong.
Well, because
Got
they're
it.
identical and they're flawless. They're twins
Yeah.
and they're
Twin
perfect.
perfect. Yeah, that's it. I get it. Okay, so twin perfect. Many come to follow them for their lofty speech, and their appeals to the old ways.
The old good games.
The classics, yeah. However, the words of their mouths were blasphemies, and their commandments heretical. So heretical or
Heretical, yeah.
I say heretical.
And then many brothers and sisters did not realize they were being led to slaughter.
Yeah. Do you remember when you killed all those people who watched the real Silent Hill experience?
Yeah.
I was killing them with our mouths. With our words, we were just killing people.
Is that supposed to be a metaphor that like oh sorry,
Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Yeah.
yeah, like it's supposed to be a metaphor to like, oh, you made them not play Tom's game.
Yeah, you wouldn't let me have my fans. I was gonna be like the known for making Silent Hill the greatest Silent Hill games.
Yeah, Fungo, you're the one who killed the Silent Hill series, you bastard.
How dare you?
That's what they will say. So that's interesting.
So, as
Very.
said, that's really something. It's not often that as a fan you get such a reference as, part of the series that you're such a fan of, and the fact that it's done in such a I don't know. As said, it's such a direct jab.
If I was a real fan, I'd want to rewrite Silent Hill 2 script.
Oh sure.
Oh yeah, totally. Because it needs changes.
They needed to fix it. There was a lot of problems.
Thank God they were able to get approval from Jeremy Blaustein to change a couple lines in Silent Hill 3.
Yeah,
because that really
he thought it
needed
was.
to be there.
He thought it was
needed his
fine.
approval.
He thought it was fine for Heather to just.
I'll kill you, you bitch. But yeah, like I said in the real Silent Hill experience, it does take power away from when she actually does cuss at the end.
It
Yeah.
does.
It does.
A lot of power is taken, and they didn't realize that.
The
when they made
impact of watching Heather sort of snap is really lessened.
I guess they weren't really in that mindset. They just thought, if
This
someone
sounds
killed my
cool.
father, if someone killed my father, I'd kill them. So it's a surprise she doesn't just murder her right there.
But also the they didn't even change the subtitles to that part either.
No, they didn't. So you get to see the real line. So what I recommend anyone that is still playing the HD collection, God forbid, God rest your soul, turn off all the audio. Just mute it and play it in complete silence. It's a lot better that way.
That's a good piece of advice. Yeah.
Because the voice acting, God, I do not like that voice acting. At least Silent Hill 2, you can play it. You can play Silent Hill 2 with the original.
Yeah, you can play
voice,
with the original ones. Yeah.
So
You still got to deal with everything else, but the voices will be the same.
But at least the voices will be the same. Yeah.
Laura Bailey as Angela though, it's like, ugh. I just imagine she's gonna turn into Kaine and just start cussing at me at any moment.
Yeah, a lot of the choices were questionable, to say the least.
Haphazard. We'll say that.
yeah,
I mean, I
Heather
love
doesn't
Laura
sound like a
Bailey, but-
teenage girl. She sounds like a squeaky little weasel person. I don't know how else to explain that voice. It's very weird. It doesn't sound like a person. Just say it. It doesn't sound.
It
weird.
definitely doesn't fit Heather's character.
Yeah, it doesn't fit her character, and it doesn't sound like a person. It sounds
She
like someone's
sounds like
putting
a-
on a voice.
Yeah, she sounds like a character from like an American cartoon, like an American cartoon for like kids that are like 10,
Yeah.
12, like on
Like-
Cartoon Network or something.
Like I would expect her in Happy Tree Friends or something.
So,
God, is that even
Susu
still around?
in chat mentioned, did you talk about the bumps on the nurses yet?
Oh, we're in the hospital. Look at
So
that.
we're
How
in
did
the
we get here
hospital.
so quick?
Yeah, while we were talking about
Okay, so I did
collection.
notice something very interesting from the content videos I've been watching. Was that originally wasn't just going to be a little nub that looking weird, like some clitoris or something, but it was originally designed to be like an actual fetus. That was the original design of it.
Oh.
And it even had arms that were independent and moved independently of each other. So it actually had arms,
Oh wow.
and it was a fetus embedded into the back of the
like
nurses.
like Total Recall,
Because I don't know if you guys ever thought this, but it seems kind of out of place in the whole mythos of Silent Hill. Like
It
this
does.
weird creature that embeds into your back.
the like parasitic creature. It's a very weird concept because you figure the nurses are just manifested like everything else. They don't need to be hosts to something.
So now when you think of it that way, it kind of does fit into the lore. It does make sense in the fact that Alessa is manifesting a parasite, leeching off of him, kind of in the same sense that God is like a parasite to her in her womb. It's kind of that's the symbology there. And so that I would have never figured out without that cut content. So
yeah,
great hackers, thank you for helping me understand the lore behind these puppet nurses is what they're called.
Yeah, it's crazy how much more has kind of come to light with these games thanks to people hacking them and sort of finding cut content and all these different
and I believe
elements.
It's censorship reasons. That's exactly why they do not look like babies anymore.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's
it's all censorship.
It's still a pretty sensitive thing to like try to get away with in a lot of games. More games are able to do it now, and it's become, I feel like, a little more accepted as disturbing imagery that's okay. Like a lot of horror games tend to feature children and scary kids. You have stuff like PT with like, a straight up just fetus in a sink.
You would be definitely pushing the limits if today with these themes. You'd be pushing the limits of the censorship.
Yeah, so
you'd be testing them.
Yeah, so it just didn't have a chance back in the time frame for these games releasing to really do everything.
Yeah, and I also learned something else. Maybe it's just me, but the cockroaches in this game, they actually have phalluses.
Yeah.
You know where their proboscis would be? If you look when they flip upside down and they're wriggling, you look very closely. It's like it's obvious that's not proboscis. And Masahiro Ito, he admitted himself, the guy who designed monsters in Silent Hill. He admitted just about everything I do has some sexual influence in some way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very clear.
Some things it's more noticeable than others. And I mean, when you look at all of Ito's work, not just within Silent Hill, but a lot of the artwork that he's done outside of it, he does a lot of very sexually influenced stuff. Yeah.
He's a big fan of that S&M.
He likes him some bondage and tanks.
Yeah, that's
those
a
are
good
his
way to
big
put
things.
Bondage and tanks.
Bondage and tanks.
And giant rocket launchers and crazy stuff like that.
Yeah.
Guns and girls.
I love it.
But yeah, he has some good art, and I think he really brought a lot of the spirit of Silent Hill to the table with his art. I feel like a lot of it is his influence.
Oh, for sure. So do you
what's
think
up with tentacles?
Yeah. This is like the only time we really see him. Do you think this is the same sort of tentacle thing? Very similar looking to what we see in 3?
Let me get a little closer look at it.
A little bit.
Yeah, it kind of moves in the same way too. So yeah, I would say so. I would say I did upload a video randomly. I discovered through a cam hack. What I did was I turned the FOV way up. And through that, I was actually able to see something that you can't normally see when climbing that ladder to the nightmare version of the hospital.
Yeah. I remember your video on that.
Yeah, it's on top of a mattress, which is weird enough, but you can see a tentacle kind of like wriggling back and forth. Looks like a worm a little bit. And yeah, maybe it's a reference to those. But we don't know what the original. What?
I always think tentacles because Japan.
Yeah, that's why. I think the reference to those is just they're obsessed with tentacles.
They love them.
Also, the mist is a big inspiration for Silent Hill. In fact, I think that they got the inspiration for what are they called, the air flutter, the air screamer.
The air
right?
screamers, yeah.
Yeah, the air
Yeah, it's pretty on
screamers
the nose, isn't it?
was on the nose because you know what? The movie when it came out, that monster in that movie looks exactly like the one from Silent Hill. And what were they
exactly, dude.
doing? They were just taking they were trying to design the monster based around the description in the book, and they came up with two very similar monsters.
Yep.
So yeah, it's just described in the book as being pterodactyl-like with pink skin, and a bunch of other little descriptions about it. Like you can kind of see it's like a rib cage and stuff. And they did translate it exactly the same. And I really don't think The Mist or Frank Darabont really had a whole lot to do with Silent. I don't think he played it.
Probably not. I think it's
he's not much of a gamer.
One of those interesting coincidences, you know.
So, and I think because of that, and The Mist does talk a lot about tentacles, so why not? Why not? Maybe they got it from The Mist.
It also kind of goes all the way back to like kind of the sea creatures that tend to be in a lot of the like Cthulhu type of lore that they definitely drew a lot of inspiration from as well. So I'm sure it comes from a lot of different things.
In The Mist, they do make mention. It's what those tentacles are attached to that we don't know. It's the unknown. That's what's scary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what were those tentacles even attached to? That's an actual line. And that's actually what it is. It's all about the fear of the unknown. That's why when we're progressing forward in a Silent Hill game and not knowing what's going to happen to us next, and the surprises that await, that is what really contributes to the horror.
Yeah, it does a great job of giving you the idea that there is something sort of out there, like that there's always something in the dark. There's always something in the next room, and you never really know what it's going to be and how things are going to change. Reality can just change around you at seemingly any moment. So it does. It builds up that tension so that you're so on edge the whole time.
Also, leaving much to the imagination. That's a very important aspect of this. Not fully explaining everything, but you can, through inference, kind of hint at things. That's what it does right. All right, four square indentations.
Four square indentations. I like this puzzle.
Oh, what were you gonna say, Raven?
I was gonna say Wild Accusation said something in the chat. I hear this.
I disagree.
So often.
I disagree.
So often, and I really don't think like if you think about basic things like, oh, we want a photorealistic modern Silent Hill game. Yeah, sure. You know what I mean? But like to the extent of that RE2 was done, no, because it's not. They're not even. Once again, we already established this. Resident Evil and Silent Hill are not the same kind of experiences at all when it comes to like the themes and how the story is told and everything like that.
Like I was saying, Silent Hill is more about what you don't see, what you don't know, and that's going to be hard to pull off with by showing everything and showing
giving
better
the
graphics.
player more control of the camera and giving better graphics.
So a Silent Hill, if you're going to make a Silent Hill today, you would have to do it. You have to do it with full understanding of the horror and atmosphere, and knowing how to pull it off. And Kojima, I thought Kojima could have done it.
I think so
I think
too.
The photorealistic graphics is a good idea, and it's what we want. But like the format of RE2, where it's like a run around, and and you're dodging things, and it's like you try to go, you know what I mean?
Because there's definitely certain elements. I can understand the mindset behind it, because there's a lot of elements of this game that I would like to see done in a more modern presentation, but none of that would be things that affect the story or the gameplay. It would literally just sort of be a lot of the things like when you look at the concept art for the creatures in Silent Hill 1, and then you see the in-game models by comparison, like for the time they were still pretty scary and everything, but looking at them now, it's like it's PlayStation 1 graphics, like the monster design is fucking good. Like they're scary monsters for the time.
My favorite,
but when you compare to those,
probably in 3.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like when you compare the concept art. You look at the concept art for the closer and how it looks and moves and everything in Silent Hill 3, it's really close because they were able to do so much more on the PlayStation 2 as far as modeling and showing what they had in mind for the original, you know, concept arts. For Silent Hill 1, you know, you've got that limitation. So we never get to see like air screamers and rompers and things as they would have looked with like more full definition. And that element's a little bit sad. But as said, I don't think a full-on RE2 style remake would be necessary.
Yeah, I
or,
was
or
gonna say
necessarily
that
good
also.
for expressing like the kind of things like that would be interesting to see. Plus, I just don't think Konami could do it.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But also, Ravenheart did mention that you know, Silent Hill is different. But I kind of see. I think the same thing kind of applies to Resident Evil 2 remake to Resident Evil 2. They're different, very different games. I would not consider them like the same genre. They're just different. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but they are different. And if you do an RE2 remake to, you know, the Silent Hill 1 through 3 games, you know, of course, that implies that it's going to be different in the same regard. If you make if you make this Silent Hill game an over-the-shoulder game with shooting aspects in a similar vein, that changes a lot alone right there.
Yeah, but can I make a counterpoint to something that you said in one of your videos about RE2 remake? You made a big deal about how the fixed camera angles were one of the biggest factors that made the original.
No, I think that was a misconception that people got from it. I was just trying to describe how fixed camera angles really contributed to the atmosphere of the original game.
Oh yeah, but I think a lot of people like they look back at those old RE games with the fixed camera angles, and a lot of things that one big thing that people don't really realize that it was more of a tech limitation at the time that they just chose because it was just easier for them to do the fixed camera angles and
it wasn't a
pre-rendered
technical
backgrounds.
limitation, but even if it was a technical limitation, there is a famous quote out there that says, you know, without limitations, art without limitations is the enemy of art. Actually, it's limitations. Yeah. So limitations is what made those.
Yeah,
and I think that our lack of limitations is the problem with modern games.
Oh yeah, and I think you're right that it gave a different character to those games, like compared to and what I mean by technical limitation is that was what they limited themselves to. It wasn't like they couldn't, you know. It was just their aesthetic choice.
It was a self-imposed.
I think it was their choice because they wanted to make a. Okay, Shinji Mikami himself said that he wanted to make a game that felt like watching a zombie movie. And to pull that off, well, what do movies have? They have cinematic camera angles. And it just made sense to make them fixed and make the backgrounds pre-rendered so that they could actually put more polygons into the character models and enemies.
Yeah.
And that was their decision that they made. See, Silent Hill kind of evolved that concept by actually making the camera follow behind you and
rendering your environments as well.
Yeah,
feeling a little more in place in your environment when it's all 3D and like explorable, rather than the, you know, pre-rendered like static backgrounds and stuff of Resident Evil.
So I mean, you know, maybe some people don't the fixed camera idea. That's why they were going to go into the remake with they even said that they were going to do both, but they pulled the fixed camera angles. And the excuse I find to be I don't believe the excuse. They say to make the when you get grabbed by a zombie look, you know, more intense. And I'm like, okay, then why couldn't you just zoom in for the part and then go back to fixed camera angle?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like the excuse is because they're putting more resources and money into something that they don't think would even be a real good selling. It's not even worth it.
I mean, to be fair,
I honestly don't know.
Somebody made a mod for fixed cameras in RE2 remake, and it looks like it's painful to play.
Yeah, it's because it wasn't designed around fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the problem.
It just wasn't made with that in mind.
I'd just argue that fixed camera angles in general during core gameplay of a 3D rendered environment doesn't work very well at all. It works certain like in Silent Hill games, it works great for certain like rooms and certain angles, like at specific times. Like one of my favorite fixed camera angle points in Silent Hill is Silent Hill 3 when you walk into and you see the dripping blood into the bucket. To me, that is like so like perfectly a perfect use
Yeah,
of
that's
fixed
what I
camera
was
angles
trying
in
to
a
say.
3D rendered environment.
That's what I was trying
It
to
wouldn't
say
work for
in
core
my
gameplay.
video. You wouldn't work for gameplay though. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say about the video was that it, like that those kind of moments wouldn't happen without the cinematic camera angle. But
Yeah.
but with the Silent Hill games, maybe not Resident Evil, but with the Silent Hill games specifically, the combat is an aside. It is not primary. It is not the focus. And if you make it the focus, it's going to change everything about the gameplay. It's going to change everything about the design. If you got to make sure that the combat is secondary to the atmosphere, and that is that would be the problem of making a modern Silent Hill game. Is that I think that what they're going to do is first and foremost they're going to make the combat primary. The primary focus is exactly what they did with Homecoming. It's what they do with Downpour. It's what they do with the other games. And no, it has to be atmosphere foremost, and then the other stuff has to be aside.
Yeah, but you could also argue, that you could play old school Resident Evil games to where you literally kill nothing except the bosses. You know, if you watch any speed run, like they don't interact.
You don't
in
really
combat
engage
with
in a whole lot of combat.
any enemy at all. Like, so it's I think it's more just how you play the game, it's skill level. You
need the fear of enemy though.
Yeah, you're right.
Even if you can run through the game without killing any of the enemies. You still have that choice, and you don't know you can get through the game with killing all the enemies until you played the game a few times. Maybe you'll just do it on your first playthrough, but for the most part,
Not likely.
the game leaves it up to you to figure that out later.
The way I argue about
it still throws those enemies at you. Most
the way I argue it is like, okay, you play original Resident Evil 2 and you're used to like popping 5 or 6 bullets into a zombie before it falls down or dies, you know? In Resident Evil 2 remake, like you could pump like 12, 14, 15 bullets into a zombie, and that might be different every time, and you might randomly get a headshot
and directly in their head, and they still won't fall.
Yeah, and it
really
makes
makes more sense in the original because you don't know where you're. I mean, you're just aiming at the zombie, and the bullet hits where it hits.
I don't think they did that like as an accident though. I think they did that on purpose to make zombies feel more like a real threat, and to show that you shouldn't waste all your resources on simple enemies.
I'd say that is a good. I mean, that was a good design decision for the remake in doing that. But they did change the atmosphere entirely to counter that, they did make the zombies bullet sponges. But I mean, it is what it is.
I mean, even in the original Silent Hill, like you could make an argument that it's not combat focused, because the more important elements are the story. The most interesting elements are the environment and the puzzles and everything like that,
the
and the
combat
themes. So
it's just kind of your obstacle to exploration.
But at the same time, you could still go into it like thinking you have to kill every enemy, because you're playing on hard mode. Enemies constantly respawn. You're constantly given a huge amount of bullets and different kind of guns. You get a pistol, a shotgun. You get like 5, 6 different kinds of melee weapons. You get a rifle. You unlock things like a laser pistol and a katana. So I think it's all about just how you play the game. To me, like saying whether or not combat is the main focus of a game, it's more of a
but you don't have full control over the combat. I mean, you can't really control where you aim. He misses completely without really any of your influence. He could just miss a shot for no reason, and that happens in all the Silent Hill games.
But at the same time, it's I just think it is kind of a subjective point. Like if you try to make the point, well, what's more combat oriented, you could easily say Resident Evil, because later you can point at the later games like 4, 5, 6, and be like, look how heavily combat this is. But like when it comes to the early games, like 1, 2, and 3 versus 1, 2, and 3, like Silent Hill versus Resident Evil, like it's more of a subjective, I think, argument when it would be what is more combat oriented.
Yeah.
I would say in some cases I would agree, but with like the Resident Evil 2 remake, they do push combat.
You're right. You're right.
It is primary focus. It is the primary
Because it's heavily influenced by 4, obviously.
Yeah, and they did take a lot from Resident Evil 4. They tried to mash together the classics with 4, and they got some weird in between.
Yeah, you're right.
That I don't really like, because I wish it was more like 4, and I wish it was more like the classics, not this weird in between, you know?
Yeah.
I tried playing through the game on easy, thinking maybe I'll like it better because I should be able to kill the enemies in 1 or 2 shots, and it'll be fun, right? Well, it still takes like 7, 8, 10 shots to kill them with a headshot.
Yeah, because DA is still a thing on easy, I think too.
So I was like, oh, so I can't play that. Well,
gotta get good.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be
no,
fair,
it's not
I
about
feel
like bad at it or anything. It's just that
Nah,
I want to make it fun by making it just a fun shooter, because it is the shooting aspects are primary first and foremost, and that, and and it's like I'm sick of games being bullet sponges now. I mean, it seems like it happens in a lot of games. And if you're shooting them in the head 7, 8 times, sometimes I actually had it like 10, 11 times in the head, and they still wouldn't fall. And it's just, it just gets a little annoying.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on like the whole DA thing. In Resident Evil 2 remake, they really kind of like expanded upon how your difficulty changes on easy or assisted and standard. And there are a lot of things in prior Resident Evil games that have DA that change your DA, and in those prior Resident Evil games it didn't matter. So like in Resident Evil 4, you could pick up as much ammo as you pleased and it wouldn't change anything. But in Resident Evil 2 remake, picking up ammo and sub weapons does raise your difficulty. So that's one of like a key differences, as well as just in general having items like when you pick up a weapon, your DA goes up. And it may be a one-time thing because you're just picking up a weapon, but it does make a difference, especially if you're, doing a randomizer, which Raven and I have some experience in.
Yeah.
And somebody had mentioned in chat as well, like that the game developers don't necessarily have speedrunners in mind. And I definitely think that's true to a certain extent.
They said that with Resident Evil 2 remake. They did mention the fact that they made the remake with speedrunners in mind.
Yeah, and it's
They
something
did?
that even back for the classic
That's what they
games,
said.
even back for the classic games, if you really look at the way that things are structured, they weren't made for speedrunners in the way that we kind of think of speedrunning now, but there was rewards for finishing the Resident Evil games faster. You'd get weapons for essentially speedrunning the games.
Same goes with
Same
Silent
for
Hill.
Silent Hill. You'd have the timing system and the 10-star ranking system. So like
But they don't
the
really
time
give you
that you
rewards
spend in
things
the
nowadays.
game, like it's something that's been thought about, even if it's not quite to the level that developers may or may not kind of account for speedrunning now. It was still something that was relatively thought of at the time.
Yeah, games are made to be throwaway now, so they don't really spend a whole lot of time with, the focus or focusing on maybe players will be playing this for years to come. They don't, because so many people just pick up games, play them, then they throw them away, basically. They're throwaway games. And they usually just one playthrough and then they don't go through them. So there are the rare few games that do spend a lot of time really building up the little details from completion rank, doing certain things. But I rarely see them.
And I think Resident Evil 2 Remake is like a pretty good example of that. Just a game that has replayability. And
that's good. They had to live up to the expectations of the original in that regard.
Exactly, yeah, and I think they did a good job there. But like going back to the whole like DA thing and like having speedrunners in mind, they definitely, when they were making the game, I don't know if you're familiar with Catastrophe, but she's the Resident Evil community manager. And when they were making RE7, she wasn't a community manager. When they were making RE2 Remake, she was. And I kind of feel like she may or may not have, hinted towards the speedrunning community being a very important part of not just Resident Evil history, but also, you know, Twitch and YouTube. There are
Yeah.
a lot of speedrunners for these games. Resident Evil 7 was the most ran game of like of like the whole entire year. It had like
Yeah.
400 runners within like the first month or something.
I know so
Yeah.
many people who got into horror games specifically because of speedrunning, and vice versa.
Yeah.
People who got into
Exactly.
speedrunning just because of horror games. So, I mean, it's definitely something that the two have really kind of gone hand in hand for a while now. And as I said, I think that's something kind of innate that's been there as part of the fan mindset for a long time for people who play these games a lot, because they, you know, you go back to the originals and you had your in-game timer, you had your results screens, your rankings at the end of the game, your rewards for finishing it quickly. So as I said, it's something that has kind of been part of the survival horror culture for like a long time. And
Right.
it's
And
interesting
even,
to see how it does affect the game. I don't think it's always necessarily a good thing to take too much into consideration, like try to plan for speedrunners and things like that, because a lot of the fun of it from a speedrunning standpoint is figuring that stuff out, like how to break it from what they intended you to do. But at the same time, it's hard to ignore it, you know, from the standpoint of making these games.
And I think Resident Evil 2 Remake, like, when you look at how the game progressed as a speedrun, it's really obvious that, you know, when they were creating the game, they definitely wanted everybody to have a really easy time doing a speedrun, you know? It's a very simple route. It's very simple to do the things that you need to do going to point A to point B optimally.
Looks like someone's
But
been here.
you know, even with that kind of mindset, they still did overlook things, and one of those things is the DA. The DA is definitely
Can you explain
against you
DA?
most of the time. Huh?
What is that, DA?
The difficulty adjustment.
Difficulty adjustment.
Yeah, that.
Oh
the
yeah,
difficulty.
that is horrible, because a game like Resident Evil 2 is very it's all about consistency. You learn the game and what you can and can't get away with. That's the OG RE2, is very much based on your limitations as a player, like what you know, how many shots is it going to take? Well, it can really vary depending on your difficulty. What you can and can't get away with really does vary because of, you know, the adjustments and the difficulty as you play, and that kind of kills that consistency, which is like a core very important aspect to, I think, the original.
Right, and I think in Remake,
it's about learning the mechanics and getting better at them, but RE2 Remake, it's like I can't have no control over them.
yeah,
So,
I think that definitely gets taken away from the remake in exchange for like always being on your toes in enemy encounters. So it's like a give and take, but I think the DA system in remake was probably should have just been a little bit more passive like it was in Resident Evil 7.
yeah, it was too much too obvious that it was adjusting things. I could tell as I was playing. But also at the same time, I wanted to go back. I did want to go back to the fixed camera angle argument, and just say that, like, you know, a lot of the horror with these games, even with, you know, Resident Evil, was based on what you don't see, and they used audio to the fullest in this case, like, you know, hearing zombies off screen, hearing monsters off screen, or hearing something strange or something, you know, unsettling off screen really does build that atmosphere, the mystery, and the tension. And Silent Hill 1 does this a lot. You'll go into a room where the camera's facing you and you don't know what's on the other side. Either you turn the camera around or just wait for them to come at you. So you don't know.
Or even in Silent Hill 1, like another example is like when you're like, let's say you're walking through the hallway of the school and you hear the radio going off, and you look forward into the distance, like you push the camera behind Harry to look into the distance, but it's dark at the end of the hallway, you know, like, because like the gradient darkness, and you just hear and you hear something like making a sound over there, and you hear the radio. So it can accomplish that without fixed camera angles as well. I think the same game.
Alessa.
Yeah,
What
we're
about her?
in Alessa's secret hospital room.
If I had to sleep in not on that bed for how many years? She was 14, so like 7 years.
7.
That sucks, man.
Not a good sleep.
In a dingy basement, where the only person that was allowed to take care of her was Lisa. She was the only person that came down here to see her.
I love how they enforce how much Heather hated it in Silent Hill 3 when she's in this room and you're examining the bed and she's just like, I just want to get out of here. He's like, I just don't want to be in this room.
Get me out of here. Like, she straight up breaks the fourth wall, says,
Yeah.
get me out of here.
But I do like the fact that, like, you know, in Silent Hill, it's you know, the combat is not really the focus here, and you know, you could run through it and really, you know, enjoy the combat if you wanted to, but like, I mean, there are elements that you cannot influence, such as, you know, his accuracy, and you must know, getting a 10-star rank, he just misses sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, you're well within
So
range.
annoying.
He's aiming right at it. His light is on. All the factors are there that you should hit your shot, and sometimes he just misses.
It just doesn't hit.
And there's so many different underlying mechanics at play here too. Like, most people probably wouldn't know the fact that that Silent Hill 1 through even 4, I think, I don't know if 4 does, but they have a hidden stamina meter.
Yes.
In Silent Hill 3, you can unlock an actual meter, so you can see it.
Yeah, it's like the only one where you can visualize it without some sort of hack or anything.
And then if you're running a lot and you notice that your character's out of breath, and I always thought this was interesting, like your character's just, you know, huffing and puffing and out of breath for like a long time. That's because its stamina is recharging, and then after a while, he'll catch his breath, and when his stamina is full at maximum. That's how you know you have full stamina. And
that was a really good example, by the way, of huffing and puffing. Like, you did a much better job than Troy Baker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know
Good God.
Jesus.
It's also a lot better than Fatal Frames 1. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Clip all that out of context right there.
Yeah.
Just a tad.
It's gonna happen. Someone's
There's a bunch
using
of
it as
other,
their follow alert already.
I was gonna say there's a bunch of follow alert. Oh my God, that's a good idea. Just have a big deep Troy Baker breath.
That would be actually pretty great. Not gonna lie.
But I gotta do it.
Stamina consumption is a really big deal on harder difficulties in games like Silent Hill 3. Nub and I, we actually speedrun the hardest difficulty, Extreme 10, on New Game. And like, if you don't have the stamina, like your stamina at full, like you don't have the items to manage your stamina, like an ampule or a health drink,
You get so
there's some
fucked.
portions of the game where you lose like 30-40 seconds just because you're running too slow.
Yeah, you're running slow, or even in some boss fights, you're attacking slower, like for the split worm in the mall.
And how many of you guys never knew what an ampule truly did in Silent Hill for like the longest time?
So
I'm like the only one. I mean,
It does
I've
different things in different games.
I've learned different things about ampules at various different points of playing these games. Like, my first experience playing them, I was just like, oh, it's a super good healing item. It probably heals you to full. But it does.
That's what I thought. I thought
varies.
it heals you and keeps you healed for a while.
It varies from game to game. Like Silent Hill 1, it heals you like 60%. I forget. People have found the exact numbers.
Oh, so it's like
on
a slow
all of
build
that.
heal.
So it heals you a huge chunk, and then it continuously heals you so much HP per second for the next 5 minutes or whatever.
So like a life gem in Dark Souls.
Yeah,
2 or
yeah,
something.
similar. So it's kind of like that, but then in like Silent Hill 3, it also gives you stamina. Like, your stamina doesn't go down for that entire time that your health is going up.
I learned that when I was fighting the memory of Alessa. I take an ampule and kick her ass.
Yeah.
And it makes a big difference because you can't get knocked down as easily.
Yeah, you don't get knocked down as easily. As I said, if you're using melee attacks and stuff, like I do a lot of katana runs and melee runs and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you play on like Extreme 10, you're gonna get knocked down every 5 seconds by every enemy.
Yeah, it's rough. You got to get real good at blocking, which is a mechanic that a lot of people don't even realize exists in some of the games.
To be honest, I don't think I ever really used it.
Yeah, blocking becomes like super important in Extreme runs and Extreme 10 runs and stuff in like Silent Hill 3, because any attack that hits you will do damage even if you block it, but you cannot die to a blocked attack. And when you're running through on Extreme 10 with like minimal supplies, there's a lot of situations where you're basically always at 0 HP. So you just have to block any attack that hits you. And the worst thing that can happen to you in 3 is getting hit by something you cannot block, like a dog bite or a slurper grab.
Yeah, like the block in Silent Hill 3 is like you can't beat Extreme 10. I don't think like or do a speed run without learning how to block, because there's
it's
tons
necessary.
of things like the first boss fight. And even we've learned recently that there's a faster strat to beating the boss with the block technique.
Yeah.
But it's all about the spacing and positioning
And the type of attack that you use.
Like we somehow make the Extreme 10 run harder every time we learn new tech, and it's kind of disheartening, honestly.
Lisa.
First time meeting her. She's hiding under a table. How long has she been hiding under there?
So cute. 4 hours by my count. Not too bad.
I think there's a concept art drawing of Lisa around.
Is it the early 3D concept art where it's based on Cameron? Oh, okay. Have you seen? There's the 3D render concept for Lisa where she looks like Cameron Diaz.
Harry,
Yeah, they
that
didn't
one?
even change her one bit, just like her.
I must have gotten knocked out. When I came to,
Isn't that crazy?
everyone was gone. It's awful.
So you don't know anything either. Great.
Great.
I just don't get it. It's like this is all some kind of bad dream.
Yeah, a living nightmare.
Let me ask you, have you seen a little girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
A 7-year-old girl. What, she's your daughter?
Yes.
A 7-year-old
I guess technically,
girl.
since Lisa's also a manifestation, she wasn't
I can't
here
say that I have. I
until
was unconscious all this time.
Hospital Otherworld.
I'm sorry.
She was conjured by Alessa probably at that point. So she's been hiding the whole time. It's been the alternate nightmare version, because nightmare, like we learned from that
Why?
manifestation of
Is there
delusions
something
book,
down there?
nightmares.
You don't know? Don't you work here?
Manifestations happen during
We're under
nightmares.
strict
Yeah.
So-
orders never to enter the basement
So she was
store.
hiding under that table for as long as you took in the
So I
hospital,
really
about
don't
4
know.
hours.
What did you say was down there?
I always liked that fourth floor that popped
Well,
up,
it's-
before the transition.
Yeah.
Damn.
That was another one of those-
Sirens.
What's
First time
wrong?
hearing the sirens, I think.
Harry?
No, you hear him
You
earlier
hear him
in
in
the
the
school too.
and
Oh,
then
that's right.
you hear him faintly
Harry?
in the alley.
Like when you
in
beat the
intro.
lizard.
Oh, in the intro too. Yeah,
Was
you're
I
right.
dreaming?
So those sirens were very prominent in the first game, but in Silent Hill 2, I think they only used it a few times,
It's
And
a
that's-
if not once.
And that siren sound effect as well comes from again David Lynch, in one of those largely
way.
Tell me everything you know.
inspirational
What's going on?
figures for Team Silent. Yeah,
I thought it was just because air raid siren.
no, like of course there's going to be some reference, some reason behind using it, and a lot of that came from Industrial Symphony Number 1 by
What are you talking
by
about?
David
I
Lynch.
don't
Which,
understand
if
a
you've
word
never
of
seen
this.
that, it's the full thing's like up on YouTube. If you want to go watch it, Industrial Symphony Number 1. There is so much stuff. It's a girl who breaks up with Nicolas Cage and goes to bed and has a nightmare while she's very distressed about her situation. And during her nightmare, there is a man wandering around in the darkness with a flashlight and air raid
That's
sirens
what I saw in the
and
schoolyard.
large skinned
What
beasts
does it
on
mean?
stilts. It is very, very Silent Hill-esque.
Hayashi Roshi.
But yeah,
Or is
that's
it
where
Yashirochi?
that's where a lot of the influence for
Hey,
using the
wait.
sirens as kind of a transitionary sound as well came from.
And I'm kind of glad that they didn't hold on to that to make it a dominant theme, throughout all the games. It does happen occasionally. They didn't want to. I don't think they wanted to make it a trope, I guess.
Yeah.
The radio plays a very crucial part to building atmosphere, but it's also a useful tool. Not many people know that there are different frequencies that play from the radio that are in stereo and then play in the direction of the enemy. So that's pretty interesting. It tells you exactly where the enemies are. So it kind of it helps with those limitations. Like
when you
the
have those
limitations
moments where the
yeah,
camera's not facing what you want to look at.
Like the limitations are still there, but which is good because you know it builds atmosphere and horror and suspense. But then you got the radio as your little useful tool, but it's also very subtle in that most people may not realize the radio is actually trying to help you by indicating where the enemies are.
A lot of people think it's annoying when they first play it, but then like after a while, like I think that there's some people that literally couldn't play Silent Hill without the radio. Like I would say, like in Silent Hill 2, when you're playing Born from a Wish, playing that section without the radio, it's almost jarring.
It took me so long to get used to the feel of speedrunning Silent Hill 2 on PC, because one of the big things with Silent Hill 2 PC is you skip the radio and the plank in the very beginning. So you play through all of Silent Hill 2 like when you're speedrunning it and you do that skip with no radio, and it affects the audio and the ambience of that game so
because you
severely.
get so used to the radio.
Yeah, it really is like a whole different type of atmosphere
Because
when you don't have the radio on.
Yeah, you know when the radio is going. There's
Oh wait, whoa, go back.
It doesn't have to make a sound.
What's up? You want to look at the billboard over here?
Oh, there's something over here.
I wanted to hear the ambient noise.
Did we go into the police station? We should go in there.
Go away from any enemies, like kill any enemies like around you, and then just listen to this sound you hear in the background right here on the way to the antique shop.
this one with the loud like whining noise in the background. Yeah.
This is the creepiest ambience in any game ever.
I say this builds a lot of tension going to where you're going. You kind of makes you feel like, oh, what am I heading into now?
Yeah, it really does. Like, and it gives you that sense that things are just constantly distorting.
Yeah,
it's like
you'd like that moment.
This
of
is the sound
respite
of reality distorting around me.
Like at the very beginning, after you beat Midwich Elementary, it gives you this really calming feeling. Like, oh, good, I can relax, right? You know, after you beat the lizard, it's nice and bright. You get the fog. You got nice peaceful music. The bells from the Balkan Church really add to it too. And you just feel restful. You know, the tension's over, but you don't really got a whole lot after that. It's just like nonstop dread building. By the way, don't do drugs.
It'll turn you into half a skeleton.
You'll be half a skeleton.
Also, know whatever those are.
No jump kicks. I thought it was a person kicking another person in the air. I don't know what it is.
Some sort of sexual device, I'm sure.
It's a chicken.
No Russian dancing.
Oh yeah, that's right. Dar saw it too. It looked like a chicken. Turner thinks it looks like chickens too.
Not just dancing, no Russian dancing.
Interesting thing here with the police station too. It's been a long time since I've intentionally done it. I should have thought about it ahead of time. But if you don't pick up the shotgun while you're in Midwich, you can actually pick it up here.
Oh, that's a cool. I didn't even know that. That's pretty cool. Damn, I learned something new every time we play this freaking game.
Exactly.
Holy shit,
There's
dude.
so many little details and things that like change.
That's another cool thing in Resident Evil 2 remake, that if you don't pick up the grenade launcher or the shotgun in the RPD, it appears in the lab.
All right, we got a blackboard with some stuff written on it. Product
Officer
only.
Gucci.
Yeah, I can't wait. Product only available.
Movie reference.
Yeah, the movie reference. Product only available in selected areas of Silent Hill. Raw material is white Claudia, a plant peculiar to the region.
Very
We're gonna have
peculiar.
a 45-minute long discussion on English.
Yeah. That word.
Not this
you know.
again.
Please no.
All right. I'll sum it up quickly. Peculiar can literally mean the opposite of itself, depending on context. It can mean something is unique to something, like that person's face is sort of peculiar. Like, I always recognize them because their face is strange. It is unique to them. In the like when referencing plants and like natural growth in an area of something that's expected to be native to an area, peculiar can mean that it only exists in that like one area.
So it isn't a typo. I always thought it was a typo.
Yeah. This is one that I always looked at as kind of a weird thing where it's like White Claudia is peculiar to the region. I always read that as White Claudia is this plant that is strange that it's growing here. Like it's weird that this plant is growing here.
Oh, it's okay.
And then that one
But it
person
means
showed up
the
that
opposite.
day.
It means the opposite. Because it's referring
common.
to a plant, it means that it grows only here. I literally
Isn't
had
English great?
I literally had a viewer explaining to me the alternate definition for this during a rant.
That is one of those words that can mean.
Yeah, and when that person showed up, we were roasting them for like about 5 or 10 minutes.
Because I was
and then
just like, it's the
finally-
word peculiar. It means weird. And then I took the time to look it up, and it's like, specifically in plants and botany,
Yeah.
peculiar has a different definition. Like, so
God damn
Unbelievable.
it, Gizmo. I hate you, Gizmo. Get out.
Dealer equals manufacturer. I guess the dealer and manufacturer are one and the same.
yep. And I bet he also directs a hospital. And of course, our memo on the desk. Coroner Seals called. Officer Gucci is unlikely to be murdered. He apparently died naturally, his very sudden natural heart attack. But medical records show Officer Gucci had no prior symptoms of a heart disease. So, real fucking...
So it's basically inference. I mean, there's
Yeah.
reason for every memo in there just to be like, huh. No, it's trying to say like maybe the call had something to do with it.
So does that mean that Officer Gucci's heart was normally Gucci?
He was...
Oh, boy. Cricket,
Well, I don't know
cricket,
about you
cricket.
guys. I'm ready. I think I need a short break.
Yeah, that sounds good. I was just
Yeah,
thinking about a
that's
break.
That's a good time for a break. We've been going for about 4 hours now. So,
Oh my god, rompers
Oh, I love the rompers.
sexually
that's a good time for a break
molesting
too.
me.
You
the
know,
rompers.
they can jump you. Even when you think that they can't, they will.
Oh,
they'll find
they-
a way to jump you.
They can extend their jump range to very insane levels and hit you in some very unexpected ways.
Yeah, that's kind of why the enemies in Silent Hill. If you don't fight, they can kind of, or if you don't fight, or if you don't run, they can be very, very obnoxious. Especially the air screamers that just come out of the blue and hit your head.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about that earlier, how that was a mechanic in the trade demo where there was roving gangs of air screamers. If you spent too much time in an area, air screamers would just
Yep.
show up and start bullying you, and some of the air screamers would have like way more health.
Actually, before we go on break, I want to mention the air screamer. I don't know if there is one at the end of this, but by the antique shop on my game, on New Game Plus 10, it has an air screamer that if you attack it, it will call in. It'll be invincible,
Yes.
and you can't kill it. It'll
Yes.
call in like 3 others,
that
and you have to kill all the others before you can kill that one.
Yeah, that's the remnant. It's right here. It's this
that
air
it?
screamer at the end of this road next to Green Lion. So in this
You
little
should shoot
area, I saved my game, so I'll probably, because I'm trying to watch ammo, especially because one of these air screamers is going
Ow.
to have like 5 times the health of a normal one.
Yeah, that's the one.
See, yeah, and there's the other ones all
And
swarming
there's
in.
other ones.
So
And I
look how many
learned this
shots this
actually,
takes. Look how many shots
long
this
after-
takes.
Actually, I go for the other ones first because killing the other ones depletes that one's health. I don't know if it's true, but I think killing the other ones depletes the main one's health.
It definitely gives
Because now
you
you-
less things attacking you at least.
Try killing the other ones. I bet you'll kill it in one. If you kill the other ones first.
Let's try. See if I can get away from him long enough.
But they fly very far away. Oh,
Which is a shoddy.
that's what you gotta. That's what you gotta deal with these enemies in this game. Just
Oh,
come
not
out of the
bad.
blue and kill you.
Oh, he
well, he's
crashed and
glitched.
disappeared
He
into
glitched
the
out of the
stairs.
map.
So that's fun.
Did you
Speaking
find
of
the one
that-
with 3 times health?
Yeah, we just did that one.
I think that's
okay.
the last one who just died there. So,
Oh, okay.
but
It
that
didn't take long to kill.
But that took, look how much of my handgun that took. That took like 20 handgun shots and 3 shotgun
Yeah.
shots.
So you know why something like that exists in this game? It's because if you're going through the game focused on combat, it's going to make you regret it at this point.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Then you're going to be like, oh, I have no ammo. I might actually encounter a situation that you just cannot progress the game anymore.
Yeah.
Fight or
Combat
flight.
is not always the option. Not always the best option.
Yeah, you
but
can never
it
go into
is-
these games with one or the. It's always one or the other, not just one.
But combat is the most hype option. Just look at this guy. Look how hype he is.
Hype! That poster needs to be a meme. Is it not a meme?
It should be an emote or something by now.
Okay, that's
Can
my
be a
next
GDQ emote.
emote.
Right?
That's my next emote. I'm
Are
gonna
you?
work on it.
Yeah. We've got I've got it as a Franker Face Z emote. The hype face. And then the other little
It needs to be just that
reference-
face with the little arms.
Yeah, that would be great. But
And there's
one
your
other thing
carry.
before we take a break here, before going through Green Lion, we got our carry posters. Our actual theatrical.
And it is exactly the same
Yeah.
theatrical poster. Yeah. And there's a psychic if you want to go see a psychic. I think that's what it was, the shop there.
Yes.
Does it have the little eye on it?
Is that hey, maybe that's actually related. Maybe the carry poster and the fact that that's actually a psychic. That's interesting.
We've also got
by the-
Mushniks.
This is from that what is it called? You know?
What?
Mushnick's Florist is from a movie.
Oh, is that another
Yeah.
reference?
Yeah. Let me see. It's the Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mushnick's Florist is it says in the corner advertising Audrey Jr., the plant that comes to life in that.
Oh yeah, that's the
The fantastic new
flyer right
plant.
here. The Look on the fantastic new plant, Audrey Jr.
Look on it.
Look on it.
So yeah, there you go.
Look
The
on
carry
it.
poster was right next to a psychic shop, right? Like where you can get your psychic reading. So there you go. It carries a psychic. That's funny. It's not a coincidence,
on it.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, like I said,
That's cool.
they were fiends for working in as many of these little references and homages that they could.
Oh yeah, I cash, or is it I catch 0? This game reminds me a lot of Shadow of Destiny for the PS2. Did you know that game was actually made by a lot of the Team Silent members?
Yep. It's a
People don't know
really
that.
interesting game too.
It's interesting. I wouldn't say it's good.
Yeah.
but it's fun.
I,
mean, it has
I
its
definitely
moments.
chose my word there. It
Yeah.
has its moments, but it's one of those games not a lot of people have heard of, but I'd say if you're a fan of
It's
sort
gonna be one of those games I'm gonna
atmospheric
stream one day.
It's a rough one to follow. Like it takes a couple playthroughs because it's a crazy time travel plot. So, but it's a fun game.
Yeah, I liked it. I'm gonna have to stream it one day because it's. Well, I guess is it a survival horror? What is it? Fantasy? I'm not really sure.
I'm not even sure.
It's one of those genre benders, I guess.
Yeah, there's kind of a lot of elements to it. It's got some sort of horror atmospheric elements to it. But it's also
kind of a fantasy, kind of a sci-fi, kind of everything.
time travel and homunculuses and interesting stuff.
It kind of it was a lot. Too much. That's kind of the problem with it. Is too much to absorb.
All right.
And it's not very clear on what you have to do in that.
No, they don't make it clear like what your objective is, so it's a lot of trial and error as well. Okay, but
All right, break time.
we've been going at it for about almost 4.5 hours. We've still got quite a bit of game left to get to, and I'm sure plenty of other topics to rant about. But this has been super fun so far. So we're gonna take a couple,
A lot
of minutes
interesting
here
discussions.
for sure.
Hope you learned something today.
I definitely have already plenty of new things, so that's why I love
You
doing
didn't think
these.
you could learn anymore.
Oh, I mean, sometimes I start to get it in my head that I'm like, oh, I've done this. I've played thousands of hours of these games. I must know everything by now. No, every single day that I'm going through these games, I learn new stuff. That's part of why
I'm sure
I love
any
them.
other game you would have seen it all, done it all. But this one, it doesn't feel like you've seen it all
Right.
or done it all. So
There's always something new. But yeah, thanks everybody who's been joining us so far. There's still plenty of stream left, plenty of game to get to, plenty of stuff to talk about. Again, please take a moment, show some support. Exclamation point guest for links for Fungo TV here on Twitch, as well as the YouTube channel. Definitely go follow, go subscribe, as well
by
as
the way,
everybody.
I'm Fungo.
By the way,
Hi.
this is Fungo, who's joined
Hi.
us. He's a
Hi,
legend.
Fungo.
Pleasure to be a part of this stream.
You're an absolute legend. And again, thank you so much for joining us for this. I'm looking forward to getting through the rest of this game, having some more good discussions. But yeah, let's take a few minutes, refresh some drinks, hit the bathroom, and then we'll check out Green Lion Antiques. There's not a whole lot here, right?
A little bit.
I usually say that by the time you get to the sewers, that's like the halfway point, I would say.
Yeah.
Probably somewhere around there. The waterworks. All right.
So
Have a good break.
we'll be back in a bit. All right. We're back.
We're back
Fantastic.
in the Green Lion Antique Shop.
Yep. After looking at some fun references, Carrie movie poster, Hype Face Man,
We're
Gangsta's
overloading people with
Paradise.
information. Yeah, Gangsta's Paradise.
Gangusta's Paradise.
Angusta's
Jingusta.
Paradise.
Gangusta. There's a trace on the floor that somebody moved the cabinet. Do you want to push the cabinet? I feel like we can talk about this scene quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty big scene.
Let's let everything kind of play out.
I'd say
Harry!
it's the longest cutscene.
Sybil?
Actually.
I think so. Outside of like ending
I'm glad
scenario.
you're okay.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have left you. Things are
And
worse
midway
than I
through the
thought.
game, you're like more lost than ever. This
Nuts.
she kind of helps Harry
What
make
are
sense
you
of
doing
things.
here?
hmm
I thought
I
you
love the
left
music
town.
here.
I saw you go in here, so I followed you. I couldn't get out.
Is
All the
Maxie
roads
here
out of
tonight?
town are
Maxie is
blocked.
here, GCM.
Cars have completely stopped
He might
running.
still be on break, but he is here with us.
Phones and radios are still out too.
What about my daughter? Did you see her?
Tell you what, you guys have an enormous
see a
amount of
girl.
patience, but I guess you got to be
Was it
patient as a
Cheryl?
Twitch streamer.
Yeah, I guess you do. It's something that I was not very good at in the beginning.
Because some games move so slowly, and then the
And you
stream may
just
seem
let her
like so
go?
dead.
Where was
You got to
it?
keep trucking.
On Bachman Road.
Yeah,
She was heading
that's what
towards
I
the
do.
lake.
I just
Just
talk.
If no one wants to talk in my
Wasn't like
chat,
she
I'll
ran
just
off
keep going.
exactly.
Well,
Dude, yeah,
and I never
Place for her
get
to go.
hung up too much on
Roads
like
were obliterated.
how active chat is necessarily with a lot of these story playthroughs, because a lot of people, myself included, really enjoy putting on a stream and just kind of having it on in the background, especially Silent Hill. Silent Hill for a horror series is very weirdly comforting.
Yeah.
Like
I met
the
It
her
music
is.
and the ambience and
It
the
is.
sort of
It must be
stilted
the
voice
nostalgia
acting.
comfort.
Yeah,
You know her?
it's got that kind of strange,
Dahlia Gillespie.
comforting element to it. So
No.
But also Akira Yamaoka's music, some songs just really chill.
yeah,
Make it
like
chill.
this one,
Something about
like
the
this one.
town
It's got
being
that sort of
devoured by
mysterious,
darkness.
you know,
Gibberish like that.
got the little bell sounds
Any
going
idea
off,
what it
and
means?
Like I personally really like the ranking music. I let it
Oh,
sit
yeah.
on the rank screen for a while
That-
just to kind of chill.
that was my away screen
Selling to
music.
tourists. The
Oh,
force
that was mine too.
behind
Actually, I
it.
think it's still my away music.
None
I've
of our
I've got a
leads
couple
have panned
different
out.
songs that I use for my away screens, but
And the
I usually
investigation
use the
stalled.
Silent Hill 1 ranking, or I'll use Silent Hill
What could drug
2's
trafficking
Alone in
have
the
to do with
Town,
all this?
the one that plays in the bowling
See,
alley.
See, Harry Mason is trying to piece together what the trafficking
that's
has
the
to do with the
darkness she was
town
talking
changing
about.
and the darkness, and he's trying to work it out
all
in
I
his
can think
head,
of.
and none of it's really making sense yet.
Must be on
It's kinda
drugs.
It's kind of cool because what they're doing is they're trying to, they're trying to lead the player to kind
Just
of
discovered
come
it.
up with their own conclusions, like
Maybe there's
kind of
something
working it
back
out
there.
with Harry.
Let's have a look.
I love this
Wait,
line of logic here.
we don't know what's back there.
I'd better check it out first.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna check it out.
I'm a cop. I should
What?
go. Now hold on. I have a penis.
I'm going.
And then she's like,
I'm
okay.
going. I'm going.
She's like, all right,
Cover you from here. Be careful.
you do what you do.
If anything looks fishy, get back here on the double.
By
She-
the way, hi, one donkey.
Yeah, she gives up on it so
Sybil?
quickly too. I'm going first. Okay, random
Do you know
civilian.
anything about, well, like some other world? It's like some kind of bad dream.
What are you talking about?
I'm not quite sure. I
Hey,
try to
lazy
make
tiger.
sense of it,
What's
but
up,
then
man?
my mind goes blank.
I just want to make a quick shout out to
Everything's
all my
dark,
VIPs and
I hear
regulars.
sirens in the
Hello,
distance.
Keisha. Hello,
I
Sizzy,
met this
and
nurse,
others.
Yeah,
Lisa.
definitely welcome everybody
It's like I was
from
there,
Fungo's channel who's
but
come
not
over.
really.
Hope
It's all a
everyone has been
blur,
enjoying the stream so
like
far.
some kind of hallucination, you know?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry.
Oh. I was just wondering. Never mind.
Harry. You're tired.
I love the Fungo jewel.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah, that was a highly requested emote. Probably, and that kind of made me think maybe I vape too much. It's kind of a problem if people want an emote of it.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on that, Raven? Do you think there's such a thing as vaping too much?
Well, I when I'm really tired, I vape more. You know,
What's
I don't know why that
this?
is. I just do.
Some
Well, it's like
kind
if I
of
vape
potion.
20, 30 times in
Never
5
seen it.
hours, it's like, what the fuck? You're staring at my face for 5 hours. What the fuck do you expect?
I guess you're right.
I've been streaming for a long time, man. My voice keeps cracking because it's fucked up from last night.
Well,
but
it's
yeah.
better vaping than smoking cigarettes because then you'd have to
Oh,
take a cigarette break every few
yeah,
minutes.
that used to be me. I smoked cigarettes for 15 years.
It's like another break. You just took one. Well, I need another cigarette. So
I used to take one every like 30 minutes.
Admittedly, I still smoke cigarettes. I've actually finished my last 3 cigarettes during this playthrough so far.
yeah, I learned that on your speed run that I watched last night.
Oh, do I talk about it?
You
I don't
said that,
remember.
yeah, you mentioned it.
I don't remember half the stuff that I've talked about in a lot of those runs from how far back they are. Like my Silent Hill 3 PB, I talk about fucking spaghetti. So sometimes on
This-
Twitch, you get into some weird topics. And
Oh yeah.
This
things you
stream
talk
was
about.
right before the Resident Evil 2 remake came out, and people were all hyped, and that was the main topic of discussion everyone wanted to talk about. So
yeah,
there's some kind of
Interesting.
powder though in that chalice.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what it could be.
Donut powder.
Looks
I
like
wonder
an
what they
alt-
worship. It looks like
It's
looks
like
like
a-
an air
looks like a-
screamer or something.
A Mexican professional wrestler, like a luchador. with
Yeah,
a
the
mask.
mask.
Yeah.
It
It's
looks
an-
really like
It's
like
a
last
luchador air
second.
screamer.
Just
It
a
looks like
lucha-
last second they added the head part.
Yeah. It's
I-
a luchador that skipped leg day.
I think this image actually did change from some of the pre-release versions. Like when this came out for retail, I think this image
Oh
behind
yeah,
the
it was a
altar
different
changed.
image. Yeah, it was a different image in preview copies I've seen, early copies.
Yeah,
So it was like, well, we need to put their god on here.
but we don't quite know what that's gonna be yet.
We don't know what that's gonna look like yet until last second, I guess. Apparently, they didn't change it or something. They didn't change it to be more like. Maybe they left it vague on purpose. I don't know.
Speaking of vague on purpose,
This
Harry?
dream sequence is the most vague thing
Are you
ever.
okay?
What the?
It makes you wonder.
this
Also,
is
the music here.
yeah, and it's such a strange scene, like in
Harry?
context with everything else, as far as like how the power works and kind of the capabilities of the town, where Harry's just gone. Sybil walks back there and he's just gone. He's not in the same place, but in the nightmare, he's literally in Alessa's nightmare talking to Lisa.
Yeah, he got pulled into her. I mean, that happens in Silent Hill 4, so
Yeah.
it doesn't really So that proves that Silent Hill 4 also doesn't break the rules.
Hey, you don't look too good.
Gotta change
It
the
fits
whole
in.
song.
But this is very confusing for a lot of players, especially me when I first played. It's like, how is this happening?
If you're sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just you could tell because it's the only scene with a blurry filter over it.
Yeah,
that
this like dream filter.
Crazy Gillespie lady.
it's supposed to tell you it's outside of. It's probably in a dream or a nightmare. She's giving him ESP tips, game cheats, and
Yeah.
But I heard the kid died in a fire and
tips and tricks.
been crazy ever since.
That was a magazine.
Well, she says the town is being.
She's
devoured
she's
by
like one of those
darkness.
$9.99
You have any idea
for
what
every
she's
30
talking
minutes
about?
tip hotlines.
The town devoured by
Well, there's a bed there. There's something else she could be doing
Yes, I think I do.
for a $9.99.
Before she turned
Wow.
into a resort,
Oh my.
the
I mean, I did kind
Wait.
of leave that phrasing open for that joke, didn't I?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get
town
lewd
was some
sometime.
kind of queer religion.
I never do. So
Never.
I'm
Well,
offended.
How,
Really?
how dare
Twitch.
you lewd Lisa?
Magic,
I'm offended.
I'm always told to stop it though when I
as
do.
young people moved in, the people figured they'd been
It's like,
summoned
you're
to
being a little too lewd again.
Also,
Dang it.
chat, post more butts.
That used to happen around here all the time.
Here we go.
Before the resort, there really wasn't anything else out here.
Lisa's one of the
Everyone was so
one of the
freaked out
most
about the
sympathetic
thought of blaming
characters in
someone.
Silent Hill, and also she's
Been a lot of
she's a
music
character that
playing,
everyone
everybody
loves.
clammed up about it.
She's a tragic character.
Yes.
That's what they call
Yeah.
Last time I heard
And to think that none of this,
Gosh.
she isn't even real.
When
she's
several
just,
people connected with her
conjuring.
in the town died in accidents.
Also, she kind of gives you a little idea of what's been going
Oh, I'm sorry.
on, so that's cool.
I'm rambling.
Yeah, I like getting that perspective of information from sort of because it is just Lisa as a manifestation. She's limited to what information she had while she was alive. And I guess because maybe Alessa liked her, I don't really know why. Maybe you can shed some light, some theory on that as to
Well, she
Lisa
was like
maintaining herself and not
it's
just
kinda
being
the
a
sa-
puppet
like,
nurse.
the Silent Hill movie kind of got it in some regard. Was that she was like the one of the only characters that really showed her any compassion or treated her
Yeah.
like a human, and kind of gave her, really cared about her. It's kind of explained in the videotape
Right.
that she
Yeah, I saw
actually
that.
genuinely cares about her, and she can't do anything to help.
Heather comments on it too after you see the videotape play after seeing the symbol. I mean the seal of Metatron
This
in the
seal?
in the labyrinth hallway. She says she was always so pleasant to me in that hellish hospital room. I think is what she said.
Yeah.
She does have a little moment. She thinks about Lisa and really, really like, I guess, kind of like respects and misses her.
So I want to try to show this glitch just kind of for the sake of showing people. And I would
Yeah,
like to
I
show...
wanted to ask you about the glitch because if I'm going to be speedrunning Silent Hill at some point, I kind of need to know this.
So I made a save there so I can just reload the save and we'll continue the game normally.
Oh, good.
But for the sake of kind of showing this, you can get this romper.
This is a relatively new glitch that's been discovered, right?
Yes, this is just within the last like year and a half.
So
two
there you go, there's
years
proof that
maybe.
people are learning to this day new things.
Yeah, like that's kind of how speedrunning is. Like it's just constantly evolving.
If you're the first speedrunner to discover something like this, oh, you're gonna be huge. I'm sure that you guys have discovered like really awesome exploits.
I
at some
mean,
point.
as much as I run these games and as much as I play them, there's very little that I myself have like discovered that's wound up being put to use in a run. Little things here and there, mostly for like downpour, to be honest. Weirdly
you know
enough.
how I speedrun that game? I shut it right off and then it's over.
There you go.
Done.
That's what
how
I
you
do
speedrun.
now.
That's the quickest way.
In fact, the last few times I've tried to live stream it, and I haven't finished it. I literally could not finish that game.
It's a long game.
It's a tough one.
It's
It's tough to get
everything.
through. It's not a hard game.
It's not
hard.
difficult. It's just long.
Yeah, it's long. It is long. As a speedrunner, what is it, like 2-3 hours to complete? That's kind of long.
Yeah,
Yeah.
usually it's just under 3 hours.
And the thing about speedrunning a game is you want to be able to sit down and do it in one sitting. And That's a long time.
It is.
Almost. I was a little too far forward.
I did learn this trick from your stream I watched last night. Now, what you have to do is you kind of gotta get them to start munching on you in the transitional area here between camera angles.
Yep. This
And it
might
worked.
have worked.
No, I don't think it worked.
Nah, it was still
very
a little
close,
too far
though.
up.
I sure hope they don't patch this out.
They already did. It doesn't work on PAL or Japanese.
Oh, so they did see this glitch early on and patched it in the PAL version.
Yep.
That's crazy.
By the way, I just clipped through Green Lion Antiques.
So now all of a sudden the people speedrunning on the PAL version, they switched to the NTCS or NTSC version.
There wasn't really anybody running the PAL version to begin with. So
where do you run?
straight ahead. Like literally it's a straight line. If you line yourself up with the door to Green
that's
Lion
cool.
and run, you'll wind up here
Whoa.
where you fight Float Stinger.
That is
And
ridiculous.
you run downstairs and you're right in front of Alchemilla Hospital. So we
What
didn't
were you
have
gonna say,
to
Raven?
we didn't have to go fight Twin Feeler or go to the town center. Any of that stuff is completely skipped by doing that. So now I'm going
And,
to load my save and do all that.
Going out of bounds there doesn't just allow you to like skip the section, but it allows you to also see some really strange like visual glitches.
Yeah. If you don't go...
So if
I
you
have-
actually
I have a
take your
clip
time to
as an
explore.
example.
Yeah, if you just kind of take the time to run around out of bounds, there's a lot of weird stuff you can see there. And eventually you even run kind of so far out that it doesn't render things right.
I wonder how that works because like you just run straight forward and you end up on the other side of town. So it makes me wonder if you're running out of bounds and kind of coming from the other direction. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
Pretty much. Like it sort of puts you out of bounds and you're like up above the building layout, you know, because I dropped
Yeah,
down
but-
onto the building, onto the roof.
Yeah, but it puts you on a different plane altogether. It
Yeah.
seems.
It's definitely a weird one. And there are some other places in the game where you can do similar out of bounds. But that's the only one.
There's a clip right there of the
Clip
weird
of-
visual effects that you can see.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Watch it. I'm watching it now.
I'm going to look at this Vestal Gigastore.
It's cool because in Silent Hill 3,
What? It looks like the final boss of Siren.
Oh.
Sorry, go ahead.
In the
So
clip.
you know the butterfly boss?
Yeah.
Maybe this is maybe he did it on purpose because he was getting ready for Siren. Experimenting. That is weird, though. That's some weird stuff.
Yep. And your game can crash too.
Yeah, it looks like it's a. I'm waiting for it to.
Added
Yeah.
bonus.
Nothing unusual.
Yeah, it looks like the translucent textures of the flashlight were causing those blocks.
Yep, the old Vestal Gigastore.
It's a
I
lot
love
of
that place.
a lot of cool stuff with this little sequence here.
You know, the PS2 had no such a weak point with translucent texture. Just wanted to throw that there. Because that's a common one people want me to do. I started clipping and putting sound effects of all that up on, you know, as commands that people can play whenever.
Yeah, I noticed.
So I don't have
You've
to
got-
keep doing it.
You've got some really good ones too. Like, that's smart having them there for quick reference when people just need to shake people's hearts.
Yeah, I got
deeply.
those there. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw
And,
people
and
using
it's
those.
it's very relevant to a lot of games, so I'll use that'll usually be used when I'm talking about
Sex
you know,
and death.
games. Yeah, horror has a lot to do with sex and death. I mean, that's what motivates us all.
Same
isn't it?
thing. Oh yeah, clearly. Not pizza.
Well,
Mm-mm.
you avoid dying when you eat, so
It's true. But it well,
Well, if you think back to like so many different like historical like famous serial killers and like mass murderers, like a lot of their motivations were of a sexual nature. So it's kind of easy to like add that into any horror environment.
what's up, person suit? I got a gift sub for you, and I I didn't want to use it until I saw you on stream, and you haven't been online, or at least I missed anything. If you
Hey,
were.
Person Sue.
So I was waiting for you to be online so I could jump in and see what you're all about.
Yeah, we've known Person for a while. He's been getting into the speedrunning game lately.
Oh yeah, another person,
Silent Hill 2.
another streamer, really knowledgeable.
Another person.
On another person suit.
I know there's a lot of people speedrunning.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm getting into that too. As you guys know, I have been running Silent Hill 1. I was going to do that first and then move on to Silent Hill 2. So once I got that 10-star rank.
I thought, honestly, a while back that you were going to start getting into speedrunning more when you submitted Silent Hill 3.
Oh yeah, I before I became regular on Twitch, way back when I just used to freelance Twitch, I guess, I would speedrun Silent Hill 3. That was my favorite game to speedrun. I got right now I'm sitting at like 28th place on the ranking for the any.
It's been a while since I've checked.
So I'm up there, just not as high as you guys.
Oh, I'm not even on Silent Hill 3.
Oh no.
Nope.
I don't have a run on any percent yet. I probably will eventually.
It's unfortunate though that Silent Hill 3 isn't getting the same kind of love as Silent Hill 2, because you know Silent Hill 2 has the enhanced edition for the PC, and I wish Silent Hill 3 would get something like that, because right now the HD mods for it aren't the greatest.
I feel like it's a little less necessary for 3. Like 3's overall just got it's a much better PC port than Silent Hill 2's.
Overall. It was made by the same team, Creature Labs, I think.
Yeah, but they just did a much better job with 3.
I mean, the same can be said about like the HD of Resident Evil 1 and.
I don't think Creature Labs was on Silent Hill 3. I think Konami handled that in house.
Was that an internal one?
If anybody did do it, they were quiet about it because there's nobody credited for that. It's just Konami. So.
Oh, then that makes sense. Okay, because I was thinking it was more like the remakes. You know how Zero.
Yeah.
The remake for Resident Evil 0 was much more polished than the first one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was helping somebody set up the necessary modifications for Silent Hill 3. I think yesterday, and it was like way less to do, and that's what I was telling her. I was like, "There's just the port was made way better, so you don't have to do a whole lot more to it."
I would say in terms of horror in this game, this part right here with the windmills, like, scared me to no end. Like, because you're running into darkness, you don't know what the hell you're running into, and there's grating on the other sides.
Yep.
Or either side. So
I always stop.
Emptiness.
I always stop during this part to talk a little bit about the visuals of like, because it's such a good example of like the amount of detail they put in. So you look at, especially for a PlayStation 1, you know, late 90s era game, things like rain effects. Rain effects are usually...
Yeah, the rain looks good.
So not only does the rain itself look pretty good as just a standalone effect, the fact that it's dynamic based on the texture that it lands on. So it lands on dirt and it like leaves the little dark imprint and then absorbs and sort of fades away. When it lands on this asphalt, you can see the little white like droplets where it hits the pavement and splashes up on the ground. And then when you get up here to the rails, you can see it collecting on.
And you don't see many games back on the PlayStation 1 with this kind of detail.
Yeah, like, I mean, it's nuts.
Yeah, you don't.
It's nuts.
So like that right there is hard to do. Just it's hard to design.
Nub sounded like Sybil right there. It's nuts.
It's nuts.
It's nuts. You mean Shazam Sybil, or?
That's a lot of nuts.
But yeah, like the amount of detail they put into the edges is really difficult when it's a polygon based kind of game. So it's hard to design when everything's basically squares. You have to design everything in little increments of squares. But you can't even notice because the way they put like little patches here and there.
Here's the theater. Since I didn't take a look at it earlier, I want to...
This is a different theater than the one at the beginning. Oh,
yeah.
This is in the other part of town.
Yeah, this is the one with Bruce Willis and Harrison Ford.
Wait, what? It has a picture of him?
Yeah, yeah. Like Bruce
Wait, you
Willis.
didn't know?
Bruce Willis and
No.
Harrison Ford have cameos in Silent Hill. Right here.
On the poster?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to get
What
an
movie
angle.
is it supposed to be?
So this one on this side, if you look
Oh,
at
I
the very
see
top of
it.
the screen, it's Die Hard
Kind
2.
of looks like Nicolas Cage, though.
It's Bruce Willis. It's
Oh, it's a
literally
Die Hard
it's literally
picture.
Die Hard 2's cover.
Yeah, I see it.
So the movie
Crusher
title
Dan.
is Crusher Dan.
Here's the thing: you can't really see that.
Unless you
mean,
hack the camera, you don't get a really clean shot of it. But hey, it's there. Like,
What's
Just-
that shoot?
and this one is Shoot, and the poster is Raiders of the Lost Ark. Like, it's literally Indiana Jones there, Harrison Ford.
Okay, well, I got to put that on my list because I didn't know about this. Because I never could.
What's the one on the front?
Yeah, what is the one on front?
I think it just says Silent Hill, like theater or something. Oh no, it is a different thing. It says like Ezekiel. That bottom word is Ezekiel, I think.
One donkey, Butch Dyke Sybil doesn't like nuts.
Oh, I can't.
By the way,
angle
that
that up.
Butch Dyke thing was really not well received by a lot of people. From the real Silent Hill experience.
Yeah.
that was just a stupid joke. And you know what's funny? How we countered that is that we made a song out of it later.
I remember the remix.
I-
Lesbian.
Yeah.
I think
Some people get too offended.
I think Punchy just hosted us. Hi, Punchy.
Punchy, thank you so much for the raid.
Oh, we got a raid. Nice.
I think it was it a raid?
Or a
I think it was
host.
just I think it was
Either way,
a host. Yeah, because I didn't see a raid thing, but I see a whole bunch of his emotes, so it's
Either way.
something.
welcome Punchy. Welcome Punchy watchers.
Introduce yourself.
They know who we are. But you already knew. You already knew that.
It's nuts.
But you already knew that.
Yeah. For everybody who is new here, I'm NubZombie. This is typically my channel, but I have the honor of hosting all of Team Silent, as well as our super awesome guest, Fungo, who has been just a absolutely awesome, active member of the Silent Hill fandom for a very long time. Co-creator of the Real Silent Hill Experience. Many
Yeah,
very
as
fun,
you-
informative videos on his YouTube.
Yeah, like I did do a lot. I did have a bout with Bloodborne and Dark Souls lore. And I did create the website silenthillmedia.net. And that's still online, it's still around, even after
It's still
all
After all
years.
these years, it's still there, waiting for
I mean, I
Silent
haven't
Hill
really
4 to update.
updated it, but but I
One
decided,
day.
well, you know what? You know what happened was, and it really depressed me, is I had a hard drive with all the anything Silent Hill that I had was on one hard drive that crapped out on me.
Oof.
So I lost everything, even my complete soundtracks I edited together. So I don't have the original Wave, versions of those.
Thank
That's
God you
rough.
came back.
That
I was
sucks.
scared
Oh
to
yeah,
be
and it's
here
been
all
8 years,
alone.
and I'm still coming to terms with it. It's rough.
I was worried too.
We know the
Real happy to see
catchphrase.
you.
Backups, backups,
Lisa.
backups.
Well, that did teach me to start
Yeah.
backing everything up. Now I have 2 versions
You take
or
off
2 hard drives.
I think
for
we
all my
all
content.
I think we all have a story like that. That happened to me back in 2004, and after that, backups, backups, backups.
There's got to be another way.
So then after
Person
that,
will tell you. There you go.
yeah, after that I got a program
just remembered
specifically
something.
for backups, and
There's a
and now I
wall
learned.
over by
I
my
learned.
old
That's how you
elementary
learn.
We all
Make
learned. Yeah,
mistakes.
we all learned the
It's been
hard way. Yep,
abandoned for
I did.
years. There's an
Well,
underground
you don't
tunnel
think anything's gonna happen, but you
inspection
have
or
to.
something.
The hard drives, especially the disc-based ones, they don't last very long. They actually have. They don't last forever. They
I think I
have
can get to
a
the lake from there.
what is it?
I've never
Life
been down
cycle,
in
I
there
guess you could say.
myself, so I'm not
Shelf
positive.
life.
Shelf life.
Besides,
Lifespan.
it's all
Something like
soft
that.
to keep people
And it all
out.
depends on how hot you
If
keep your
there's a
computer
chance,
too.
I've got to
That
try.
does have that's a variable.
Harry, don't go.
It is.
I don't want to be alone.
I need to work on getting me a better PC. Honestly, this is my bare bones PC.
How about coming
Oh,
with me?
same. I've been using the same stuff for 5
This may not
years.
be the safest place in the world
I
either.
built mine in December
Can't
17.
promise you
It's
anything,
still
but I'll
going
do
pretty
my
well.
best to protect
Yeah,
you.
that's about
So
when I
also-
built mine too, actually.
Somehow I feel I'm not supposed to
How
leave
long?
this place.
Like
I've had
around
about a
winter
year
of
and a half.
2017 here as well.
I'm cold.
Or
Yeah, this one's
2016. No,
this one's
17.
about 3 years old, but I did upgrade the video card to like a
Be back
1080,
as
so
soon
it's
as I
pretty
find
good.
my daughter.
That's better than what I'm
by the
using.
way, oh, it is good.
I'm
I was
using
gonna
a
say, by the way,
1050.
this is proof that the dream sequence didn't actually happen because the way she reacts to Harry. Like,
Yeah, she
Harry,
talks to
I've
him
been
totally
waiting this whole
differently.
time.
Yeah, she talks to him totally differently. The dream filter is not there. I feel like the
As
dream
if it never
sequence.
happened.
Yeah, the dream sequence felt like it's more Alessa speaking through Lisa in a way, rather than Lisa as her manifestation talking to him directly.
It feels more like Alessa is showing herself as Lisa and talking to him. I'm not really sure though.
It kind
that's-
of reminds me of like a scene from Jacob's Ladder, like where he like experiences something through like it's not necessarily really happening. I mean, none of it necessarily is really happening, but like he'll like experience a scene where it's like completely disjointed from everything else, like when he goes to the chiropractor and things like that.
Yeah. There are sequences that are I mean, the whole thing is basically like the bad ending of this game is
Yeah.
Jacob's Ladder.
Yeah.
So that when I first got the bad ending, oh my god, that blew my mind. It really did. I was like, oh my, so cool.
He was dead the whole time.
I mean, that is a trope now, but back then I never saw anything like it before.
Trying to remember, when did Signs come out?
Why does Signs do something like that?
No, you're thinking of Sixth Sense.
Or sorry, not Signs, Sixth Sense. Same
Yeah, Sixth Sense
same
did that.
director, wrong movie.
Yep, you're close.
Sorry, my brain is elsewhere. I'm kind of trying to fight this
What about what?
big moth on the roof of your mom's house.
He's just doing a boss fight.
By the way, as far as like strategy or anything with this boss,
You just shoot and go.
shoot and
run,
move.
shoot and run.
There's iframes, like the boss has invulnerability immediately after you shoot it, so you don't want to just spam shots on it. You want to sort of
Really?
shoot and then
I've
give a
been
little
spamming.
You want to shoot and then give a little bit of a dodge while it's invulnerable and then shoot again, because if you just kind of do this, like every second
Yeah,
shot is not counting.
Yeah, I've been just spamming shots on it and wondering why I won't die anything.
Yep.
So I saw you speedrun it last night, and you got it perfect. Like you shot, you moved, you shot and moved, and never took any damage.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean that's ideal when you're doing a
That's
speedrun.
ideal. It doesn't always happen that way, unfortunately. And of
Like,
course, right
sometimes
now,
you'll get your occasional romper jump. I mean,
yeah, and of course, like right now, it's got a lot more health, and I've got less supplies for it because hard mode. So,
oh, let's not get to the end and not have enough health for that final boss that just zaps you nonstop. That is a badly designed final boss.
that's that is a rough final boss for sure.
I've always thought it was bad game design on that, but whatever. Because especially on New Game Plus 10, my last run through, like you could stand there and take like 400% damage in just one stun lock. You have to continuously go in your menu screen and heal as you're getting attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Can't move.
Oh yeah, I have died.
There is a reliable strat for that, to just run around or strafe around in a circle. Like, when you hear the audio cue of it starting, you just start running in a circle. And when the last bolt, you can stop and take a few pot shots and then repeat.
But it's not always guaranteed, because I don't know.
It definitely takes a lot of practice, and it doesn't always work out, because sometimes you get hit by some really bullshit, like nonsense hits with that lightning.
I want to mention this is nice that it skips this whole part.
Yeah,
It doesn't force you to run the whole way back to the waterworks.
Yeah, because the biggest complaint with survival horror games back in the day was the backtrack.
Yeah.
Everyone hated backtracking, and that would have been just. So I'm glad that they made that decision.
I was thinking last time I played this game, I was thinking about this, how it like lets you skip the whole town to get over here. And I was like, has anybody ever explored the town again to see if anything new pops up? And I turned around to go and look, and I was like, nah.
Yeah, I mean, you can still go. Like, it doesn't really give you anything new. but you can still at least run back through the town and like if you didn't pick up some supplies and things that are there, you can go back through and get some stuff now.
Now you have an excuse to use your katana.
Well, I don't have a katana, but this lock is worn out, and I may be able to break it if I hit it hard. And Harry,
Hit it with your head.
Harry's definitely good at hitting it hard, and this is
Yes,
where
he is.
this is where you. Cue,
Is this innuendo?
Yes.
I don't know if I could be a part of this stream. It's too.
This is
I'm
where
not
you.
18.
This is where you cue the porno music.
Why are you using the knife? That's like the. Oh my god, he's shaking his ass.
That's why I'm using the knife.
He twerking.
We gotta get the trademark Mason twerking. He passed it down to Heather.
He did.
Taught her all he knows.
Runs in the family.
That's pretty good though, because I never knew about that.
Learning something
So
new
Harry
every day.
invented the twerk.
Harry invented the twerk. It's his default knife attack.
You know what's really weird about because I normally play the emulated version so I can get a widescreen, like I can get it in the widescreen.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed that well, first off, in this version, this is the PSN version. You see that weird like block around Harry when you're in the sewer? Like I don't know what the hell that is.
It's literally just the model hitbox that's around his character model. Like you can see that. You can see the box around the light effect and stuff as well for the flashlight.
Yeah,
it's much
weird.
more noticeable in like
on
certain emulator settings. Yeah.
Yeah, but
also you should kick a I mean, you should flip a cockroach over so you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh, I should. There's some easier ones up ahead that I can mess with
You're
without
not
dealing
gonna
with the
see it
scratchers.
as high of detail on this version of the game.
Yeah,
you can definitely see it.
It's a lot harder to make out those details, but it's worth it.
Yeah,
I'll
when
flip
you
one.
increase the resolution, you can. Oh man, I loved it. I got Silent Hill running on RetroArch with the Beetle core, and I'm using the Vulkan drivers, and it looks beautiful, really good. Also, you have an option to stop screaming. That's Reno, my bird. He's been actually just crawling all over me. He's saying he wants to go to bed, but he doesn't go to bed.
He doesn't know any better.
He yells whenever he has to go to bed. He's like a toddler because he's a baby. He's only like 17 weeks old.
He's fussy.
Oh damn.
He still takes formula too. When I got him, he was unweaned, supposedly weaned, but it turns out the breeder force weans for birds and that's frowned down upon in the bird community. So I've been having to feed him the formula, and hopefully he weans himself. But he might be so psychologically damaged that he's gonna be relying on it.
Please don't do this to me, Scratcher. Thank you.
But yeah, like when I got this game running on RetroArch, it felt like I was reliving it. Like it felt so good because I got to see all these little details. And you have the option to keep the dithering on, and I feel like the dithering, even though it was a way to mask. Oh,
I died.
God,
I hate the sewers on hard mode so much.
The dithering is a way to mask the imperfections, and that's why I like it, because it does that and it also adds to the atmosphere. It's like the grain filter before they could actually do that.
Yeah.
Technically, on a technical level, they couldn't do it on the PS1. So you can actually turn that on without emulator. Good luck streaming RetroArch. I had a lot of issues doing that, and there's bugs. Of course, there's a lot of weird glitches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No emulator plays in Silent Hill perfectly.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's why it's kind of a.
Oh my god! A ninja.
I know. I've got this one dropping right on me. That's why emulator runs are still kind of like that gray area for speedrunning submissions, because without very specific emulation settings, which very few people are going to go out of their way to like do, the brightness when you're playing on emulator is like, it gives you a clear advantage of like, you can just see so much better in certain areas where you're running through, and there's a lot of little things like that that kind of give you advantages over the way the game is sort of rendered and displayed on a lot of original hardware.
I have to say, sewer levels really suck generally in games. But
Always.
This one, I was always so horrified going through this sewer. It's dark. You got those ninja green monsters that are on the ceiling sometimes.
Yeah.
And they are weird, and you never know when they're quite dead. You shoot, and because they slowly get to the ground.
It's definitely one of those areas that it used to be very tense for me, and the scratchers
Now it's
and
just
stuff are-
annoying, especially
it's
for
just
speedruns.
annoying. It's just
You can
annoying
kill these.
now.
These are the ones, but don't shoot them with the rifle because the rifle will kill them in one shot. You gotta make sure they're still alive. clinging
Even
the
on
life.
hard mode? I don't think so, right? Oh shit, yeah. Oh, they do
And
still one.
if you
do
could
still one shot. Okay.
if you could use a handgun on one.
I just picked
and-
up handgun bullets. Otherwise, I
and
don't
get
have
it closer.
ammo for anything.
Get it
but
closer to
rifle.
the screen. If you can get it as close to the camera as possible, you can see what I was talking about. But I saw it better on the retro art because it's
Let's see if I can.
upscaled and everything.
Just like that weird camera angle here.
Here's one. This
I
should
might
work.
be able to get kind of close.
But yeah, you can kind of see it, but not really.
Yeah,
That-
it's,
that
it's
is-
really
that
hard
is
to
not
see
a
without the
proboscis.
emulation. But
Yeah, it's got
is-
that weird like kind of tentacle sucker thing on the bottom of it.
Yeah, it's weird. I never noticed that before. I actually used to just because on the PlayStation 1 with the PS1 graphics, I mean, and the dithering, it really kind of masked that.
Yeah, on the I emulate on the EPSXE, and I use I use pretty good of filters on there, but like it takes away this kind of filter mask you see on the PSN version where it kind of puts it's like an overlay it kind of puts over it. I'm not sure if this was part of the original. I can't remember.
I mean, that kind of like
it's
grid looking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
filter
I'm
over
talking
it.
about the grid. Yeah.
Yeah, it to me, I don't like that. The way it like it's so prominent on the PSN version. I just I can't.
I like that grid, but I did find a way. I actually found a way with the RetroArch emulator to make it not so blocky and
Yeah.
transparent. I did find a way to make it look more like a film grain by using shaders, and I really think it needs to be there though, something, because it's kind of like the film grain for Silent Hill 1, which didn't have that capability.
Yeah, I kind of like a Silent Hill 3 where he turned film grain on and it's still not on in some scenes. Like it's on in some scenes, but
Well,
then-
Oh yeah.
well, in
did you
3,
not
it's
know
all over the place. It's dynamic throughout the game.
Yeah. Did you
Yeah, I
did you
love-
not
I
did
love-
you know that?
Oh yeah, I knew that, but like I didn't really realize it until like because I used to just have it off all the time.
Yeah, it's all
And when I
dependent
turn it
on the
on.
story and they want to. But did you know that it actually ramps up the film grain over time as you proceed to the end of the game?
Yeah,
So
I
it gets
realized
more
that
and
I
more
had to turn it
grainy.
back.
I don't know if people in the chat knew that or not.
All
You're
right,
gonna go in your cage.
made it through sewers 1. And luckily, there's some more supplies once you get up here.
Yeah, I thought that was awesome for the atmosphere of Silent Hill 3. Hold on, let me get that bird.
Herb.
I'm not gonna scream anymore. I'm going here now.
It's gonna be just like the bird cage, like the bird flapping its wings sound in when we get back to Alchemilla.
Yeah. So are we doing, I'm sorry if this has been addressed, are we doing the side mission? The Kaufman side mission?
I figured we would. Like usually when
Okay.
we're going for like story stuff, I try to do good plus
Sure. Yeah.
because it's doing the most in the game.
It gives the most information, yeah.
Yeah.
And unlike Downpour, this is a side quest that matters.
Side quests being relevant to the main story.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Can you imagine such a concept?
Craziness. Mm-mm-mm.
There's Kaufman
Oh, here
trying
we go.
to
Speak-
have sex with that claw finger.
Mhm.
Yeah, he thought, it looked like a hooker to him.
I mean, he tried with the air screamer in Alchemilla. It didn't work
Listen.
out. So now he's
Listen.
he's trying his luck with some of the other creatures around.
Listen, he's
Yeah,
a
I guess
lonely
so.
man. We've all been there.
I'm beat.
All right, don't
I thought I
judge.
was a goner there.
Don't judge him.
So how'd it go? Did
Are you
find
trying
a
to say
way
we've
out?
all been in a pool hall and like kind of horny and we thought a clawed monster might be like
How
into
about
us?
you?
That is exactly what I'm saying. And don't
Don't
pretend like
judge.
you
But
haven't.
it's too
Don't
soon to give
judge.
Okay, I was just getting it
This
straight.
craziness
Sorry.
Okay,
can't
it's
go
okay.
on forever. A
And
military
you can
residence
actually
will
find his
obviously
wallet
get
with the
any
condom
time
in it.
If they come through the town, we're home free.
Everyone knows it. Come on.
That would be-
Who didn't keep a condom in their wallet?
That would be great if there
I better
was
get
like
going.
that detail when you pick up the wallet.
This isn't the time to stand
You can see
around
just like
panic.
the little
The little
round
outline of the
the
circle.
little round
Yeah.
indentation.
Do you know a girl called Alessa?
No.
No. And he's gone. Now he's never going to see the Funk Tour ladies.
Or try some Buzz Fizz beer.
Or both.
Or both. I mean, you really lived
haven't
if you
li-
haven't
yeah.
watched the
Thank
Funk
you.
Tour ladies live while enjoying some Buzz Fizz beer.
Bingo. You have not.
There it
You
is.
really haven't.
It's those kind of things. Like, it just adds a little bit, you know? It adds that little bit to the world.
A little bit of lived in like experience to
Yeah,
like see
yeah.
in the environment. Like, I wonder what they were doing here back when this place wasn't a nightmare hellscape.
We're waiting for the Funk Tour ladies to come to town.
And this is where you kind of, I didn't realize it really. I didn't until I thought about it. But you're actually saving Kaufman here, which is actually a requirement for the good ending, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in the other requirement, you're saving Sybil. So in both requirements, you're saving someone's life. Or actually, in the case with Sybil, you're not just saving her life. You're not murdering.
You're
So-
choosing not to just murder her.
I mean, they give you plenty of opportunity to kind of figure out that you're not supposed to shoot her.
I don't think so, but I think that's part of the charm of the game, that you're supposed to play it again. Like, you're supposed to kind of play it once and have a general idea of things based on what Dahlia's telling you and sort of the lie, the lying storyline that Dahlia's kind of feeding you.
It's kind of a point of inference, like when she throws her gun down and kind of gives you this, oh, what? Now she's unarmed. Are you going to shoot an unarmed person? So you think about that. Like, maybe this isn't the right course of action. If you picked up the Glophodus and know anything about what it does, which you aren't at that point in time.
At that point, exactly. You're not really going to know what it is. And
I didn't figure it out, but until many playthroughs later, or until I read about it, really.
Yeah, I mean,
I always wondered what the hell is that red liquid? What does it do? I never knew why you picked it up.
It took me a couple of playthroughs to like kind of figure it out.
But
But you are
also,
given
it's
that
another
information.
point of- yeah, you were gonna say it.
Yeah, where you can play through and you finish the game the first time. Usually you get like a bad ending or whatever. And you're like, okay, well, you can play again,
Yeah.
do a little more exploring and save Kaufman, and then figure out through that, like, what the Aglophidus does based on
Yeah.
Kaufman using it in the end scenario. And then with that information, you can play the game yet again and be like, okay, now I know what Aglophidus is and what it does. I'm going to try to use it on Sybil.
Yeah. Also, yeah, you kind of get an idea that Glophodus is important in some way, and it's this red liquid. You learn it by saving Kaufman and going through this scenario. And after you learn that it has some significance, you may be able to kind of infer that it does something, maybe, or can be used on Sybil, but it's just a wild guess if you do at that point.
If we could take a moment to thank our sponsors, FettyX, Espresso.
Oh, yeah.
If you're going to ship anything, make sure to use FettyX Espresso shipping.
That's just FedEx, but with a funny name.
It's like Poston Market. Some things they try to hide the brand a little bit harder than others.
Oh, yeah, it's obvious they used a lot of brands and had to go in and change them.
And sometimes they just put a Pepsi logo on a bench.
They stretched it out to make it not as obvious.
It's legally distinct.
I think that's exactly why they did it that way. They knew what they could get away with, I think.
I love this little side area though. I love the Indian runner. There's some more little references and things like that, and you fill in so much more of the sort of side plot. I mean, it's not really side plot. It's a major element of the story.
Also, I wonder who Norman is. Who's that a reference to?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if
by the
he
way, yeah, this is
has a nice
this is
mother.
The Notebook. August 20th. He came by. I handed over the package at the here, which by he we can automatically assume because we got this, access to this place because of Kaufman. So we can assume it's Kaufman. September 12th. He showed up at Norman's too. It's Norman Reedus. That's right. Sure.
Norman Reedus. No,
Norman
he doesn't
Reedus
show
was
up
in
until
this game.
Silent Hill 3.
Oh yeah, that's right. Silent Hills. That's right.
No, he's in 3. Norman Reedus
He
is on a
is?
magazine cover in the library in 3, or in the bookstore.
Is that really Norman Reedus?
It's actually Norman Reedus. Like, he's literally
That's awesome.
on a one of the magazine covers where you
Was
do
it a
the
Boondock
Shakespeare
Saints
puzzle.
thing?
I think so.
No, it's a movie called Gossip.
Oh yeah, that was it.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. So he actually is in 3,
Yeah.
and then he actually ended up being with Silent Hills at some.
Such a
he was
shame.
gonna be
Well,
back then.
almost.
Such a shame, dude.
Almost, if it ever happened. he
Let's
would have been-
not go down that road, because
Okay. I don't want to be involved with the likes of them anymore, but I'm getting creeped out even more than before. I wish I had that really cool reverb voice and awesome microphone that Enigma has. I
oh
wish I
yeah, I
had
need
that.
one of those Go XLRs for the dramatic
Oh.
readings.
Oh, do you have it right now?
Hell yeah, brother.
See, I need that. Then I can make my my parts where I have to actually read. I can make it sound really cool.
You should-
and
you should
really
just-
get people invested.
You should
Hell
just
yeah,
turn that
brother.
effect on whenever you're going through the sewers, like just
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that God. I like that's what it sounded like. That was a lot of.
Oh, God, I'm in these sewers.
It does sound like the reverb from Resident Evil 1. They're acting whenever they're in the sewers.
Yeah,
Caves.
or we could get it just right, and it'll sound like every piece of dialogue in HD collection with that slight reverb on it.
Oh yeah.
if you make it,
Reverb.
yeah,
Yeah,
gotta
There
get that
should be no
reverb on the
reverb
phone.
on the phone.
yeah, right. Why's the reverb on? Oh God, I'm gonna get started on that.
I know.
And it sounds like he's vomiting through a tube.
Right.
All right.
Ridiculous.
Thought of leaving town, but I'm afraid of what will happen if I do. See, that's obvious that the cult has some sort of stranglehold on people.
Yeah,
That's where you get that idea.
and the Notebook, the fact that the Notebook doesn't really mention anything directly about any sort of cult or anything, it's literally just sort of this side element that's going on with Kaufman and this drug trade, where people are involved, they know about it, but they don't know why Kaufman's going through the trouble of doing this. Like, they don't realize that it's his involvement with a cult.
I think also what's going on with Kaufman is very similar to what happened in Silent Hill 3 with Vincent, between Vincent and Claudia. It's kind of the same deal. Like Kaufman cares more about, the possessions of the real world, like the financial gain. And
He knows about the pleasures of this world.
yeah, he knows about the pleasures of this world. And whereas Dahlia is the fanatic that wants to bring about paradise. And, it's kind of the same. It's a parallel. That's how I see it. I don't know. They don't really explain.
No,
Also-
absolutely.
Hookers. He likes hookers. We learned that slutty Lisa and him have been sleeping. Well, she's been sleeping with him for drugs. That's obvious. That's canon, by the way. So what is this? Drugs?
Clearly.
Yep. Good old canon origins.
Oh, they really changed Lisa's character. You really did not want to like Lisa's character in Origins.
You just don't want her to be a star.
I'm gonna be a star. There's
Yeah,
Norman.
Norman. Looks like a nice guy.
Kind of looks like the Psycho. That's what it's a reference to.
Norman the lunatic.
Yeah, Norman Bates.
Quiet bird. An answer. Sorry.
Silence, Burb.
I am big and you are small. I'm gonna have to do something about him. Be right back. Oh, Oh yeah. Are we not going to go use the magnet, or are you?
Oh yeah, I'm heading over there right now.
Oh, okay. You're going to that part.
Nothing unusual. Air screamer floating above
Oh,
my head, trying to murder me. But
you didn't look at the newspaper in the hospital, did you?
frick. That's what I get for trying to move along a little bit quickly. I didn't look at the videotape either.
Dag nabbit.
Oh.
That's okay. It just means we get to do this again at some point. Be a little more thorough.
Yeah. Good excuse.
Restart.
Or reset and redo the last 6 hours. Everyone's cool with that, right?
Sure. Yeah. Totally.
So I found a magnet. A long, thin magnetic rod with a string attached. Very specific magnet. There's also a very specific poster that's on the wall.
Yep. Very specific.
Don't look at that now, though. I should.
But when do you look at it?
Sit here longingly.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, dude.
It's
We're
like-
I
talking
didn't
about-
even know. Like, there's like a pixel for her butthole too.
I was gonna say, remember we were talking
Yeah,
about
there's that-
pixel nipples? There's pixel butthole.
Pixel
Well,
butthole.
so Silent Hill has a lot of.
It certainly
Those
does.
pixels.
There's a Playboy actually right here on this table. That,
Well, this does kind of like tell you a little bit about a character too. I mean,
yeah,
he smokes and he likes his porno mags.
but there's a newspaper, and like I mentioned earlier in Midwich, where if you don't read the Leonard Ryan writing on the wall, you don't read the book following it. Same way, if you don't look at the clipped newspaper in Alchemilla, you can't read this newspaper here. But just to kind of sum up what it talks about, this is a
Also,
newspaper article regarding the mayor, right? This is
sorry
the
about
one.
my bird.
Oh, it's all good.
Just gonna have to deal with it because he gets antsy at night for whatever.
Oh, it's not bothering me at all.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, yeah, I was gonna say this is also a that when I was talking about this is like a solid example because the game actually won't even show it to you if you don't get the first part of it. Which
Yeah.
Is, so
It's sort of that logical, that logical
it kinda
train.
Hammers in. It hammers in the fact that this is relevant to Kaufman somehow.
Yes.
And it's about what he's saving articles, and why is it so important? Because it's about like the people that died, right, in the investigation.
Yeah.
So that means that obviously he's concerned about it.
He's trying to
What
keep
works?
up with the news. He's trying to make sure they're not like figuring out who he is or what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's keeping up with his deeds.
Yeah, like all the clippings I saved, the murders.
What?
Oh no, I'm just joking.
Okay.
I get
Pepe
dark
Sylvia.
sometimes.
Oh no, I was going with it. What?
I didn't do nothing.
What?
Okay, it's all lies. Don't read that. I mean,
You didn't do nothing, so you did something. Huh?
So, biggest unsolved mystery in Silent Hill 1. We're in Kaufman's hotel room. Where's the toilet?
there it is, right there. The sink.
The sink? The corner
The
over
sink.
here? You just poop in the
Yep.
corner?
Just the corner. Yep.
Yeah, I never could figure out why they didn't even.
I don't think I've ever noticed that.
So,
to be honest.
So to be fair, I've spent some time
Is
in
it because Japan doesn't have toilets?
I was just gonna say I've spent some time in Japan. I've been at some very cheap like local hotel type places, and I've seen some smaller hotels and things like that in Japan where you have a basic little bathtub area. It wouldn't even be like this with a tub. It would just be like a drain in the floor and a stool that you sit on and a bucket that you dump water on yourself with. But then the toilet and stuff is communal, so you have to go out into like the hotel lobby to like a public toilet. You don't have one just in your room. So there are places in Japan. It's just not a very common thing at all in the United States.
So why in other Japanese games are like there's so much emphasis put on the bathroom and the toilet, like in Metal Gear games?
It's
Like, well,
it's
is that
it's that
just
inherent.
Kojima?
I think that's just kind of an inherent like it's where waste goes. It's gross. Like it's not something
It's
you
also where we go to
want to be
cry.
around. Yeah, it's a place of sadness and smells. So
It's like in Metal Gear, it's like it's so much about lewdness is like surrounding like going into the bathroom or be disgusting, especially in the women's bathroom.
yeah.
And also, I think they said something about how, like, you know, the fact it's like an empty chasm hole, you know, that you can't really see much into. Or is that more so the one at the end of Silent Hill 3 that was? What was the influence behind, you know, when Voltiel comes up and grabs Claudia? I don't remember, but
Oh, and, like,
I always
pulls her down?
theorized that it was like a Japanese toilet was what they were trying to go for. But
I mean, maybe, but it's so hard to know for sure with a lot of those things. Even things that seem a little bit more obvious than that are sometimes like completely contested by developers, you know, mentioning different stuff in interviews.
So in America, when we have to go to the bathroom, there's no toilet. We find a bush to pee on, right? What do they do in Japan? Do they find a hole to pee in?
I mean, I guess I'm
just that's stupid. Bad joke.
I was trying to think of like
They find a concrete wall.
there
Actually,
there
I
are
think.
toilets in Japan that are not very much more than a hole in the ground.
The old squat toilets.
There are absolutely squat toilets still
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of places in Japan.
Okay.
Do you want to jump down the hole?
No,
Not that one.
I don't
not
want
that
to.
one?
I have
That
to,
one.
but I don't want to. Silent Hill 2 in a nutshell.
And Silent Hill 4, I guess, but the hole isn't in the ground.
Yeah. The ones in 4, he can see the bottom. He knows where they're going.
I
They're
guess
just different
except
levels in
for
prison.
Yeah, the water prison. A small
Also, I wanted to
glass
say
vial.
there is a you know, we did talk earlier, the dialogue that doesn't play,
Yeah.
that's unused on the disc. I swear I have had that play in my game before. Maybe it's just me. And I tried my hardest to meet the requirements. I always figured that it was a piece of dialogue that was supposed to continue if you met all the requirements that were necessary, like, you know, finding the newspaper
Yeah.
and finding, you know, like I always thought maybe that was it. And maybe, you know, after doing all that, you might unlock the newspaper at the end that kind of talks about the house fires. But
Nope.
I guess not. I'm wrong.
Yeah, for the North American version, that audio file for this dialogue coming up that doesn't play is still in the game files. Again, Orafine, who did a lot of digging on the differences in the regions releases for this, found that out.
It's possible that they removed it because they felt like it was telling too much, like it was too telling. Because he says might be part of the local drug racket, which is kind of blatant for Silent Hill. You have to admit.
But that's the thing is the text dialogue is all exactly the same. It's just how he voices it.
What is this?
Because the dialogue here changes depending on how much information you've looked at. Up to this
So the
point.
dialogue does change, but not the actual voice. Words.
Right. So on like retail release, there are two variations of this cutscene. There's the variation when you've read everything up to this point, and Kaufman gets more defensive, and Harry is more sure that it's got something to do with the drug racket and everything. If you don't do that element and you don't read that stuff, you don't look at those things in Indian Runner, by the time you come here, then this is different. He just says, well, I guess I wasted my time. Like
Yeah,
this.
he says I wasted my time.
So
but then this is added.
So
you didn't get it.
So he says, you know, I guess I wasted my time. I better go look for Cheryl. So that's because I skipped out on that information, the newspaper in the hospital that didn't let me read the newspaper here. So that's why I got this variation of it. If I would have read those two things, we would have gotten the, man, he was pissed. I think that was dope in the bottle. That dialogue. So it'll still be unvoiced.
Yeah.
You know, it's still just text. In the trade demo, both variations of this cutscene, whether you read the notes or don't read the notes, and you get the wasted time or dope in the bottle variant, They both have voice acting. Both of them have Harry saying the lines. And
So
again,
it makes you wonder why they removed that.
exactly. It's weird. They just decided not to have Harry voice that. Whether I don't know if that was an intentional decision or if it was a bug, like the newspaper.
So there is voice acting for. Well, I guess I wasted my time too.
Yes.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe they decided it was better just to be dialogue because they do have parts where he's just his inner thoughts, and maybe that's why.
And it really is just kind of him
Like this
talking to
part-
himself. It's after Kaufman
Yeah.
left, so
Perhaps that's why, because it was just they thought it kind of worked better as like inner thoughts and took away the voice. Because right here coming up when it shifts, he doesn't speak at all, and he tells you his thoughts of what's happening.
it's weird because he starts to talk. He says part of the dialogue, and he also goes, "Oh, oh,
Oh!
What's this?
what's this?
This is not a dream.
Oh."
Oh,
That's what he does earlier too. When he wake up from the dream sequence with Lisa, he goes, "Was that another dream?" And then he has that inner dialogue.
See, and then this is like internal, him thinking about it.
Rather than shifting from reality to a nightmare, this is more like reality, becoming a nightmare.
That sounds like a good concept for a series of
Oh.
video games.
Yeah. No doubt something terrible is going on.
Can you imagine if a town had the power to make your nightmare into reality?
Yeah. Then it'd haunt me with my papa.
Just kidding, it's purgatory.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of references to like what Dante's Inferno.
Uh-huh.
It kind of has a lot of concepts from that.
But I do dislike that sort of take on Silent Hill and how it functions, what it is. That it's kind of dumbing it down to such a degree when you're just like, it's purgatory. The way a lot of the later games, especially Downpour, kind of lays it out to be. Ah, the boat.
In essence, we're all in our own purgatory because we're always playing the same game on Twitch.
It's true. I mean,
Yeah.
in a
we're
way, I've
just that
been
kind of
trapped.
guy.
In a way, I've been trapped in Silent Hill since 1999. I can't
And
escape them.
And you still love it so much that you still play it.
I do. I do.
Stockholm syndrome.
Ah, that's it.
I find it most fascinating. All right.
Yeah, I always like the detail of this upon entering the boat. Like, it's like a dead body. What?
There's a body stuck
Like,
to
why-
the bulkhead. I love how.
Why would... It's so nonchalant.
Yeah, it's just like,
Oh, yeah,
That's-
that's a dead body.
that's a weird decoration.
This one's swole dead body too. It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger up there.
He's pretty buff.
Yeah, pretty buff guy.
He's got those little Valtiel pyramid head
thing.
mitten hands.
I think that this is like the same model that they used in the bathroom in the school. I just realized.
Yeah. It's a little different texture on that one. Or is it exact?
Well, I think it's exactly the same, but it could be different because I remember the one in the bath having kind of a different head, but I'm not sure.
Ooh, look at that fun texture warp. And
Yeah, that
break the
texture warping
perspective.
was what I was. That's what I was talking about. Is that
Yeah.
it has the same kind of texture warping as like the Tomb Raider engine, because that's what it's
Sybil.
using.
Harry,
How did you get back here?
I followed the sewer. Were you the one who cut the fence?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
You should
glad
take
you
the
made
quick
it.
ending.
I was worried about
Take the
you.
UFO.
You were worried. Where did you
Quickly
disappear
beat the
to?
game that way.
Never mind.
Is that a speedrun thing you
Want to
do?
know what's going
Oh,
on
absolutely.
here?
There's categories
What
for
is
just
with
about
this
everything in
town?
this game. Like, there's like
This may
the
sound
general
really off
category
the
that
wall.
most people run is
Listen
any
to me.
percent, which is just
You've
new
got to
game,
believe me.
whatever settings are allowed for new
I haven't
game.
gone
Try to beat the
crazy.
game as
I'm
fast
not
as
fooling
possible.
around.
So you're playing it on easy. You're playing it on new game.
Yeah.
No extra
I was
weapons.
actually surprised that I couldn't find anywhere. I
Now
couldn't
know I'm
find
not.
a category for new game.
not
I'm
me.
sorry, like
This whole town.
the 10-star rank speedruns. I couldn't find that.
It's on speedrun.com. Like, not very many
maybe I didn't
people.
look.
Not very many people run the 10-star categories because
It's pretty fun and challenging, I think.
I think it's a little too challenging for a lot of people. It's very frustrating to get all the way through a run, especially when you're really grinding them out.
Harry.
What tends to happen a lot is you get all the way to the end, you think you've done everything correctly, and then the game just randomly didn't count a kill, so your kill count is not even and it's off, or you get those random missed shots and you miss it by like 0.1%, you know? You get those 9.9 star runs and it's painful. It's painful.
I got docked last time I did that run. I got docked half a star, like 0.5 points, because I was 6 minutes too late.
Yeah,
that was great. So yeah, it is kind of disappointing, but it kind of makes you go, oh, I know what I did wrong. Kind of learn from your mistake, and then you try again.
There we go. Maxie just linked to the speedrun boards for it,
Ooh,
which I
contribute
believe
to it.
are still empty.
There's
there
only 2 people.
Oh, there's still 2 runs that we have on there. I couldn't remember if that was.
I could be first then. Nah, it's not going to be easy to be first because that's like 49 minutes.
It's yeah, even the couple of
that's
people
kind of
who,
ridiculous.
There's another speedrunner by the name of Rajcast, who's been around for many years, and he was pretty prominent for running 10-star for Silent Hill 1 through 3.
By the way, about what the dialogue in the scene right now, like she's obviously just trying to scare them.
Yeah.
To get her, or to get them to do her bidding.
Still manipulating. Yeah, she's still manipulating Harry.
Well, he's making it sound like what he's going to do is going to fix this problem when she's just using them to catch the problem.
Right. But she's still
And it's
giving
not a
him.
problem.
But she's still giving him the impression that like he can get his daughter back, and that, you know, Alessa's got her. Like she's not. She's very conveniently not correcting him on any of these things that he asks about.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I've got to save Cheryl. What do I do? It's simple. Stop the demon.
And she's not like, oh, you're not getting your daughter back.
The demon.
Stop it before your daughter becomes a sacrifice. Before it is
Your child is the likeness of Alessa.
Stop it.
But you know, as a player, kind of learning as you go with Harry, you believe her. You can't see why she would be lying to you. Why would a game lie to you? Silent Hill is one of those games.
And it was such a mind-blowing thing.
No other game
at the
has
time,
really done anything
at the
like it.
time, where it leads you along for so much of the game, and then at the end it's just like, wait, what? Like, she wasn't who I thought at all. This was.
Well, something
very
happens
different.
that you don't expect, and you're like, what? The game was telling me this, you know, something else would happen, and
I thought this was just a spooky game about an evil little girl ghost.
that's what you would assume. But not many games really lie to the player.
Use what?
Yeah.
And that's an interesting concept.
That's one of the things that I like about.
Anyone in the chat could think of that, of a game that kind of lies to you, the player the whole time, misleads you, kind of like Silent Hill.
Not to such an intense degree, but to a certain level.
I guess Metal Gear does like the
MGS2.
Metal Gear MGS2 is a
definitely
big mind fuck.
Okay, there you go. Metal
MGS2
Gear
is a
Solid 2.
really big mind fuck several
Because
times over.
I was so lost at the end of that game.
Yeah,
So lost.
that's another one that took me a lot of years before I really, a lot of years of
I have to
playing it
respect
and
it.
thinking about it before I really appreciated
And
it.
this is exactly why I think Kojima would be really good for Silent Hill, because he already thinks that way. You know, he already writes that way.
He's
and
very
Metal Gear
good
Solid 2 was his passion project. He really put a lot of love.
He's
into
really
it.
good at reading his audience's expectations and subverting them. He knows what people tend to expect from the type
Also,
of games
puts
he does.
He puts a lot of hidden meaning in everything too.
Yes, a lot of attention to detail. Not
he
to mention
probably
he
does it
crams
more so than Team Silent,
and chock full of, you know, movie and literature references as well. Mostly movies. Kojima's such
so that's
a
why
film
I
buff.
think he would have been a perfect fit for Silent Hill. So it's too bad.
Absolutely.
happened, but-
Everything seemed like it was coming together so well for Silent Hills. That's why people are so disappointed over it. It's just because you've got Guillermo del Toro doing, you know, like
A lot of great
contributing to
Junji
it.
Ito.
Junji
When I
Ito.
found out about Junji
Junji Ito was on it, yeah.
Yeah.
When I found out about that, I was very disappointed. I was like, oh, because he's my favorite artist.
And
Very
the thing
sad.
is, that would have killed so many birds with one stone, because it was like, okay, Kojima's gonna do something that's not Metal Gear, and finally Silent Hill's gonna be done by somebody else, and like we're gonna hit all the points with one game, and it didn't happen.
And it's going back to Japan.
Yeah, exactly. It's going back to Japanese developers, so we're hitting
Even
all
though we
these
never,
points.
in the real Silent Hill experience, we never said it had to be Japanese. Just clarifying there.
No
It doesn't have to
Japanese.
be. It doesn't have to be, but I like it. So.
Yeah, but it is that, you have to admit, it is that that Western horror through a Japanese filter. That's what really makes it interesting.
That is
Absolutely.
because it's their vision of it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know, without the spooky long-haired ghosts, I mean, we've seen enough of those.
Yeah, I know. I see enough of that in the mirror. I know.
Well, now you got the white hair, so
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of like the angelic Walter Sullivan now. So
the angelic.
just got to get rid of the facial hair.
The facial hair helps. You gotta have that 5 o'clock shadow to look
true.
like Kurt
It does.
Cobain.
And I gotta have blood all over my
Sybil
face.
hasn't come back.
Yeah, because I always thought that his design looked like a lead singer, not Kurt Cobain, but a lead singer of a band. And I just can't. I don't know which band, but I've seen it before.
Maybe Pearl Jam. I don't know if he looks like Eddie Vedder.
Maybe Eddie Vedder. Let me look.
I don't know.
So-
At
Did
least
you ever
one
get
of the-
that one?
One of those grunge bands from the 90s.
Yeah, one of them.
I think Eddie Vedder was one. Yeah, I think that was one I considered might
So-
have been his inspiration.
So we've talked about this a little bit before between all of us. I'm curious to hear your thoughts if you had any sort of confusion on that dialogue with Harry after he gets back to the boat when he says that creep is sure to show up at the amusement park. That for the longest time threw me off, where I was like, who is he talking about? Like, what creep? It took me so long to figure out he's literally referencing Alessa, like that's the creep. But
Yeah.
but I
The more you learn.
because from his perspective, Dahlia's not a creep. She's helping him. She's weird.
I thought he was talking about Kaufman.
He might be talking about Kaufman, and that's also a valid thing. Like that's why I wanted to bring this up.
because of the way that like Kaufman kind of like went off on him. Of course, he's gonna think he's a creep now.
Yeah.
because he's like all sneaky. He's sneaky. He's a creep. So
Surely that creep's
shady.
But
I
there's like
definitely think that. You
Sorry.
can go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, it's weird that he doesn't. There's no other mention of Kaufman there. It feels like such an out of place line, you know.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I don't know. See, that's great about Silent Hill is that there's like, you know, so many different interpretations, and you know, fans can really get together and.
Yeah, I like being able to sort of brainstorm and think on
That
these
was the
things with other fans.
I was gonna say that was the intention with the Siren series too, but it didn't really work very well. People didn't really talk about it as much.
Yeah, it didn't take off quite the same. It's still a very.
I don't think people
kinda
got
niche
too
thing.
invested in the story. But really, Kiichiro Toyama said that he wanted to get people to collaborate and work together to solve the puzzles and how to get out of the cycle that you're stuck in forever.
Right.
To actually beat the game, like it requires you to do things. How are you going to think of to do them? You know, how are you going to think of these things?
And I like that was also a big part of Kojima's mindset behind PT.
Yeah,
and what he
and
wanted to
PT
do with
was
Silent
gonna do
Hills, where he
Which
wanted
shows
fans.
It shows even more that he knows what he knows. He knows what made Silent Hill good.
Absolutely. Because the idea of making
There they are.
making your whole game. See,
Maybe
there's
you
the
should kill 'em.
scratcher.
Wait, do you have enough resources to kill him? It makes this next part very
29,
intense.
6.
Yeah, you need more probably,
I can probably be all right with this. I can kill
or at
these.
least save and then kill him, and then
2 and a
like
7.
otherwise you don't get like another enemy. At least I don't think.
Oh,
my
God!
they
Now
seem
there's 2
bad.
scratchers here, and I'm dead.
This is why you don't want to fight him.
And I'm
I
dead.
hope you did.
I saved at the boat. It's not far.
Oh, you can't. Can you save state on PSTV?
No, I don't think so.
No, you cannot.
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, They could have added that.
At least I don't know if there's a homebrew that lets you do it, but not
Maybe
by default.
maybe if you're doing it, if you put like actual emulator running through the PSTV with mods, but not by default on the PlayStation Network version.
Left side is HD, isn't it? It's poor. I just had to say that because the HD collection is clearly superior.
Oh yeah, 100%.
See,
Yeah,
look,
I like
see, look
I
at
like
the
playing
spawn.
the game in slow motion.
Okay.
Oh.
They were a little further this time.
I love it when the frame rate goes to 5. Personally, it's nice.
Well, it gives you that extra time to really collect your thoughts. And
Yeah, you
figure
can
out what you're
soak
gonna
in
do
the
next.
environment and you feel the ambiance.
Let the game eat your inputs. I always feel bad for this corpse
Eat
that's
something.
sitting there in the barbed wire.
Also, like the really cool part is before you encounter that, you hear really loud crashing.
Yeah.
And
It's like
you-
he
you
just
kinda-
fell.
Like he just fell through, which is really cool. I like the sinking merry-go-round horses there.
Yeah, they look
Is
like
that-
they're
is that
just
where they collect
abandoned.
their trash to throw it into
Yeah,
the sewer.
they had these old broken horses in Lakeside, and they just throw them in the sewer.
I'm pretty sure sewers don't look anything like this either.
So I'm gonna have to run through these sewers again, because
You can use the Glophodus
I've
here. and I
gotta
just
show this.
Did it? I just did it for the first time. I always thought it was the one by the save point that you had to use.
Nope, you can do it for this one.
You,
This is the one you use in the
can do
speed run.
That one.
Yeah, that's what I've been using now. It's the funniest glitch in the world. You know, I used this glitch so much that I eventually forgot what the original cutscene looked like for the boss. I like how it's showing the little.
Yeah, that's what causes this whole glitch. Is like
Wake up.
it's trying to replace Sybil's model
Sybil.
with the larval stalker,
Yeah.
and the
What?
interaction between those two character models doesn't work when it's trying to put
Without
Sybil's
without-
animations there,
I
and
was
it
gonna
just
say,
breaks
without,
everything.
Without context, that moaning
Why
is
did they
oddly
take your
sexual.
daughter?
Oddly.
I did make a video. This is like the first video I made on the channel. Like, how long ago?
That I said like 12, almost 13 years ago.
Yeah, Sissy Bubbles.
Okay.
But I wasn't the first person to find it, honestly. I just was the first person to document it, I guess.
Yeah, yours was like one of the first videos around like showing it and how to execute it.
Also found other glitches that I uploaded way back then, like where he would hold his shotgun weird and fire behind him.
Yeah.
Very odd.
You could
Very
break.
odd
You could
glitch.
like break his walk cycle in a couple of places, and there's some weird stuff that can happen in this game. Love
Pretty
it.
much like when you in downpour free aim, you could do really cool things like that with your shotgun with that glitch. By the way, why would you aim in downpour if you could just free aim and be an expert shot? I don't get it.
That was one of those things like when we were a couple months back when we first were teaching Enigma the downpour route. We did a Team Silent stream where we were just like, hey, we're gonna go over basically just learning Silent Hill downpour, like how to speedrun it. And that was one of those things I remember Enigma when we were kind of explaining to you the auto aim mechanic versus aiming.
Yeah.
And it's
Ridiculous.
such a wild difference, like how accurate you are when you don't try to aim.
You are I won't say 100%, but 99% accurate.
Most of the
blind fire.
time.
So you it makes it kind of moot, like the actual aiming.
Yeah, you
the
don't
actual
don't
mechanic.
aim. Never ever.
So it kind of kills it.
Yep. Absolutely.
Makes it unnecessary.
Completely unnecessary. Because you'll maybe miss 1 out of 20 shots. And even then, it's because
That's pretty
of-
good.
It's erratic character movement. It's not so much the gun.
Oh, this scene right here was so iconic to my childhood. I thought this was like just so awesome looking.
Oh yeah, this
Like,
is
she
still
gets
one of my
that rise
favorites.
The way
out of the
the way
wheelchair.
she's sitting in the wheelchair is just really like creepy. When you first encounter her. By the way, what is that? A wheelchair.
That'll teach you to wheel.
We need to teach it. We need to teach it to wheel. There you go.
Let me hold on. Let me bust out my paper cutting knife.
You should go over there and teach it to wheel. Slash
God.
it. Put some slits into the fabric. That'll teach it.
Where is it? This'll teach you to wheel.
Also, the blood's green. There you go. He's teaching it to wheel. This is the best stream ever.
It's
We
not.
brought-
It's not quite as dynamic as it is for
We
Silent
brought
Hill
the
4.
Silent Hill wheelchairs. Now it's canonical to Silent Hill 1. So yeah, there you go. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And now there's a lot of
By
cool
the way,
stuff.
that laugh when the merry-go-round starts is always like the creepiest thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's so many good little sound effects and things that can happen during this fight. There she is. I wanted to point that out exactly, where she'll ride on the horse. Nice. There we go.
And then when you discover
and then
her,
immediately
she gets
murder
off,
me.
shoot you, and murder you.
Look at
My
first
God,
person. Look at
that looked really
look at,
painful.
Look at self view.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Like she actually has an execution kill.
Yeah, she'll just
That-
walk
that
up and
is
execute
so
you on the
cool.
ground, and you can
Because
stare up
that
at her
doesn't
from first
happen-
person.
That doesn't happen anywhere else. Like he doesn't roll or curl up into a ball before
Yeah.
he dies. Only on that boss.
It's only here.
She badass Sybil instead of Butch Dag Sybil. She's badass Sybil.
I mean, why not both?
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Can I splash you from here? She might shoot
So
me.
you really just got to get close enough to splash her,
Yeah, there it is.
and you don't even have to fire a single shot.
Nope.
Okay. I always thought that because I did
Weaken
read
her like a
strategy-
Pokemon.
Yeah, I read a strategy guide back in the day. It said you had to shoot her until like
Oh, yeah.
she threw away her weapon.
I have that guide.
Yeah, isn't it PSM or no?
Yeah, I think that was the PSM guide. I've got
Their guide was really wrong, but that's because I guess they had
It was the
early version of the
pre-release.
game.
Yeah, it was the pre-release
Which
version.
they did release an ISO on the internet with it.
Yeah, yeah. That's
Recently.
the only way I've ever played the trade demo was when that ISO got released. That was relatively recent too, like 4 years ago, 3 years ago that someone bought that
Was it-
and dumped
I
it.
didn't notice any differences up until the school, but are there really any differences?
Between trade demo and release?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot.
You know, Cheryl isn't
I didn't
my
notice any
biological
up until
daughter.
the school.
I
It's
actually
some
have
pretty
two
minor
kids.
stuff, but there's like some of the details in the alleyway, like some of the
Probably already
pipes
know
and
that
stuff
by
that
now.
obscure the camera when you're walking under in the beginning
We
are
found her
gone.
abandoned on the side of
Some of the textures are a little bit different as well.
Nobody knew
Some
where she
item
came
placement
from.
is different. So like the pipe and the ammo
We
in the
didn't have any
alleyway
kids
and
of our own.
some of the other items that you pick up around the town are in slightly
wife
different
was sick.
places.
And it didn't
Hey,
look like
Sam,
she
guess
was
who's
getting any
here?
better.
Yeah, there's a bunch of
Your favorite
So we took Cheryl in.
subscriber is here.
hell yeah.
Or
So in that
subscribe,
case,
but well, he subscribes to a couple. Yeah, I think Enigma.
Might be some connection between Cheryl.
Yeah, he loves his
and
video
Sam.
cards.
Yeah. So what are your specs again?
What do you do now?
Might as well.
Who's?
Cheryl is
Samael
my
knows.
daughter. I will save
Samael,
her
you tell him.
no matter what.
Sam, are you gonna tell me your specs?
Yeah, tell
your
us
specs?
yours for once. Turn
We
the
never
tables.
get his.
Yeah, we never get his. He's probably in shock right
Yeah,
now.
he's a good friend of mine.
Oh.
Actually, we kind of go back. I wanted to mention something kind of new, but
Hold it
maybe I
right
should
there.
wait until after this cutscene. But it's something kind of
I don't know
interesting.
Who you are, what you're trying
So
to do.
it's regarding the real silent experience. So
Sam always gives me a hard time because I used to
Let
use
Cheryl
a
go. That's all I
a
ask.
GTX 950.
I don't know. That Voodoo 3 effects card is currently the only way to play Tomb Raider 1 without
True.
a mod. So that's why you always have to have one handy.
Damn. Love that animation when he just runs face first
Yeah.
into the force field.
Also, this like
What is this?
this stuff, this like paranormal stuff, is like kind of like, you know, it's kind of out of the blue. It is a little blue too, but it does come out of the blue. Kinda
I
don't
like
expect
it.
This kind of thing.
I've always, it always kind of made me think of stuff like X-Files,
Yeah.
where it's relatively normal stuff that's going on. Like everything that's going on is weird, but you could be somewhat skeptical
Where's
about what's
Cheryl?
going on. But then
me
you
back
get
my
to this
daughter.
point where everything just kind of starts going crazy, and it's like, oh, there's definitely something weird, like supernatural going on.
And then you realize at this point that you did something wrong.
Where's Cheryl?
Like, I must have done something
Why
wrong.
is this lady
Not
suddenly
good.
sounding like a villain?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that it's like, oh, she must have used me or something. I don't know. Now it makes me rethink the whole plot. I don't know what it is.
Could she be?
You go right back to 0.
See, Harry starts piecing things together there as soon as Alessa says "Mama."
And you're just like, I'm confused more than ever.
Thinking you couldn't escape.
But I guess Harry's getting it. I'm not. At this point,
Harry's
it's
pretty
kinda
smart.
even more confusing.
He understands it. I mean, he wrote about the ritual burning in Silent Hill 3, right?
He was played like a fiddle.
Now you're half indebted to this man
Yeah.
for his help.
But now she kind of like a
What are you talking
villain
about?
from James Bond. She's kind of like like explaining out loud her thoughts.
There is one thing left I need.
She's not quite all the way just flat out explaining everything. She
Well,
doesn't
not as
she
bad
doesn't
as Homecoming.
Yeah, she doesn't full out Judge Holloway her plan
Judge
here.
Holloway, who tells you the entire plot before he dies.
Yeah, she doesn't go full Judge Holloway. Like literal Bond villain.
What's going on here?
Where are they going? Home? Where's home?
Nowhere.
The parallel dimension is where they're going.
You almost said it.
What? The Abada.
The Awawa.
By the way, I was gonna say about the real Silent Hill experience. Well, she's gonna talk now, isn't she? All
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
Harry.
Damn. All this dialogue. I just skip it.
Lisa?
Lisa.
I don't think it counts against your speedrun time, doesn't it?
No,
Does it?
cutscenes don't count towards in-game time.
So you can take a break if you want.
Yeah.
Something
See, I
you
didn't
said
know that.
before.
I
It's-
didn't want to risk it.
It's different from game to game. Like
Just can't get it out of
the
me.
first 3 games,
What is
cutscenes don't count towards your overall time. And then
So
Silent Hill 4,
wasn't it?
Yep.
They all
Silent Hill
count.
4
Even though I was
Silent Hill 4 turns right around and they count.
like you said, there were these creepy rooms, but nothing really unusual down there.
where's Fuge when you need him?
This
We'll-
is
we'll
where
get the
she
sounds
kind of.
clip.
Weird feeling.
By the way, yeah, I know. Where's Fusion? You
Been
know?
there before.
This is kind of where she realizes. This is where she realizes
Somehow.
because she decided to go down to the basement and she had a revelation. We don't know what that was, but
Help
this
me.
is where she realizes that
I'm
maybe
so
she's not,
scared.
and she
I
starts
can't do
falling
this.
apart.
Yeah.
It's only a temporary thing.
She realizes that
You're
she's
shocked
just like
when you were
them.
knocked out.
No.
What she means by "I'm just like them" is that I'm not
No,
conjuring
Yeah.
you don't
and
She's a
understand.
not a
manifestation.
monster. She's not saying I'm a monster
Wait.
like them.
Where do you think you're
She's
going?
just saying she's manifested.
Yeah,
The same
exactly.
way
Like
they are.
Maria, actually, kind of just like Maria. Think of Lisa as Maria. It's kind of the same concept.
Damn, what's that? That sound.
Also, this ambience is so unsettling.
It's coming from the basement. And we're back in Alchemilla, or so it would seem.
So, what happened when I first the HD collection review was part B of the HD collection review got flagged, copyright taken down by
Yeah.
a certain lovely someone. It was taken down and hostage by Jeremy Blaustein. And I confronted him and I asked him why, because I was kind of like the PR perfect. I'm the one who engaged everyone, talked to people. So I asked him what's the deal. And he's like, because you used my image without my permission. And I'm like, really? Is that it? Because we used one picture from his Facebook without his permission. And it's like, well, Facebook pictures are public domain. I mean, you know that,
Yeah,
right?
that's not how it works,
yeah.
Jeremy.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, so I just kind of like talked with him and kind of got the bigger picture, what's really going on, and he said, I'm gonna release your video. You're a nice guy. I'm gonna go ahead and take down my copyright strike, but the real reason is because I don't feel like you credited me enough.
Okay.
That's not copyright, Jeremy. That's not how copyright is not credit.
And then he said, also that picture, I kind of feel embarrassed that you used it because if you wanted a picture, you could have just asked. So he was a little
Again.
disturbed by it.
Again, that's
Little
not how
perturbed.
copyright.
And here's the thing, like,
I'm
Sam pretty much got Samael. He pretty much got like banned from like all their Facebook accounts.
No way.
Guy Seehee and Jeremy Blaustein.
No, you're kidding me.
But here's the thing: he learned a lot about him and trolled the heck out of him, and used to tell me all these awesome stories.
Believe it. I'm in shock.
He has some wonderful stories because he brought out like some interesting details about Jeremy Blaustein. Let me just tell you. Interesting.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
But I would love it if they just took in all the riddles, because I think they're so well written. Like, and I do have to give them credit for that. All the puzzles are so well written, and there's like 4 different difficulties where they're all different, different poems and stuff.
Yeah.
I would love to have that published in a book. Just a nice book with all the riddles published in it, and I would love to have that on my coffee table. Then he would get the credit he deserves.
I mean, to be fair, he definitely does deserve, I think, a bit more recognition. Like most people, when they think of these games, Jeremy's not one of the first names they think of, but if you played this game in anything other than Japanese, you got to thank Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did a fantastic job translating, because he had to have some creative input.
Yeah,
with the words we're gonna say and stuff, with the riddles,
just to make sure the intent of all the translations was accurate.
And also,
especially with Japanese to English, like, can be
there's a lot of words that don't translate. Yeah,
there's a lot of stuff that's really hard to translate over.
And you have to imagine that at the time, this was probably a game with more translations than many others. When it comes to, well, maybe not this one, but the other Silent Hill games, they have a lot of different riddle difficulties with a lot of different poetry and different dialogue that they had to translate. So he had probably a lot of creative input. Go home, everyone. Stream's over. No, go home, thief.
Drop dead. What? They didn't carve witch into her desk?
I was always very, very confused about this. It's because they avoided the word witch, right?
Right.
They're avoiding that word because they didn't. It's too blatant. They
it's
didn't want
way too obvious. Yeah.
Yeah. So thief. Why thief though?
Because so.
Oh, I know, because they're all mad because Alessa stole their hearts.
Yes. Also, I think Alessa stole things from people.
Probably.
Heather is Alessa's reincarnation. She admits to being a kleptomaniac here and there.
Oh, then she explains it. Okay.
So
there you go.
easy explanation.
So they're calling her a thief, even though you would think, because of the way it's all carved, that it would be a witch.
This area took me so long to get used to, like, navigating. Just because your brain gets so used to, like, these somewhat familiar areas, and you're like, oh, it's Alchemilla. I know where this classroom sort of connects to. And then you step out and you're here in, like, the stairwell of Alchemilla, and it's all... It messes with your head. It
there's a funny fact. Turner, Junior, Turner, he said, I think it was Metal Gear Solid 1 that Jeremy translated. True, he translated Metal Gear Solid 1.
He did. He localized it, which is a very distinct. There is a lot more than just straight
localizing
up translating.
Means that they make other changes depending on that.
For example,
voice acting.
I like the term codec when referring to the little radio technology that they use throughout the Metal Gear games. That was Jeremy. He came up with the English equivalent for what that was called in Japanese. It's not codec, but it became codec because of him. So a lot of the like popularized phrases and words and things, a lot of that came from his translation, his localization for the games.
So that's insane. That I guess apparently Kojima didn't like his work. So, well, you have to admit. I mean, they gave. The voice acting. What for? What's her name? Who's supposed to be Chinese?
Oh, Mei Ling.
Mei Ling, yeah. I guess later Kojima fixed that.
I don't know. It's one of those things where like it has its charm because it's so much nostalgia because that's how I'm familiar with playing that game the first time and hearing those characters sound, and then they change it for stuff like Twin Snakes and flashback sequences from Metal Gear Solid 4 and that kind of stuff, and it's just like, I know why it's changed, but it's still weird. It's weird to hear.
Yeah, I really love the Metal Gear Solid series. I do.
Same.
But it's not one of those series that I can keep playing, going back to. It's not really one of those. I mean, I can always play it. I'm not one of those people that'll play it over and over again.
This puzzle.
Yeah, this puzzle changed from the what do you call it? The copy, the early copy.
Yeah, the trade demo.
The trade demo.
Trade demo. Why is it called trade demo? Is that because that's what you call something?
It's just a it's a way. It's an official title that's used for a lot of pre-release games. You know, it's meant for the journalists and people who are going to be writing up reviews and things like that to play the game before it comes out.
And they released this to the PSM magazine strategy guide. They were making a strategy guide, and they would release a copy that's unfinished and change the puzzles afterwards, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to trip everyone up. Because I honestly thought that this puzzle was going to have something to do with astrology, and it never does.
It leads you to believe that is the theme for the puzzle, and it used to be more astrology based in its original version. It was also just a lot harder. There was a lot more layers to the puzzle.
You actually had to think for this puzzle, but now it's really just look at it's kind of like a
once you figure out, it's that one trail of logic that you need to solve it. Just going back to the piano puzzle, where once you figure out, it's the keys that don't make sound, you've got enough to kind of start figuring it out. With this, it's the same deal, where you've got all these elements and it gives you the astrology theme to sort of make you overthink about it. But once you figure out the significance of the numbers, you're like, oh, that's it. That's all there is.
Yeah, this is one where you overthink it easily. It's easy too, because all the puzzles up to this point, required you to put a lot of thought into them.
Yeah, because it's like, oh, maybe I've got to take the things on this side and add them for this number, and maybe I've got to, look at this astrology symbol and think about which planet it coincides with on an astrological chart, and maybe that's like the number of the planet.
Yeah.
And it's like,
no, really, you just look at how many
of limbs. It's arms.
Limbs. But yeah, I want to mention one puzzle from the series that is like the bane of my existence. That isn't the Shakespeare puzzle. It's worse than that. Because I know a little bit about Shakespeare, so it wasn't that hard.
Is it the Cock Robin puzzle in 3?
That one's fun.
Because I hated that one.
I like good puzzles, but no, the one that sucks the most has nothing to do with that. It's not like a riddle that you have to figure out. It's the one where you put the plates in the correct order to cover the holes.
Oh, in Born from a Wish.
Unless you know the solution, it takes you a while to figure it out.
So,
you're just on stuff like that.
The answer for that puzzle is actually on paintings in the mansion. Like, there's paintings in the mansion that are of the tablets that you pick up, and they're arranged like the way the holes are the solution to that puzzle. So you've got to find. You optionally can look at the paintings. Yeah, you optionally can look at the paintings of those tablets in that are around the mansion, and solve it that way.
Wow. Okay. You know what I actually did though? When I first played the greatest hits version of the PlayStation 2, I got pieces of paper and cut out the holes and arranged it myself.
I did that too.
Physically.
Yep.
Because I couldn't get it no matter what. I spent 10 minutes taking them out, put them in, take them out, put them in, trying everything. And I was like, you know what? I'll just cut it out. Let's do it.
It's the easiest way to do it. You can just figure out the rotations really quickly, but. Yep. And I didn't notice the paintings until like years and years and years of playing. was something that was
Yeah,
not
that
very
painting
obvious.
thing is really cool. I'm gonna check it out next time I play and
Yep.
see if I can see what you're talking about.
When you're going up the staircase where you very first talk to Ernest, you know how the stairs go up and then kind of change direction and go up again? That little break in the stairs where you go up the first set before you go up the second set, there's a painting on the wall that shows the black and red plates, and then there's another painting in the other hallway.
You know what? I think I faintly do recall.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that was actually giving you the solution.
Yep.
By the way, it really trips me up, even till the day, the fact that a lot of the elements from the hospital are rearranged in this level, and it makes me think I'm playing the hospital, and everything's different, and it's so confusing and disorienting. But I think that's what they're going for.
Yeah, because they have the doors, like you're still in sections of the hospital, but it connects them all in different ways, like different doorways, which is actually something that I really would love for the Silent Hill games. I would love door randomizers. I would love for somebody to make that a mod.
Hey, that would be cool.
There's actually
I played the door randomizer for the we were talking to him in one streamer even. Ben, he made the randomizer for Resident Evil 2. I was playing that with the remake. It was really awesome. I had a lot of fun, but it was so confusing. I didn't know how to go back because I would find an item, not have enough room. I have to
That's how they get you.
Oh man! And then I had to figure out how to get back to that point, and I couldn't, and I just died. That was it. What were you gonna say? I interrupted.
Oh, I don't know. Nothing too important.
Okay. Sorry.
No,
but yeah, door randomizer. That's what you said.
Door randomizer. Nice. That is what I started going off about. I just feel like there's so much potential for mods and stuff for these games, and sadly, there's very little out there. There's a lot of mods as far as like quality. You know, that's what the enhanced edition for Silent Hill 2 is all about. It's all those quality aspects and things, but there's very little in the way of like fun mods, like randomizer type stuff. There's one person in like all of the Silent Hill community named Jokey who did a Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 2 enemy randomizer, along with some other cool things. So you can randomize enemies in Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 2. But that's about it.
Yeah, I got that.
I would love
I snatched that.
I'd love a full-on item randomizer or door randomizer. Jokey showed off in the speedrunning Discord when he was working on those things, that he could essentially program any instance where you interact with text in Silent Hill 3 could become a transition, essentially a door. So not just examining doors to go from place to place, but you might need to examine a specific thing in the environment to get to another place, another room.
That would actually encourage people to maybe want to,
explore and read everything and look at everything. I would love that.
You can't progress otherwise. Yeah. Are we reading this? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Basically, the essential. Well, it's not really that big of a deal. It's okay. Names engraved on a lithograph. The Grim Reaper's lit. Spooky. Yeah. The head count is set. Young and old lined up in order of age. Then the pathway opens, awaiting them. The frenzied uproar. The feast of death. So we
Sounds so metal.
I know, right? We got to line them up just by age. Pretty simple. And then I guess take the first initial.
Yep.
And then it spells out a word.
So I've seen a lot of people get thrown off by this puzzle again. Just I think by this point you're kind of expecting more, so you overthink it. But yeah, it's pretty simple. Their ages are right next to their names.
I don't know why suddenly at the end of the game they decide let's go easy on them.
Right. So we've got
this
Albert.
puzzle was pretty easy.
Yep. So we have Albert at 18, Lydia at 35, Roberta at 45, or excuse me, Edward at 38, Roberta at 45, and then Trevor at 60. So just going by the first names, first letter, we've got A-L-E-R-T.
And it's nice because once you know it, you don't have to, ever look at that again.
I like this sort of like Ouija board inspired letter
that's pretty
layout for
cool.
this too. Again,
Yeah,
just
I mean,
kind of that.
it looks nice, but you got to drag your cursor all over.
Yep. Again, analog stick. Save a little bit of time there over D-pad.
And well, I mean, that puzzle is relevant to the room we're going to. It is a morgue.
True.
Perhaps that is the name of the people who died in there, or those are the names, plural.
Maybe now it's Lisa on the Grim Reaper's list. Although I guess she's already dead, so.
I think there was a Lisa on that.
Alert.
Wasn't there a Lisa?
No, the L was Lydia.
Lydia, that's right. You got it.
This room freaked me out so much. Like the first time I got here, like playing this game the first time, I was fully expecting like if this was a Resident Evil game and you saw this room, there's a very obvious item to pick up and corpses on either side. It's
and
like,
you're like, okay, what's gonna happen now?
I'm gonna pick up this thing and these things are gonna get up and it's gonna be
You just
a struggle. Like you just start to expect more to happen.
So you plan and prepare yourself. You kind of know. You kind of do whatever you can.
Yeah,
You
it's
take
like
precautions.
let me go back and make sure I've got all the supplies up to this point. Let me save my game, make sure I've got full health. Go through all this kind of stress and worry, and then it's like,
See,
oh,
the
you just pick it up.
yeah, the OG Resident Evil 2 kind of like kind of stressed that. Yeah, it really didn't give you any option. It kind of forced you into it most of the time. You're kind of forced into scenarios you can't avoid or control.
Prepare your feels.
Well, yeah, this is a sad scene.
What's the matter with you?
I get it now.
She has a meltdown.
Why I'm still alive.
What do you feel is the more emotional scene? This scene or Angela in the fiery staircase in 2?
Oh, they're both really good.
They're
Can't
both.
choose.
It's hard to decide, right?
Yeah, I was talking. I actually dropped some pretty good lore behind Silent Hill 2 on everyone. Apparently, I had some theories that a lot of people didn't think about when it came to Angela and Eddie and stuff. I don't know if it's relevant to talk about now though. But yeah, that is such a sad scene. But I think I would say Angela's is probably sadder when you actually think about what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that.
Because
it's a
in
bit
this
heavier
case-
of a topic as well.
In this case, I mean, it does deal with drugs and an addiction and how she can't really help that, and that she's a manifestation. And yeah, her death is kind of sad when you think about it. But Angela, on the other hand, she gives up hope. Here's the thing: Silent Hill realizes she cannot be helped. I know I'm saying it like Silent Hill's an entity, but it is. So
I mean, it is. Yeah.
Angela cannot be helped at that point. And so you can kind of assume that she goes and kills herself, or she does a wacky, wild animation upstairs. And
Yeah, the yoga thing up top. Yeah,
she
the
does,
yoga
she
crab.
She does yoga, and then she goes to sleep like a robot.
Like we all do after yoga.
Another little like talking about the trade demo and kind of the slight changes and stuff that happened. So in that pre-release version, when this scene happens, and you go back to controlling Harry, he was originally facing away from the door, which is how he ends that cutscene. They changed that for the release version to where he was facing the door because they wanted to entice the player to go back in so you can find this.
They probably found through playthroughs that people weren't going.
Yeah, a lot of people.
But why?
ignoring
Unless you're
the
an
room.
inhuman, heartless being, why would you not go back and check on Lisa?
Exactly. How could you?
That's how I feel. I mean, the first thing I wanted to do was go back in there. Why are you leaving, Harry? Open her.
Just give her a health kit.
That'll help her.
Or a nutrition drink.
Give her a health kit and remove all the knives. All right.
She got the Ebola. There is a diary on the floor. Wonder whose diary this is. Ask doctor to let me quit being in charge of that patient. It's too weird. Still live, but with wounds that won't heal. Told the doctor I quit. Won't work at that hospital anymore.
I'm going to Brookhaven.
It's a better hospital.
I'm transferring.
Better benefits and everything. The room is filled with insects. Even the doors and windows shut. Even with doors and windows shut, they get in to spite me to the hospital. Feeling bad, need to throw up, but nothing comes out. Vomiting only bile.
Oof.
Wonder if she sounds like Eddie vomiting. Blood and pus flow from the bathroom faucet. I try to stop it, but it won't turn off. Sounds like she was getting some serious hallucinations, huh? Need drug. Help me. So, yeah, that's sad.
Such a sad,
It is
like you said earlier,
okay,
a
man. Bless
very
you.
tragic character looking.
Yeah, reference to the real Silent Hill experience there. Yeah, the sign originally said, I guess in Silent Hill 2 said Brookhaven.
Brookhaven.
Yep. One of the few things that they fixed in the HD collection.
They did.
Well, they also fixed it in 3.
They also did. Yep.
They probably just took the texture from 3 and put it in 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably how they fixed it.
Poor Lisa, though. Poor slutty Lisa.
Poor lady.
But I love the subtle story behind it. It's really, really just beautifully just told. It's very confusing. It took me many years to get it. I don't know if that's necessarily a good story, if it takes someone that long to really understand it.
It depends on how you feel after you understand it.
Yeah.
Well, if you liked it,
Then
but
it
don't
was worth
understand
it.
it,
If it's-
then it was good.
It's like, because for some things, it's very satisfying, you know, to piece everything
Yeah.
together and understand it. For other things, you kind of piece it together and you're like, really? That's it? That's how I felt about a lot of stuff in like Downpour when you start making little connections and stuff. And it's like, really? That's it? That wasn't more
Yeah.
significant or whatever?
But it is possible to like something and not understand it. Like me with The Evil Within 1. I can't tell you what happened, but I liked it. So there you go.
Like me in The Shining. Actually, that's exactly the reason why. Because it interests us so much. Like we have to know, we have to understand it. Like it's so interesting. I like it, but I don't understand it. Now I have to learn more.
Mm-hmm.
Some people ease away, some people get closer, you know?
Yep.
Some people are like, "Oh, that was repulsive and confusing."
Give me more.
Like
Otherwise-
Prometheus. In fact, I love Prometheus. You know, a lot of people hated it.
I never saw it.
I thought it was okay.
That was
Very-
a brilliant sci-fi film, I thought.
It's got
But
a lot
you
of
guys,
stuff that I
hey,
really like.
Hey, it's relevant to me. If you guys you are watching here, you're just meeting me, I guess some of you. I did make a video with like 4 million views that explains Prometheus on YouTube.
Yeah.
It was like an hour long, and it's like Prometheus explained for reals, is what it's called, or something like that. I don't know. But if you really want to know,
The real
the story
Prometheus
behind it.
experience.
it pretty much is, but it's just really just pictures and text with voiceovers. It's really simple. Where basically Roster and I explain the story of Prometheus using like various sources, references, but all of it honestly is if you can infer most of the stuff in the movie, you can explain it yourself just by paying attention. What do they worship, I wonder?
It's funny that he has the exact same dialogue. I know it's because it's the same.
It is
the same
dialogue.
asset. It's the same asset. It's the same altar as before. So he just has the same interaction with it. It's just weird that they don't change it to make him more aware that he's like, oh, this was that altar from before, you know? Like,
Yeah,
that's all it would
at
take.
this point. You know what they probably did was they took the other church and they copy pasted it.
And it's just got the same prompt
It-
tied to the
Because
same
it does.
asset.
I mean, it does look like the other church room. It's pretty similar. The
Oh,
Light
you
to the
mean like that
Future.
this was...
Yeah.
Huh.
I think it might actually be a parallel to the other church we saw earlier.
Actually, yeah, you might be right on that.
I mean, I always looked at it that way.
I mean,
kind of like
it's definitely
the classroom.
Yeah, it's definitely from the standpoint of like the way the game is designed. Like they're gonna have separate rooms for each thing. It's not just like retexture it to make it this, retexture it to make it that. But that is an interesting parallel. I never realized how
Yeah.
the walls and stuff are the same
Not
distance.
a parallel dimension, one.
Right. Very distinct. Just a parallel room.
But yeah, I think because it's nowhere where we can assume they're copy pasting a lot of rooms in this area, so why not that? But they did change it up a little. They did change it.
Future.
A light to the future. And now you have to have the camera. I don't know if you got it.
I
'Cause
didn't.
I always
Yeah,
skip it.
I didn't pick up the camera.
But you
and
know the solution.
Yep.
Yeah,
This
it
never
does reveal the
changes.
solution. That's the nice thing that it never changes because otherwise I don't think I could ever.
Oh god, imagine trying to if this randomized and you had to brute force it.
And if it wasn't patterns, it was like specific little dots you have to punch in. I would be.
Yeah.
I would be like, they're trying to annoy me.
Birdcage.
I was away for a little while, so I'm guessing I missed the part. You guys already did you guys already mention you talked a little bit about what nowhere and kind of some of the things it represents, how it's kind of a jumbled up because everything is manifested so far in the game is manifested by Alessa, her memories, her nightmares, her fears.
Oh, I never thought of it that way.
And to me, nowhere is an amalgamation of all those things, but it's kind of insanity has kind of taken over the process.
Yeah, you can kind of assume that everything's kind of falling apart in Alessa's mind right now because her plans have been thwarted and also she's taken in by her mom, which can use her powers, we've learned.
Mm-hmm.
So she's probably going through a lot of turmoil right now. So this manifested from that.
There's a place mark in the book. Let's learn about White Claudia.
White Claudia, perennial herb found near water, reaches height of 10 to 15 inches, oblong leaves, white blossoms. Seeds contain hallucinogen. Ancient records show it was used for religious ceremonies. The hallucinogenic effect was key. Key to what?
I like how it just says ancient records. Well, what ancient records? The ancient ones, obviously.
The ancient ones that were recorded. Those are the records.
Hallucinogenic effect was key to a mad trip.
I mean, would you want to join a cult if you weren't tripping balls?
That's how they kept them in. That's how they kept them.
That's what I'm saying. It's why would anybody ever want to join a cult unless there was some good dope to go along with it? I mean, come on.
Or some really tasty Kool-Aid.
I know, right?
Gotta love that Kool-Aid. But
Some
that
punch
does
and pie.
actually that does explain Lisa too. That does explain Lisa was actually entrapped by the cult because of she was trapped from the addiction, and that's why she was hallucinating in her journal.
Right.
If you're speculating, do you think Lisa being on the drugs was something that happened before she was involved with Alessa? You think she was already part of the order and then put on assignment, basically? Or do you think
it kind of shows her downhill climb in her journal? So it is my theory that she didn't want to be involved in taking care of the patient. She didn't want it. She wanted to quit. And you do see a scene in the blooper part or in the prologue too, where she's yelling at Kaufman.
Yes. Yeah.
And she's kind of getting into a fight. It's obvious something's going on. And she's probably yelling at Kaufman saying,
I don't want to fucking work here anymore.
So he's like, hey, you want to feel better? Take this. I'm a doctor.
Look,
you can trust me. Take this.
I know it's stressful. I'm gonna prescribe you some PTV.
So there you go. So she trusted him. Okay, you need something to calm your. Take this, and then she started taking that drug, and that's when she started going down. Started hallucinating really badly.
Yeah.
PTV side effects may include blood and pus pouring from the faucet sink. The sink faucet.
Well, I would hate that. Also, there's the whole is it Shinto Buddhist kind of influence there with the blood and pus and maggots and bugs and stuff like that. With the world rotting, they do have a lot of that in their religion.
I don't know. I've never heard of any
deep, man.
Yeah, I've never heard of any direct connections between the two. Because sometimes there's a lot of things like that where it feels like it's close enough to be a connection to something, but like I said, a developer will comment on it or whatever and kind of kill the
I
idea.
don't remember exactly what it is, but in their religion, I guess hell is like, you know, rot, blood, and stuff. I don't remember. I don't know the details because I'm not.
Because I know one of the things I brought up with Ito on Twitter, I had asked him about the elevator in Alchemilla and the 4th floor, because in Japanese culture, 4 is an unlucky number. It's similar to like the number 13.
Yeah, that's why the 4th floor is supposed to be like a big.
That's what I
sound.
thought. That's what I thought too. I asked Ito about the 4th floor if there was a significance, you know, to the number 4 because of the sort of ties to unlucky and misfortune and death that accompany that number in Japanese culture, and he said no. He said that wasn't like an intentional.
That wasn't the intention.
It wasn't the intention of it. So that's one of those things that felt very right, but wasn't what they were thinking about, you know.
But either way, I mean, it still does have that connection. 4 is similar to the word death in Japan. It still does have. But that wasn't the intention, I guess. What was the intention? Did he explain what it was?
No, he didn't really go into too much detail on that. A lot of times Masahiro Ito will respond to a lot of further probing with, I'll leave that to your imagination. That's kind of the generic response I see to a lot of people's questions.
Yeah. He's keeping Silent Hill alive to this day. I didn't know there were 3 nurses in this room. I never knew about that.
Yeah, that's not a fun room to re-explore.
It's like, hey, you didn't need to go in this room. Guess what? We're going to throw these nurses at you.
Need the.
So you mentioned religious, like kind of like a religious undertone for something, and you know that might make sense because, like, there's a few like instances of mentioning religion and even just showing basically like bits of actual religious text from Judeo-Christian, like from the Christian Bible, and like it's so yeah.
It sounds like they're using a lot of inspiration from many different religions.
Yeah,
including, you know, the most common ones around in Japan, like I mean Catholicism, believe it or not, and so is the Buddhist religion. So they took elements of both. Also, you got that alchemic kind of spin.
I'm gonna say
I wouldn't say that's a. Oh yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah, I wanna show the fridge off.
But the alchemy stuff is really cool. And I wouldn't consider it a religion, but it is a way of life. They use that as a reference.
Got to take a look at the butterfly collection.
That's right, Bible.
And the suspicious missing butterfly.
There you go.
Or Bible.
Thanks. Everyone appreciates that. Yeah, that kind of gives you an idea of why you fought that moth earlier, because she was really big into butterflies and moths. That was the ugliest one, though. I don't know why she would conjure up an ugly one.
And in Silent Hill 3, beautiful one is missing.
Is there?
I love all the extra dialogue you get in Silent Hill 3 when you visit this room as Heather. Because
it kind of gives you more input.
Yeah, because Harry doesn't say much. You know, cards are scattered on the floor, and it's just kind of like, oh well.
So
you know,
what?
Oh well.
But she's like, oh, I remember I used to play cards with her.
I played
stuff
cards
like that,
with Claudia, and she would cry when she lost. And that adds to the cards that you find in Midwich scattered on the table, where you find the card with the key on it.
Oh, that explains those cards. I always wondered.
It was obviously the table where she sat down with little Claudia and they played cards.
Oh, wow. It's interesting.
It's hard to know how much of that was, because so much of that was thought of after the fact. Like, they didn't plan on continuing Silent Hill 1's story into Silent Hill 3 until later.
She actually drew the monster that's inside of her.
Yes.
The incubus.
Yeah.
Like, she kind of knew what it was going to look like. Well, she is psychic, but...
Yep.
All right, here we go. This is easy to miss. You wouldn't think anything of it. The chain is missing a link, but it actually gives you an opportunity to change your mind.
It's just kind of like, okay, well...
Yeah, I mean, this is...
I got the dagger that I need.
This is what I would consider a clock tower moment.
Yeah.
Can you look at the chain after you take the dagger again? Does
Yeah,
it give
you
you
can.
another chance.
Yeah. I mean, you
can-
have plenty of time.
You can examine it,
make
and it's a
You
chain.
could be like, okay, something might happen if I don't do something here. You can put the sword back in the door if you wanted to. If you
can't-
wanted to, you can put it back in.
I can't remember. But
Let's see if you
I
can.
think there's a glitch you can do here. What am I doing? Not that. Wrong knife. Oh, you
So
can.
it's a little bit more forgiving than clock tower, say, because it actually gives you a point to change your mind. Whereas you go and examine a mirror in clock tower, you get pulled. Your hand reaches out and kills you.
Right.
It's like, how was I supposed to know not to look at the mirror?
Oh.
Oh, shit. And that is the opening I chose for the Silent Hill 1 segment of the real Silent Hill experience.
Yeah, it's great
That,
too.
that animation of him getting pulled.
What is this?
It's a tentacle. What is that thing even attached to?
You don't want to know.
Do you think he gets pulled in for some hardcore hentai?
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's not even a question. It's completely clear.
Well, there you go. It's up for interpretation, but it's like the fans agree. We should put it on the wiki.
It's. I was about to
We
say
should-
it's
we
probably
should-
already on the wiki.
Yeah,
so
just tweet it. Masahiro Ito
Mhm.
was Harry
Sexual
hentai.
frustration.
he'll take care of it.
Sexual frustration.
I mean, I think it's more safe to say that maybe some people in the community are just sexually frustrated.
Nuh-uh. No.
What?
Well, let's just say if you're 30 years old and you still haven't had sex, I can just assume.
That
Dang.
someone's a wizard?
Oh, that's a low blow.
I'm sorry.
Get it, low blow. Because it's not happening. All right.
It's
Forgot
actually
him.
not a low blow.
Yeah, no. Forgot I'm not on my stream. Sorry. All right.
Damn it.
Sorry, Nub.
It's okay.
Hey, I get more lewd, Fabs. Why you're the one complaining and you come to I mean, you should be used to it by now.
Yeah.
We're all used to it. That's kind of the joke. Did I just hear a
Yeah.
a zipper get undone? Someone's like, "Oh yeah,
No, that was me shooting air through my tooth.
this is my favorite part."
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean,
sexual
That's
frustration.
the
Zip.
sound effect. I gotta stop for a moment because I want a zipper, like an unzip sound effect, ready on like a soundboard for whenever I get to the ending part with Kaufman and he's like, "Wait till let's see you keep your cool when you see this," and then just have like a zipper being undone
that
sound
really-
effect.
That really does sound like a zipper.
It reminds me of that the sex thing that was like hilarious.
For real, I'm
take a look at this. Zip.
Yeah,
I'm kind of
What do you
snacking.
think of it?
I'm kind of snacking on something. I didn't realize what that sounded like. Like that's what it is.
That sounds
Wow,
like a
that
zipper.
sounds like a zipper. Holy shit! That's air. That's air coming through my tooth. Holy shit!
Hey,
Wow.
you can use that for future streams.
I sure can.
That's a
What
talent.
about when Wesker is like, "I'm gonna show you the tyrant."
You guys remember that mashup of Silent Hill Resident Evil voices where he's like, "I'm just gonna go get some fresh air and get eaten by a monster."
Mm-hmm. Balk
I love
uses Balk
Love
uses
it.
one of those as
Yeah.
as alert. Yeah.
I'm gonna kick that Jill sandwich.
sandwich.
You were bitten by a poisonous snake.
Oh, now I've done it.
So here's my favorite Easter egg. It's a toadstool from Super Mario Brothers. There he is on the wall texture. Little mushroom hat.
9 flavors.
His little mushroom hat. His little feet. His face.
Don't you hate that when you get a bag of candy and you just like it goes everywhere when you try to open it because they seal it so damn tight?
Yeah, when I was like 10.
Reese's Pieces.
Fortunately, it's just jelly beans.
More importantly, there's a key.
I love playing 52 Jelly Bean pickup.
There's a great bit of fan art that's out there. I wish I could remember the artist's name, but they did like a little comic where it's Cheryl asking Harry to open her bag of jelly beans and scatters them everywhere.
Can you do it, Rebecca? Yes, I can. Yoshio, thank you. Brings back memories.
Okay, so let's see. We got that. We got that.
So this room is really cool. I want to look at it again.
Oh, yeah,
Can you
yeah.
go back in there?
With
Like,
all the
I spent like hours just kind of like looking at it, seeing if there's really anything.
This is my favorite one right
intelligible.
here, where it says ass.
It says ass. Oh, guys, you know what that means?
Post
I'm
butts.
waiting for it.
Post
I'm waiting for
butts.
the emoji spam. No. What else does it say? Ma'am,
It says ma'am.
help me. It says help me.
I love my ma'am. It says kill. Right there. Help me on the door.
Yep. That one's very easy to read. So you can assume that she was like probably locked up a lot in her room.
Yeah.
But
I don't
given
think
a
this is
marker-
even necessarily her room.
This is just a. I
Just
think
like
it
a
honestly
separate
it just,
room where they lock her up.
Yeah, I think like you're on the right track here. Like I think it's just like her manifestation of her angst or her
That could be
or
it too.
stress.
Not an actual representation of a physical location, but more so how trapped she felt. you
because
know?
it feels like we're running through a brain.
Right.
This is the cell right here, you know, in the movie.
This room very much like doesn't like mirror any other room, I don't think, in the entire game. It's just like it's one bulb hanging down from the ceiling, a tipped over chair, one table in the corner. The ceiling is kind of vaulted like only to one side.
It's kind
I
of like
think,
an
Nub-
attic crawl space or something.
Yeah, I like that. Off-word devil Alesso went jet set in this room.
I compared it to kind of like or was it you, Nub, that compared it to like Harry Potter's room underneath the
Yeah, kind of
stairs?
similar. It's like that would be the staircase that goes up over it, and this would actually be a lot smaller than it really is. It's just imagined bigger.
I mean, with all the eyes, this is certainly a staircase.
Oh.
Oh, that was bad. That was a bad joke.
But that is a worthwhile thing, going back to like this instead of representing an actual physical room that she was in, kind of
Maybe,
more so
also
how she
the
felt in
fact
her
that
mind.
Yeah, she was always being watched and under supervision. So
Yeah.
that could be the meaning behind the eyes. So there's a lot to theorize. I like that kill. Big bold letters, kill on the wall there.
Kill
Walter Sullivan. I love that. That's my favorite scene. Silent.
It's a good scene, and I love that it's immediately. I don't know. There's some interesting stuff in Silent Hill 4. I like when
I don't know
when
why
he
it
figures.
goes on. It goes on so to the point that it ends up being.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, like, leading up to that scene, when Henry is reading the notes and like piecing things together, and then he goes back to Eileen, and she's like, "I didn't see you go anywhere. There's just that crazy hole on the wall. I'm freaking out." And Henry's just like, "Oh, I talked to this guy named Joseph. We just got to go down to the deepest part of him and find the ultimate truth." And she's like,
"Oh, that makes
yeah,
sense.
okay, sure, let's do that." That makes the most sense.
The deepest part of Joseph.
You're
Okay.
definitely not a crazy person saying nonsense to me right now.
Well, I know Cynthia definitely wouldn't mind going down to this part of him.
I think she would have been fine with it either way. But it's just always so funny to me how quickly Eileen is on board. She's just like, "Yeah, sure. I guess you're my best shot." I think she says.
I'm supposed to just believe all that?
Yes.
Well, yeah. Remember there was that kid.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess
I
you're
want a
right.
reenactment of what it actually looked like for Eileen, him going into the. It's like.
It literally just
Yeah.
you blink.
How?
You literally just blink, and then you're just the hole's gone, or she didn't even see it in the first place, so he's just gone.
So he just
walks
like
over the wall.
he
just like,
basically he wall hacked. That's what he did.
Yeah, she straight up says there wasn't any hole either. Like she straight up says she doesn't see it.
Maybe he did a Slimer and left behind some ectoplasm too.
Maybe he did. I mean,
Pull a Slimer. That could go places too. There are
Larval
some
stalkers, I forgot about you.
larval stalkers. Yeah, they're kind of sucky. They have to throw these annoying ass enemies back at you after you thought you were done with them, and they're like
They're
half
actually
invisible.
gonna like kill me too.
And they really are more aggressive towards the end of the game.
Please stop. Please stop stabbing my penis. I don't like it. Please
and the
stop.
harder
Please
the
stop
difficulty-
mutilating
Yeah, you're
and-
probably stuck. No.
the hardships
Yeah, the harder
of America.
The difficulty, and not many games do this, but all the Silent Hill games, 1 through 3 at least, not 4 or after, but they actually make the enemies faster and attack
Yes.
faster, and they give them unique attacks that they don't have on lower difficulties
Yep.
too. Like Pyramid Head's tongue sticking out. That's one example. When he grabs you, he sticks his tongue out.
Yeah, but you can like trigger that grab attack on any difficulty.
Oh, on any difficulty? Well, there's other attacks that only happen. Maybe they only happen because they're more frequent on harder difficulties.
It's definitely more like he tends to use it more on harder difficulties, whereas on easier difficulties, he's more likely to do the really slow wind up overhead slash, where you have lots of time to be like, oh, here comes an attack. Let me
and in
slowly
all
walk away.
honesty, you play Silent Hill 2 on a hard difficulty, it makes a world of difference. The game is so much scarier on difficulty. They're much faster. I just feel like the game is definitely a lot different.
It
because
is
of how fast the
it
enemies
is.
move.
It's weird though, because Silent Hill 2, even on hard, is still not that hard of a game, like comparatively.
No, I would say Silent Hill 2 on hard is like, Silent Hill 3 on normal, honestly.
And Silent Hill 4 on easy. Silent Hill 4 on easy's still really brutal. Like, that's one of the harder games, just kind of like on baseline.
I think that's one of the things about speedrunning Extreme 10. You would think most of the time when you're speedrunning the game, all the fear kind of gets taken out of it and you're only focused on running the game as fast as possible. But like when you're playing a game that's also like on the hardest possible difficulty and it's a horror game, it kind of still keeps a level of horror even when though you're speedrunning it.
Also, that stipulation and limitation of being under a time constraint also builds tension. So even games like Resident Evil 2 remake, someone told me like maybe you weren't really into the game, you didn't find it scary, but you should try speedrunning.
Mm-hmm.
It will definitely be more intense that way.
Oh yeah.
So I am gonna get there one day. I will play Resident Evil 2 remake on stream for people.
Half the soul is lost.
Oh yeah, this scene. This scene is great. The voice acting is just commendable.
I think that's supposed to be Harry Inaba.
Half the soul is lost.
Who's doing that voice?
If we lend a hand, we will be able to get
The seed
power.
lies dormant.
Never fear.
I'll use a magical spell.
Broken.
Honestly though, Dahlia's voice acting is best in this whole game. And it's not that bad. People make fun of the voices, but they aren't that bad. This is like the worst though. But they're really not that bad.
Especially compared to other games at
Resident
the
Evil.
time.
Well, Resident Evil 2 had pretty good voice acting though.
It was better than the first one. But I would still put Silent Hill's voice acting above that.
But what I noticed that I have actually noticed it from editing together, like for Silent Hill Media, I edited the voices together for download, and what I noticed was those awkward gaps is what makes the voice acting sound. It's the delivery.
Yeah, and a lot of that.
Like there's these long pauses between each line.
So we were talking about how technical limitations kind of add to the final product,
Yeah.
And that was one of those limitations, was that they recorded the dialogue in little tiny chunks, sort of line by line by line by line. So you do get all these kind of strange gaps where one audio file ends and the next one essentially begins.
That's exactly what's happening. Is that's queuing up the next audio file, and they have that that gap that they can't really control.
Some of them always stick out a little bit more than others too. When Harry's talking about finding a Cheryl towards the end here, and he's like, "I'll find her, no matter what," and it's got that weird pause like mid sentence, but
it's like, okay, you'll find her. What? Come on.
It's like he's
Finish the
thinking about it.
sentence.
Yeah.
But it does sound so much better. When I actually took all the voices and eliminated those gaps, it sounds much more natural. It sounds better, a lot better. It does make a difference.
That's true off-world. It's kind of a William Shatner effect.
Yeah, because a lot of
Very
people,
distinct
a
way
lot
of
of people
talking.
say that William Shatner is a bad actor. A lot of people say that.
He's
It's
not.
his delivery.
He's just got a very unique way of delivering lines.
Like kind of like Christopher Walken has a weird way. He actually goes through and erases all the punctuation so that he can deliver his own weird.
But yeah, here's those drawings and stuff we were talking about. You can see some of the creatures are.
Yeah, like
It's
that.
kind of
right
like a
there is
skinless dog and a air screamer.
And drawing block, or not.
Yep, the drawing block.
And I don't know if you guys noticed
the
this,
Cowiger Dinnock.
But the prologue actually changes after you beat the game. I don't know how many people notice that.
Yep, it swaps out Jody.
It has a few changes.
The main one is Jody's sequence with Harry when they find Cheryl is replaced with Sybil.
Is that his wife's name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She has a name?
She has a name. Jody Mason.
Foster? I wonder where that name came from.
The play novel.
Oh,
It's literally the play novel. That's like the first time she's mentioned.
Yeah, they did swap that out with Sybil, so it's canon. Sybil did get married to Harry, and then they raise Heather together.
Is that what happens?
I don't know.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I don't.
That's what.
Yeah.
No, that was a popular fan theory.
It was.
That,
I was
that
gonna
they got
say
married.
I like the way you guys put it for the real Silent Hill experience of her reaction just being cool baby. Bye.
Cool baby. Bye.
Good luck with that. I got to go back to the police station. I've got a hell of a report to fill out.
The real sexual frustration is that Harry gets a baby without all the work that required to make one. So he's really sexually frustrated in Silent Hill 1.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good God-fearing Christian man. He's fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, how many Americans would really just a baby off the side of the road? Kind-hearted.
I think that's why that scene from Kung Pao was so funny. You know what I mean?
That should have been the reaction to getting the Alessa at the end handing the reincarnation to Harry. Harry's just like, oh, so cute. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Rolls her down the metal
for
grate.
Like 2 minutes.
Throws her in the pit after Kaufman.
She makes those.
By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the ambience actually grows with each new item you place into the door. It just keeps adding and adding more ambience.
Yeah, it's like building up.
But I also wanted to mention the fact that, yeah, the prologue changes, but the weird change is the drawing block. It changes names to a Kuiger Danuk.
Okay, so I tested this out, though. Even with a brand new, fresh, no memory card, no previous data, raw North American version, it's always Cowiger Dinnock. The only versions that I've seen where it says drawing block are pre-release versions.
But my version, it says that.
Can you take a screenshot and prove it?
I guess I have to, won't I?
Yep, because I would like to see that information, because I tested that on NTSC, PAL, and Japanese versions, all
I
with...
wonder if that was a placeholder.
All
They
with
just-
and without
maybe they
previous
didn't
save
know
data.
Because it is English, and they didn't know what they were going to name it. They were going to leave that to the localizer or the translator, so they probably just mashed whatever keys.
It's weird because it
the
used to
Mandela
look like
effect?
it said drawing block that was like mirrored.
Well, I just remember noticing it myself on my copy of the game. I don't know.
Yeah. Prove it. Because I actually got into... I've got into that, like researching that, because somebody brought it up in my chat during a story playthrough a couple years back, where they were talking about the drawing block changes, and I was like, I've seen the version where it says drawing block, but it was a pre-release version and footage from like E3 and stuff. Like, back before the game actually came out. And then, as said, I've got North American, Japanese, and PAL versions, booted them all up, original hardware, no memory cards. And it, you know, the intro cutscene, it shows Jody, it shows everything exactly the same. And it says,
Then you beat the game and-
Cowiger Dinok.
It says that with no save?
With no
memory
save on the initial intro on all 3 versions.
Oh,
I tested it and screenshotted it and sent it to one person already. So, as said, if you can prove me wrong, I would love to be proved wrong, because that's more
it
information.
only happens on a fresh new game with no memory card and no save.
Well,
Is that what you're saying?
It's every release version, every retail release version, whether it's a fresh save or a save with completed data on it, it will always say Cowiger Dinok.
Always. It never says drawing block.
It never says drawing block, except for pre-release versions.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna have to research that for you. Oh, by the way, that staircase right there is definitely kind of a reference to something. I think a lot of people said it was a reference to Psycho, but I don't see the similarities.
I was shocked to
But I had someone else pop up. Maybe it's a reference to something else. I don't remember. But it kind of looks like the staircase from Psycho. I mean, it does.
I wouldn't be
circle
too
around
surprised.
The same way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too
It does
surprised.
circle around the same way. Yeah.
for naught.
At least it's not like a random house in Kindergarten Cop or something.
That man,
Oh, good thing you saved Sybil. She's here to save the day.
Yeah, she does a lot to help.
even though it
They're under arrest.
I like how Dahlia doesn't move a muscle, and the Sybil's like, freeze!
what a pity.
Yeah, she's already holding the gun at him.
Freeze!
That's a delayed freeze.
Freeze!
Yeah.
Devils.
No,
I
you say
didn't
freeze.
even move.
You say freeze if they're like, if
Trying
they're
to
not,
run.
You know, if they're moving.
Typical American cop says freeze, they don't move, fires anyway.
Honestly, I think that's why, because they always heard cops scream freeze in movies and stuff, so they didn't know the context for it. And they just did it that way.
I've seen her many times restored to her former self.
Yeah, we're in this crazy nightmare hellscape. You're under arrest. I'm taking you to jail.
I was always very confused about the disfigured figure in the wheelchair.
What do you mean? That's a lesser.
I mean, I know, I figured that out, but I was like, wait, she looks like that?
Yeah.
I guess
It is
at
weird
14,
though.
That's what she looks like.
It is weird though, because that is supposed to be the actual physical what's left of Alessa at this point.
And it's kind of creepy. You think that, like, wow, she looks like that?
But it's
She's like in a
weird because they show
full
her
body cast.
Because they show her in the intro, like prologue, where you get the scene of her where she's partially burned and just has the bandages like
She looks
on
fine
her
in
chest.
the intro.
She doesn't look as bad as she looks here, but then again, she's kind of just wrapped up in her like bloody sheet or whatever. So
Yeah, that kind of breaks my mind. Which is real? I don't know.
That day has
Oh, maybe they're both.
finally come.
because she has the ability to,
The time is now.
you know, project herself in other forms,
Everyone
so it's hard to tell.
So-
like,
from
I imagine that this
suffering.
creepy looking thing in the wheelchair at the end is definitely what she had, you know, looks like.
This
yeah,
And
this
she
is physical
probably
form.
can't even move. She probably is like immobilized now because
They don't give her any. It's weird. They don't give her like any animation whatsoever. She looks completely dead. She's not even like. See, like how Alessa, the projection on the ground, is like breathing and sort of moving, whereas like the physical one is just dead still the whole time.
And I think that she was actually not able to even project herself until like he arrived. Until he arrived with Cheryl, and then she was able to stop.
Oh, my tit!
Oh my God! Kaufman saves the day. Good thing we saved him too.
Return things to how they were before.
I can't wait for it. Get ready for the zipper sound effect.
Did I answer this? Nobody.
Have that on board.
You won't get away with this.
It's all
Here it comes. Here it comes.
We don't need you. What do you think you could accomplish by coming here?
My, aren't we getting cocky? Bet you can't see this.
Yeah. I was waiting for the zipper. Bet you can't see this and keep your cool.
Drives all the ladies
Zip.
wild.
Ha! You're too easy.
I thought I got rid of that.
Stop it!
Stop.
Here, get ready for it.
Are we getting into a battle in Parasite Eve?
I don't know how long does this go.
Oh, it's a good thing Raven's not the one playing.
I can make this scene go
now
as long
she's
as I
all
want
wet.
Raven's got a great bit when he streams this on his channel, doing the emulator. He'll make a save state during that cutscene and keep loading it, so it just looks like it's infinitely in the air. Like it goes way longer than it should.
You have to admit, it certainly is very cinematic and tension-filled. That right there. What is it? Kill it! What is it?
Baphomet, he is risen.
That thing is a productive night.
Hail Satan.
See, imagine this monster in a more photorealistic graphic.
That would look awesome.
Yes.
All right, Kaufman, let's take down this demon together. Kaufman?
Where
Michael?
are they?
Michael!
Wait, is that a reference to Lost?
It is now.
I guess so. Michael. Oh, Michael Kaufman. I never used it first. I was kind of like, what?
Yeah. He has a first name? Oh, and I didn't heal. I got bad luck there. I was
think
trying to
saw
open the
through his
menu.
ass crack for a second. I was like, I could see through his texture, his model, see through right through it. I need to get a clip of that. That looked funny.
You gotta do the circle strat.
So, what have we learned? Satan equals Baphomet equals Incubus equals Samael.
Equals Samael.
One and the same.
I love Twin Peaks.
Yeah. There's a lot of Twin Peaks influence in that indie game I talked about earlier, Lost in Vivo.
Circle strafe.
I gotta play that soon. I've heard really good things about it. I gotta play it.
Circle
You should
strafe.
Steam? It's on Steam?
It's on Steam, and I had a subscriber gift it to me. I was like, oh, thanks. And then I played it, and I was blown away when I streamed it. I was so blown away because it kind of gets the Silent Hill atmosphere. That was the first game I played since Silent Hill itself that actually got the atmosphere down.
How is it graphically? Is it intense or more low key?
Oh,
It's very
kinda like
classic.
low-key. You can
like-
imagine it kind of looks like Silent Hill kind of graphics, like PlayStation kind of.
I
Cool.
put it at like PSP graphics. It's like halfway between PS1 and PS2.
But it has that great lighting, which really makes the
Yeah.
graphics. So it has amazing lighting, but with this kind of retro-looking graphics. And I imagine making a game like that's pretty easy because you got to you don't have to make really high-res textures. And for the most part, I did ask him. He said he just took pictures. He found pictures, and then he just like he made them really small. He made them like 12 by 12 or something like that, 24 by 24. Made the pictures really small and then made them big so that they were super pixelated. So that's a really cool trick.
Trying to keep an eye on my health here while I'm getting shocked. You can neutralize some of it by opening the menu at the right time, but I've
never
fired
liked
all
the
of my
stun lock.
things.
This boss has some terrible stun lock.
So all I can do now is run because I don't have
You
enough.
get hit by one bolt, you just keep getting hit over and over and over.
You didn't get the sound glitch, did you? Yeah, I don't think you can get it on PSP.
Not on
I think it's just
PSTV.
PS3.
Yeah.
I noticed that if I keep going into my menu a bunch of times, that the lightning bolts won't even actually injure me. Is that like a glitch that you know about?
I mean, that's
Oh,
kind of what I'm
damn.
trying to do there. Is like you get a bit of
Like if you keep accessing the menu, I think it cancels damage cancel.
Yeah, you can do it a bit, but it's not super consistent. Because you essentially need to open the menu on the same frame that you're taking damage, which is hard to tell because it doesn't line up with the animations. Oh man. I'm gonna have to approach this differently, huh?
You should just run around without bullets.
Well, I'll need to do the fight again.
I like that they actually thought of that far ahead. That,
Actually,
like, you know, what if people get here and they don't have enough ammo? Well, if you don't have enough health, you're screwed. But if you don't have enough ammo, they thought about that.
Yep. Same thing works in Silent Hill 2 as well.
You can run. You literally, it's a timer.
Yep.
It depends on the difficulty. I did try it on hard. It takes like 5 minutes.
It's a
on hard
long time on hard.
So you gotta run. I did. You know, that's how I beat the game on my last live stream of Silent Hill. I was stuck on the boss with no bullets and no recovery items, and I had to run around and avoid lightning for 5 minutes, and it was a struggle.
Yep, I have been there, and it's also what I'm about to have to do again. I'm gonna need to.
Oh, great! This is gonna be fun.
Because I just did a fight against the boss and used every bullet for every gun, and it wasn't enough to kill it. So.
And you're on hard too.
Yep. So if I don't have enough ammo to kill it with normal guns, then I have no other choice but to dump it all before the fight and hope
I guess I'm gonna learn.
I can avoid this.
I'm gonna learn how to avoid the lightning.
Yeah.
Pro.
Dude, what did that dress ever do to you, Nub? Holy shit!
All I do is
you're killing the dress.
Strafe in a circle.
That's not really a Lessa. You don't. It's just a dress.
Damn.
I hate you, dress. I hate that you're not an alternate costume for Heather in 3.
That would have been cool, actually.
Right?
I never thought of that.
Okay. Shut up, Dahlia.
Lessa took my daughter.
There needs to be more alternate outfits in general in every game, no matter what. It's like that's what we want. That's what we want. We want a million
I feel like
different
Sekiro.
clothes.
I don't know if you played Sekiro. I think it missed an opportunity there. Alternate outfits. That would have been cool.
Hey, Baphomet, look at all my guns that I have no bullets for. Click, click, click.
See? No bullets. Click, click.
Check it out.
You do this, just try to just run around circles. So is this the spot?
I mean, any real spot works as long as you.
So do you have to kind of trigger the countdown by firing, or are you just going to?
Yeah. I don't think it's ultimately necessary, but I find it helps if I fire each weapon and show that I don't have the ammo.
Am desperately
and I'm dead. Fuck.
Out of ammo, and you can see and hear it. Can you see this game? I'm out of ammo.
Did I make a save after dumping everything like I was trying to?
I saw you save twice, but I don't know if that was. I think you overwrote the last one.
I was shocked.
Well, it'll continue here anyway, and I'll.
Yeah, that's
still
right.
be in the
Harry
same
needs
setup.
a leopard speedo outfit. God, I would not play the game.
I'll try just dodging without the.
I'd rather just play as default.
No, I'm getting shocked to death.
Yeah, nowadays it's like you want an alternate outfit for $1.99. You can get an alternate outfit. Well, it was really cool of the remake to release the free classic.
Yeah, they did that for free. It was a nice buck of the trend.
Also, I think they know that people to tried charging for alternate outfits, which I think they did for some of them.
Dude, sometimes I don't care. I'll pay that extra money just to put my characters in different outfits because I'm the kind of person who plays these games over and over. So
honestly, if you want alternate outfits, what's stopping you from going to Nexus mod? You know.
Okay, well, you know what kind of mods you're gonna find on the Nexus for RE2 remake?
No, tell us.
Well, about 92% of them. Actually, you should tell.
Well, it's just lots and lots of breasts. Like that's about it. Just right.
And they all look the same, so there's
all-
not really much differences between all of them. Not too many differences. I was actually looking for legit mods, and I had pages of that.
I really like the alternate outfits in Revelations 2. That's probably my favorite instance of like a Resident Evil game with like alternate outfits that you can get.
I have to be clear that that is the first time I've ever seen a nude mod for a male.
Yeah.
And even Mr. X gets his own, so you know he doesn't have to feel left out.
Yep.
At first it was just a mod of him and Heidi's.
Yeah, the Speedo Mr. X.
But we have advanced.
You have to appreciate the love for nude mod.
Equality in 2000.
I think that is a lot scarier. I mean, Mr. X stomping down the hallway after you with this freaking dong.
Well, you know, it just, you know, I heard it just looks like Watchman. What's his name? Dr. Manhattan.
Oh, okay. He's like a Ken doll, or he just has like a little. Yeah.
But you have to admit, like someone that's out to kill you, it just shows that they're not afraid to kill you. If they can do it with their clothes on or off.
Is this not triggering now? What's going on?
It just takes a very long time on hard mode for it to trigger the death sequence.
I think
and I'm
you have
bad
a
at
good
this.
enough. How much ammo do you have?
I
You should have
literally
plenty of
just
ammo to kill him.
I literally just did the fight with every bullet I had. That was my first attempt, and it wasn't
Normally
enough to kill it.
Takes me about 15 or so bullets to kill him with the rifle. How many do you have?
Before I dumped everything, I had 6 rifle shots, 3 shotgun shots, and like 15 handgun shots.
You know, I think this would go much faster if you used up all your ammo, then showed people that you're out of ammo. It actually, no, you still have to run the 5 minutes.
You still got to run it, and then you're spending time shooting as well.
So it's a waste. And you did try every bullet on him, and it, so.
I fired every single bullet I had into this boss, and it didn't kill it. So
sometimes
that's why I reloaded and dumped everything, and I'm trying this now. Because I just don't have the supplies to fight it normally.
How do you know you didn't miss? You might have missed some shots.
No, I was looking at it with first-person view. Whenever I made the shots, I could see them connecting.
And you saw the blood, yeah.
Yeah.
I think most of the time I do this when I'm just loaded with freaking ammo by this point, so.
I feel like I'm in a pretty good pattern here, so.
Yeah, I find more success running straight instead of trying to strafe around in a circle. I'm not sure if you go faster or not.
Yeah,
like
you
an
are.
angle.
You're definitely a little bit faster running forward.
Okay.
Try to pause buffer this lightning without taking damage.
I just thought of something. You guys ever tried streaming Deadly Premonition or actually played it?
I've played it. I've not streamed it, but I probably will at some point because get a lot of requests to go through it. It's a great game. I mean,
I would consider it a good bed, like Silent Hill 4.
Yeah. It has a lot of good merits. It's got a lot of strange choices in mechanics and other things, but for the most part, it's
off the wall.
It's an off the wall game. It's a very unique game. It's like definitely worth playing.
I tried to play Indigo Prophecy. That game was just too weird for me to finish.
You know, it's like if Tommy Wiseau made a game, it would be
a little bit, yeah.
But yeah, what'd you say, Raven?
I said I tried to play Indigo Prophecy, and that game was just so weird I couldn't finish it.
Oh, that one I enjoyed it from beginning to end, but it does get weird. It turns into the Matrix halfway through, and it kind of throws you off a bit.
And the QTE thrusting, I think that was a little weird for me as well.
Oh yeah. I barely remember that, but interactive sex is always great. You got that in God of War. I mean, that was way back when people were really strict about that.
Hot coffee,
but that there were lawsuits involved.
Anything that David Cage has ever made.
You won't believe this, but there's a fish in the purple. What does that mean, Person Soup? Is that a reference?
There's a fish in the percolator. some classic Twin Peaks references.
One donkey said it's the best Dreamcast game. You know, when I first saw it, I thought this is a game that would be on the Dreamcast. That's what I thought when I saw Deadly Premonition.
It is. It feels like kind of a weird Dreamcast game, doesn't it?
Because, you know, the Dreamcast was well known for its awesome library of survival horror. Like Illbleed and Carrier.
Blue Stinger.
the worst games I've ever played. D2. Oh, yeah.
Techie loves those games.
Yeah.
I'm going to stream those games, too.
Techie loves Escape from Bug Island, so... Although he's also got love for Galarians, which...
Illbleed is like, oh man. Illbleed's like, you know, stare at something wrong, you'll die.
But it's interesting. It's another
It's a
one
trial
of
and error game.
It's a trial and error game, but it's such a
played,
weird premise with so many weird things in it. Oh no.
He played Illbleed last year for the Scarathon, remember?
Nice. But yeah, I do plan on streaming all those good old classic obscure ones. And if you guys like me, you can go ahead and head over to my channel. Maybe give me a follow. I would appreciate it. Most of you probably already know who I am. Who I am is.
Who I am is who I am is.
We know who you be.
I'm no criminal. With a K.
Ed Boon wrote those notes.
I feel like we're in final boss purgatory now.
Yeah, right.
I guess I should
Any
elaborate
minute
who
now.
In case you're watching and you don't know, go watch the Real Silent Hill Experience immediately after this stream because you probably will regret it if you like Silent Hill.
Hey, it happened.
Yay!
So if
I
we
ran
can queue
around
up
in a
playlist,
circle for many minutes.
Good job, you did it. So I'm gonna throw up a playlist of, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for
to
it.
The Real Silent Hill Experience. It's not even on my channel, so it's not like I'm getting any money off this.
Yeah.
So it's really honestly just watch it.
We want to make sure that Rossiter still gets some income from it. I guess
of course.
Rossiter's the one who's still monetizing
Yeah, he's
that.
the one who's monetizing it, and it's all pretty much monetized. I don't think anything other than I think one of them get demonetized. I think it was which one was it?
The one that Jeremy
It
strikes.
it was either the HD collection one or it was the Downpour one, but I know one of those got demonetized. Disappointing, but
yeah, my my HD collection videos actually got demonetized for a little bit, and then I was like, why? And then like I think 2 or 3 months later, they were like, oh, we reviewed your videos and they're good, they're monetized again. I was like, okay, thanks.
you know, I had my recent video get automatically demonetized because it's not advertiser friendly. You know that.
Yeah.
And I had them manually review because you have that option, and
Yep.
I'm used to them automatically going no and just rejecting it, and then you can't counterclaim. You literally, that's just done deal. That's it. You have to deal with it. But they actually approved it for monetization. I didn't expect that at all.
I know like 90%, I don't do a whole lot of YouTube stuff, so like 90% of the things that I have on YouTube, I mean, everything on there is just stuff taken from my stream directly. And literally 90% of it is demonetized or blocked in countries thanks to Konami or UMG.
All right, a
or
free baby. And Kaufman gets his gets what he deserves.
a free baby. That looked like a glazed ham to me. But it's PlayStation 1, so maybe.
His one weakness, being hugged from behind.
That's my weakness too. All right.
This breaks my mind. Didn't Lisa realize she wasn't real and then demanifested herself, or did she just remanifest?
She held such a strong emotional grudge towards Kaufman.
Oh, okay. So it has inspiration from Ju-on.
Exactly.
It's inspired by Ju-on.
Was Ju-on before this? The original Japanese? Was that pre-1999? It wasn't, right?
Well,
That was.
I mean, it was.
I always got a Carrie vibe from Lisa right there, being covered in blood and everything.
Oh yeah,
for sure,
maybe that
for
is.
sure.
Maybe that's the whole inspiration for her being covered in blood. Maybe it's a Carrie reference because there's a lot of other ones.
Especially in that scene when she like looks up from the floor and she looks all evil and the blood's all down her face.
This is my favorite song. This song is my favorite song on the sound.
Yeah, I love Tears of.
That and the UFO ending song, because you can't go wrong with that one.
Silent Hill. Yay, Keiichiro Toyama, you did it.
You beat the game again. So you keeping track? What's your count? Is your completion number, Nubs?
How many times I finished this game?
Yeah, like you
Oh
keep
God.
track, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you have tally marks on your wall?
Yeah,
Kinda like
let
in
me
PT?
put another mark on my belt.
But imagine there'd be tally marks all over the place, just like in PT, just all over the walls.
Yeah, my apartment is not big enough for all the tally marks. I lost count so long ago. I mean, I've put thousands of hours and hundreds of playthroughs literally in just the last like 5 years. On top of how much I would have played it before I started streaming, so a lot. I've played this series entirely too much, but that's what makes it fun to like talk with other people who've played it similar ludicrous amounts and pick apart all these little details. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for coming and watching. And Fungo,
Yeah, thanks for being here, guys.
thank you so much for coming and joining us. It's been one of those things that's kind of been in the works for a long time, and I'm glad it finally happened.
Ah, that's awesome.
Harry Inaba.
I want to put this out there. I wanted to put this out there too, Fungo. We run this thing called the Scarathon twice a year, and yeah, signups are going to be available in probably September. So you should probably sign up. Just saying.
Oh yeah, it's always a good time, raising a lot of money for charity. So playing horror games for charity. It's for the kids.
That's why my hair's. That's why my hair's blonde.
And why my beard's gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks Raven, and thanks NubZombie, Maxi, Enigma. You guys are really awesome.
And again,
very friendly, nice people.
And again, our good friend UFO Techie would have been here to join us, but it was his birthday. He had to go.
His birthday.
He had to go to the waterfront and see some otters. It was very important.
And he's posting some delicious food on Twitter, by the way. Looks pretty good. So he's having a good night as well.
Speaking of food, I know what I'm gonna be doing.
Yeah, same.
Food.
I'm about to throw down some pizza. I'm gonna sit
Already ate
here.
all
I'm
my
gonna
calories
eat
for the
pizza.
day.
Gonna be good.
What about the bloopers? Can't leave. Bloopers. So this was where they were fighting in the prologue.
Yeah.
But it's the blooper of that scene. And
It's
she
so-
just broke out laughing.
See, there must have been more to it, right? They couldn't have animated not only a normal version of it, but a blooper version of it. Only to be.
But I don't understand where they would have been able to fit that in, unless they were actually going to show it happening at some point.
Maybe like some kind of flashback sequence. With...
And what was that like? Is that like her walking off stage?
Yeah,
It looked like a stage.
Like the police department, I think, right?
Like she walked off stage, and the police department ended up just being staged, an actual set. And this throws me off because it's like,
is
I
this
thought
a
she was
projection Alessa or real Alessa, or is the wheelchair?
I mean, she doesn't look entirely wounded. It's just a little bit of goss.
It seems
on
like
her,
if she looked like
burns.
that, she wouldn't be covered up in the blanket at the end, right?
Yeah,
She was supposed to be mid makeup right there. Get it?
Maybe-
Like she's like they're in the middle of makeup. She's taking a break.
Oh, Dahlia Kissy Faces. Spam Nub Love.
Maybe that's it. Yeah. Maybe they're getting her made up to look like that thing at the end in the wheelchair. That's what happened.
All I know is that
Exactly.
she definitely approves.
Yeah, that grandma kiss is the best. And all his outtake was he just slipped, and he has to look all charming, like a Charlie Sheen.
Ha ha. He woke up in a diner.
All right, how do we do? 4 stars.
Pretty
I'd be
good.
mad if I got 4.
Pretty
on my,
good.
on my runs.
But what's important is We had fun. We unlocked literally everything, and
Fun.
and it was great just going through and talking about the game again. Thank you so much. Cannot thank you, Fungo, for joining. Everybody here from Team Silent, of course, as always. Thank you.
Yeah, it was good
for
times.
Coming by, hanging out,
yeah.
chatting about these games. Never gets old, and it's always fun learning new stuff about these games after so many years of playing them.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely have to do this again some point.
It's nice, being in a stream with so many people, and that was really nice of you to bring me on. And also, yeah, we do. I mean, that's just proof we do continue to learn more and more about this game.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Always.
So again, for everybody, please follow, subscribe, support.
Hopefully, I'll see you there
wonderful
on my
dudes.
channel one day.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, that's pretty much going to be it for us tonight. Again, thank you all so much for all the love and support.
Yes,
And,
thank you all.
We are going to try to figure out some more events. We've definitely got more stuff in the works for future Team Silent streams. I think we're going to try and do another multi-day marathon at some point soon. So keep an eye out for that. It'll be like a very long amount of time of non-stop Silent Hill, like 70 plus hours or something.
Yeah, like the last time, yeah.
But we're going to figure out the details on that and, of course, let everybody know once we have that worked out, probably before the end of the month. So, yeah, look forward to seeing everybody for the next one. Hopefully see all you guys around at all of these guys' individual streams. And Eternal Enigma, Maxi Lobes, Ravenheart.
And don't forget me either.
And Fungo TV, the guest of honor.
And Fungo.
Finally here on Twitch. So definitely go and show some love.
we hope you're here to stay. We hope this is your new permanent home.
I hope it works out. I hope it works out better than anything you'd ever hoped.
That was the plan, and I haven't backed down from that idea even remotely. So I'm sticking with it.
It'll
only partner by next year, dude. I know you can do it.
It'll only get better. Yeah.
I mean, I came over here from YouTube like in 2013 or 14, and I'm telling you, for what we do, this is the way to go. Be, in my opinion.
I'm not looking back because everyone has to be a critic on YouTube.
Yeah, here it's just like hanging out with your buddies. It's just on the internet.
Yeah.
But more so, my problem with YouTube is more how the business is run, kind of.
Yeah.
Monetization issues.
We've all heard those horror stories.
There's just not a lot of that. There's not a lot of that over here. I like it.
Twitch is fairly
Twitch is
straightforward.
very transparent with their rules, and I like that. That right there gives me a little trust.
Oh yeah.
Because they do spell everything out. What you can and can't do. YouTube keeps it vague for a reason, so that they can pretty much get away with whatever they want.
They can make up the rules whenever they want. Twitch sometimes will do some things that'll make you scratch your head, but ultimately they keep it pretty clear. So.
Yeah, definitely nothing to the level of some of the shady stuff that goes on with YouTube. So
yeah, for sure.
But all right, guys, I'm gonna go eat some pizza and fall asleep.
Who we raiding?
Let's find out.
We're gonna raid somebody.
We're gonna send somebody.
Raid yourself.
So,
can you raid yourself? I've never tried it.
It's very masturbatory right there.
I don't think so.
You
I think they worked. They made sure to close that loophole.
Oh, there was a loophole. You could raid yourself.
I think at one point you could, because of the way that it worked. You'd go offline, and then go back online at the same time that your raid was automatically going.
How long have you been streaming on Twitch, mind I ask?
I've been on Twitch streaming since 2011. I've been streaming regularly since 2015, January 2015.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my very first stream was in July of 2011. It was a blind playthrough of Silent Hill Origins. That was my very first stream.
Yeah, I've been streaming regular for 6 years. I've been a partner for almost 5.
Wow. Okay. I've been an affiliate for about a month and a half, so I have a ways to go.
Well, you'll
get there, dude. You'll get there.
You have expanded your pedigree elsewhere. You're just bringing your talents over to another site. That's all.
Exactly. Don't want to have all my eggs in that basket. If you know what
Yeah.
I mean.
I know exactly what you
Someone
mean.
could steal those eggs.
Yeah, we don't want that.
I'd hate it if my eggs got.
So, a little bit of something different, but a good friend of ours and a
Get ready for different.
a regular survival horror fan, but he just does a lot more variety and stuff as well, is our good friend J-Rock the God. We're going to go ahead and rate him up. He is celebrating his
his 1 year
year of partnership here on Twitch.
Well, let's all say congratulations when we get there, huh?
So
Heck yeah.
go and give some love. Tell J-Rock congrats. J-Rock is a super great guy. He's been absolutely awesome. He's been a part of the Scarathon with us for every year. He does, as I said, a lot of variety. He's super talented. He speed runs a lot of Silent Hill, Resident Evil stuff with his feet. Not to mention,
Yep.
like, he's literally better at video games with his feet than I am with my hands.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a very talented
He's
dude.
a super talented, super wholesome, amazing
Also,
streamer.
this is a great way to celebrate his win.
So
Hell yeah.
And also, I've never heard of the game he's playing, but
Risk of Rain
Yeah.
2.
Playing
So
Risk of
that's
Rain
what
2.
that's what I mean. It's a little something different, but I think he's doing a long stream with a lot of variety for his partnership. So
Yeah, he is.
He's probably going to be switching up games and stuff. So definitely check him out, show him some love, and we will see you guys next time.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Appreciate it.
Have a great night.
thanks
Follow
for
the
having
tweets
me,
on
and
Twitter,
thanks for
Wilson.
tolerating. And to the chat, thanks for tolerating me.
Get
More
used to
updates
it.
soon.
It was great.
More updates soon. Good night.
Good night.
Good night or good
Night,
day.
everybody.